Chapter 949. Hearing a familiar voice, Kim Tae-ho, who was preparing to ride on his coffin board, immediately turned around. He saw that the person was indeed Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun carried the coffin board on his shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao, oh, Brother Xiao, this fat lord has really been tricked by you this time. Now, I have to rely on robbing others for a living. My days are worse than death. Even my waistline has gotten thinner." Worse than death? That person you plucked until he was only left with his underwear would probably die from anger if he heard this. As for his waistline, Xiao Chun could not see any changes. However, he felt guilty in his heart. At this moment, he could not get angry at Fatso. He smiled and said, "I was wrong in this matter. Come, let's go to my mountain. I will do my best as a host and take good care of you. Hurry up. This fat lord has been living in the deep mountains and forests for the past month. I don't even know how many mosquitoes I fed. Let's go." Kim Tae-ho did not stand on ceremony at all, urging Xiao Chun to leave quickly. "Your title is not very useful. This fat lord said that I was an old acquaintance of yours, but no one paid any attention to me. Finally, a female disciple summoned me, and I, this fat lord, said a few words and was chased out." Kim Tae-ho complained, feeling very upset as he carried the coffin board. Xiao Chun looked at Kim Tae-ho's getup. He was covered in jewels and treasures, looking very vulgar. Furthermore, he was carrying a coffin board. It would be strange if anyone believed him. However, Xiao Chun was very curious about who received this fat lord. With this fat lord's appearance, it was hard to imagine a female disciple receiving him. "What did you say? Someone chased you out?" Kim Tae-ho said, feeling wronged. "This fat lord is filled with righteousness. My heart is as clear as the moon. What could I say?" That person introduced herself as Shui Lingling. "I casually said that this girl is really pretty with white skin and tender flesh. Just squeezing her would make her look like water. Tell me, was this fat lord wronged?" Before I finished praising her, she chased me out with a palm strike. The looks in the eyes of the male disciples in the hall, just thinking about it makes me scared. Xiao Chun is speechless and speechless. Shui Lingling has accumulated her prestige in the Haotian sect for more than 10 years. She's like a legendary fairy. It could be described as a miracle that Fatso could walk out alive after saying these words. "Why aren't you saying anything? Haven't I been wronged enough? What can I say? It's good enough that you're able to walk out alive." Xiao Chun said helplessly, "Injustice, it really is injustice." On the way down the mountain, Fatso poured out his grievances. Thousands of words converged into one sentence, which was that he'd been tricked by Xiao Chun. After coming to the Kunlun realm, life was worse than death. He had all sorts of bad luck. Even when he went to plunder, all he met were poor people. Xiao Chun suddenly said, "How about I send you back now?" Fatso fanned himself with his folding fan and smiled embarrassedly. Let's talk about it later, that, thinking about it, suffering a little is nothing. At the very least, this fat lord's waistline has shrunk. Indeed, Xiao Chun smiled to himself. He knew that Kim Tae-ho was like this. The two chatted along the way. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Xiao Chun frowned slightly and stopped. There was something wrong with the atmosphere nearby. Kim Tae-ho noticed it as well. He quietly lowered the coffin lid on his shoulder and cautiously looked around. "Damn you, Fatso. I finally caught you. Let's see where you can run to this time." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 or 6 people leaped down from all directions and surrounded Xiao Chun and Kim Tae-ho. All of them had strong auras and the golden identity medallions at their waists, signifying that they were true inheritors. The weakest of these people was an inferior grade martial sage. The leader was a peak martial sage. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. The person who spoke was actually an old friend. When Xiao Chun first entered the Haotian sect, this was the lower realm genius who had mocked him several times, Gue Wu. After not seeing Gue Wu for a few years, Gue Wu had become a true inheritor as well. His cultivation had also reached medial grade martial sage. In this great age, he could barely be considered a third-rate genius. "I have already captured this person. Junior brothers, please return," Xiao Chun said casually. Xiao Chun asked casually. Given Xiao Chen's current status and strength, he did not care about Gui Wu at all. Clearly, Gui Wu had not expected a run into Xiao Chun here. His body trembled imperceptibly for a moment. However, Gui Wu immediately thought of something and plucked up his courage. He said, "Senior brother Xiao, forgive me for not being able to comply. This person is the target of the Elders' Assembly. Please return him to us. Don't make things difficult for us." Xiao Chen's face sank. He had already given Gui Wu a lot of face with his words, yet the other party was still not tactful. Gui Wu had been observing Xiao Chen's expression. When he saw Xiao Chen's face sink, his heart started thumping heavily for no apparent reason. For no reason at all, his heart started to pound, as if it was going to jump out of his chest at any moment. A few years ago, that white-robed bladesman's cultivation had been weaker than his. Unexpectedly, he had grown to such a level now. Xiao Chen said in a cold voice, "I will not repeat myself. Junior brother Gui, please move aside." When the fatty lord saw this, he felt a strange warmth in his heart. The resentment in his chest lessened significantly. Xiao Chen's words put immense pressure on Gui Wu. However, when he thought of a certain person's promise, he steeled his heart and stepped forward. "Xiao Chun, don't think that you could do whatever you want in the Haotian sect. I'll tell you the truth. This is an order from the ancient race genius, Ren Kongjue, young Master Ren. Ren Kongjue is an absolute genius comparable to Diwuk. Today, you have to hand him over whether you want to or not. Otherwise, if you offend young Master Ren, you can forget about holding your king conferral ceremony." Xiao Chun had never heard of Ren Kongjue before. He should be like Lan Xiaobai, an ancient race genius who recently rose up in the starry heaven Silver Lake. However, even if Diwuk stood before him, Xiao Chun could not be bothered with him. Furthermore, it was someone comparable to Diwuk. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother Gui, after not seeing each other for a few years, you have forgotten this Xiao Chen's temper. Back then, when the peak inner sect disciples worked together to suppress me, did you ever see me, Xiao Chun, lower my head? Today, you want me to lower my head just because you mention an ancient race genius? You are really becoming more and more naive." Before Gui Wu could reply, Xiao Chun threw a palm strike, and 1,000 purple electric light wheels appeared behind him. Xiao Chen's casual palm strike carried the boundless might of thunder. The sky rumbled, filled with the sound of thunder. Xiao Chen's feet did not move at all as he sent out a palm wind. This casual strike knocked Gui Wu back 1 kilometer. This palm strike is a lesson for you. If you want him, get Ren Kongjue to come and find me himself. Then, Xiao Chun led Kim Tae-ho away. Halfway there, Xiao Chun unfurled the freedom wings to avoid running into other trouble. Then, he drained his magic energy to activate the magic skill and took a step forward with Kim Tae-ho. The place where they landed was outside Haotian City, the independent peak that the Haotian sect had given Xiao Chun. A peak spirit vein was suppressed under this peak. Back then, when Xiao Chun helped the Haotian sect take the top spot in the heavenly Dew Divine Lake, the Haotian sect had given him this independent peak as a reward. Naturally, the greatest benefit was the peak spirit vein under this peak. Now, Xiao Chun had close to 50 peak spirit veins, so he did not care about this peak. Fatso sighed when he saw Xiao Chun walk away in a tyrannical manner in front of a true inheritor, moving 50 kilometers with 1 step. When Lord Jiu heard the commotion on the empty peak, he immediately rushed out. Kim Tae-ho could not help but shake his head and say, "Xiao Chun, your servant is not good enough. He looks shifty-eyed. This fat lord's eyes can tell with one look that he is not a good person." When Lord Jiu heard that, he immediately raged. Where did this fatso come from? How is this Lord Jiu not a good person? Kim Tae-ho sat down and picked up the teacup on the table. Then, he leisurely took a sip and said, "Don't pretend in front of this fat lord. When this fat lord did bad things, you were still in your mother's womb. With just a glance, this fat lord knew what you wanted to do. Hee, do you want to jump up and kick this fat lord now?" Lord Jiu stared blankly. This fatty was right. He really wanted to give him a kick and teach him a lesson. Looking at someone of the same trade? Xiaoqin could not help but smile bitterly. After exchanging a few words of advice, the two calmed down. After Kim Taeho rested for a while, Xiaoqin asked, Debao, why did you come to the Kunlun realm after abandoning such a large business of the Jin clan? How did you get here? At this moment, Fatso was no longer in the mood to fool around. He said, Debao, the Sky Dome realm's Jin clan has already developed to its peak. We can only go up. Being unrivaled is also very lonely. As for how I came up, money can move the heavens. Back then, the Wan clan paid a huge price to send Wan Feng up. Naturally, I have my own way up as well. However, I came to find you not only because of the trivial matter of astral coins. I, Lord Fatty, am not such a heartless person. I won't keep such trivial matters in my heart and not let them go. Xiao Chun could not help feeling curious. He looked at Kim Taeho and asked, What else is there? Kim Taeho took out a long, slender saber from his spatial ring. Then, he gently placed it on the table. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. He looked at Kim Taeho and asked, Where did you get this saber? Don't get agitated. I know this is your lunar shadow saber. About 3 months ago, boundless thunderclouds appeared above Thunder Emperor Valley, attracting all the experts of the Sky Dome realm. They thought that a new immortal thunder was about to be born. Who knew? It was this saber that flew out. At that time, Inyu made a move and blocked the others, snatching the saber. She handed it to me, telling me to pass it to you when I go to the Kunlun realm. Something seems wrong with this saber. Kim Taeho continued as he handed the saber to Xiao Chun. What's wrong? Take a look and you will know. Xiao Chun received the lunar shadow saber and grasped its hilt. Then, he gently tried to pull it out, but he could not. Surprise appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He increased his strength and continued to pull. Even when he used 5,000 tons of force, he still could not draw the lunar shadow saber. This saber is really dead. After a long time, Xiao Chun gave up trying. Boundless sorrow appeared on his face. It's not that serious. If it were really dead, why would I bring it here for you to see? I already showed it to Su Xiao. This is her family's specialty. This saber was originally dead. However, it now has some life. Kim Taeho's words were shocking, revealing a result that Xiao Chun did not expect. The heavenly craft manor belonged to Su Xiao's family. The various spirit weapons of the Sky Dome realm were forged by her family. The Soul Slayer bow in Xiao Chen's hand also came from the seniors of the heavenly craft manor. If the other party really came to this conclusion, it was most likely correct. Chapter 950. With this thought, Xiao Chun could not help but feel excited. He originally thought that if he wanted to revive Ao Jiao, he could only go to the Penglai Sea and search for an ethereal magic skill. The chances of doing so were extremely slim. Furthermore, he had to wait until he became Emperor Wu before he was truly confident of going to the Penglai Sea. Unexpectedly, Kim Taeho brought him such good news. Don't be too happy. Listen to Su Xiao. Listen to Su Xiao's words. This saber should have a connection to Thunder Emperor Valley, causing the originally dead item spirit to evolve into an embryo soul in Thunder Emperor Valley. However, this embryo soul is extremely weak. This is also the reason why the saber cannot be drawn. When it sees light, it dies. This is its way of protecting itself. Many conditions are needed to nurture the embryo soul into an item spirit. Xiao Chun asked anxiously, what are the conditions? No matter how many there are, I will definitely be able to fulfill them. Fatso shrugged and said, Xiao does not know the exact conditions. She only read about it in an incomplete ancient text. However, she also said that there are sects in the Kunlun realm that know about it. She told you to ask around. Xiao Chen's expression turned warm. However, as he held the lunar shadow saber, he could not calm down for a long time. His long-awaited goal finally had a clear direction. Thunder Emperor Valley was a mysterious phenomenon that appeared after the Thunder King substantiated his Tao. It was an indelible mark that the Thunder King left behind in the world. The rebirth of the lunar shadow saber definitely had something to do with Thunder Emperor Valley. Perhaps there were some details that Kim Taeho did not notice. If he had time in the future, he would have to return to Thunder Emperor Valley to take a look. Xiao Chun put away the lunar shadow saber and glanced at Lord Jiao. Then he said, Lord Jiao, take out a portion of the collection of a Grandmaster-level martial sage and give it to DeBeo. I owe him this time. Lord Jiao opened his mouth wide and reluctantly took out a spatial ring. Then he handed it to Kim Tae-ho. Kim Tae-ho's eyes lit up as he carefully put away the spatial ring. After checking it, his eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. You are very kind. I did not rush to the Kunlun realm to deliver the saber to you in vain. Xiao Qin smiled and consoled Lord Jiao. If the old do not go, the new will not come. I will depart tomorrow and help you sell off all your things. White-robed King Xiao Chun, the ancient race's Ren Kongjue, requests an audience. At that moment, a lingering voice resounded on the peak of the mountain. His tone was filled with arrogance and dense killing intent. With just a single sentence, he was able to distinguish the temperament of the person who had just arrived. Xiao Qin had not expected this person to arrive so quickly. He looked at Jean DeBeo and asked, How did you offend this person? Kim Tae-ho smiled in embarrassment. He-Chun would say, Shui Lingling. Shui, Run was Ling said. Rin was, Ling was Tian. When I was being chased out by Shui Lingling, the way he looked at me was really scary. I seem to have ruined his marriage proposal. However, it is not my fault. This fat lord was truly praising you. First, there was Lan Xiaobai. Then, there was this Ren Kongjue. They were all outstanding talents of the ancient races. Xiao Chun wondered if there was anything strange about this. Hey, young Master Xiao, he asked you a question. It seems like you have not replied yet. Lord Jiao reminded when he saw Xiao Chun remaining silent. Xiao Chun seemed to have just remembered. He smiled and said, Go and welcome him. Bring him up. If he is willing to come up, then so be it. If not, just ignore him. Remember to use the method that you are best at, Lord Jiao. Naturally, the method that Lord Jiao was best at was digging holes. Bang! Suddenly, a hole opened in front of Ren Kongjue at the foot of the mountain, and Lord Jiao came out from it. Lord Jiao looked at Ren Kongjue and involuntarily raised his head. Ren Kongjue was tall and stout, at least 2 meters long. His shoulders were broad, and his back was strong. His facial features were firm, looking like they were carved with a knife. His face was filled with pride, and his eyes showed an irrepressible hostility, appearing extremely berserk. As he stood on the ground, he was as straight as a pine tree, giving off a mountain-like pressure. 2 companions stood beside Ren Kongjue. Their auras were exactly the same as his. When they stood together, it was like they were connected by mountains, giving off even greater pressure. To think that he's a genius of the giant Fu race. Young Master Xiao must have known about it, which is why he purposely told me to say that. Should I say it or not? The giant Fu race is rumored to have the most explosive temper. If this punch lands, this Lord Jiao will be beaten half to death. Lord Jiao felt conflicted, not knowing what to say. You are the white-robed Xiao Chun. Why are you so old? The person on Ren Kongjue's left asked, finding it strange. Lord Jiao quickly denied it. He smiled and said, Naturally, I'm not, no. Why did you come down? We are looking for Xiao Chun. Are you messing with us? This person snorted coldly. Lord Jiao felt like a volcano would erupt at any moment. Lord Jiao could not help but feel a headache. He smiled and said, Young Master sent me here to lead you up the mountain. Does he not understand what my big brother said? He is the one who told him to come down and meet us, not the other way around. This person's temper is extraordinarily arrogant. An ancient race is indeed an ancient race. No wonder young Master Xiao is not willing to bother with him. Lord Jiao slandered Ren Kongjue in his heart. Then, he directly repeated Xiao Chen's words. Young Master Xiao said that if you are willing to go up, then go up. If you are not willing, then do as you please. Ren Kongjue raised his eyebrows and smiled coldly. He is really arrogant. Never mind, I'll go up and take a look. Let's see what exactly he is. To think that he dares to protect the person that I, Ren Kongjue, want to kill. Ren Kongjue had brought a lot of gifts to propose marriage. However, before he could say anything, Kim Tae-ho's words ruined the situation. In Ren Kongjue's heart, he already treated Kim Tae-ho as a dead man and had to kill him. When Lord Jiu saw the situation, he ran over to stop Ren Kongjue. Then he pointed to the hole in front and smiled. "Sir, the way is not here. Young Master Xiao wants you to go up the mountain from here." Ren Kongjue's face could not help but sink. He raised his head and looked to the middle of the mountain. Xiao Qin knew why he was here, so he used the most direct method to reject him. "What if we do not go up from here?" The Kwafu race youth on Ren Kongjue's right was clearly angered. Not only did Xiao Qin not go down the mountain, but he even wanted them to go up from the hole. Xiao Qin did not care about the Kwafu race at all. His words already contained murderous intent. Lord Jiu giggled and said, "Naturally, we cannot go up. I'll pass on the message, so I'll take my leave first." Seeing that the situation was not right, Lord Jiu quickly jumped into the hole he dug. His movements were so fast that it flabbergasted everyone. The Kwafu race youth, who was preparing to make a move, had just raised his fist when he punched the air heavily in frustration. The force from his fist exploded, and a loud sound rang out. A strong wind blew, causing the flowers and trees on a mountain to bend over. It was unknown how horrifying the force of this punch was. "Big brother, what should we do? According to the rules of the Haotian sect, we cannot barge into such an independent mountain without permission." Ren Kongjue said sullenly, "Let's go. I think that Xue Lingling is doing this on purpose. She is using this as an excuse not to see me. If she does not want to marry, so be it. Our Kwafu race has a noble status. She will regret this in the future. What about Fatso and Xiao Chun? Are we just going to let them off? Fatso is just a dancing clown. We can kill him at any time. This Xiao Chun will be holding a king conferral ceremony half a year from now. At that time, I will teach him a deep lesson and let him know how severe the consequences of today's matter are." Halfway up the mountain, Xiao Chen's group of 3 sent off Ren Kongjue's group with their eyes. Kim Tae-ho looked at the mountain peak at the strong wind that had yet to scatter. The shock wave from that Kwafu race youth's casual punch had yet to dissipate. "These 3 fellows are really horrifying. Xiao Chun, I have implicated you this time." Xiao Chun felt the lingering force in the air and said softly, "It has nothing to do with you. If someone does not show me any face, there is no need for me to show him any. If he dares to come half a year from now, I will show him who is the one teaching who a lesson." Lord Jiu looked up and said, "Hey, someone is coming. Why does she seem somewhat familiar?" Kim Tae-ho's expression suddenly changed. He said, "Isn't that the girl who chased me out? Xiao Chun, you two know each other?" Smiling faintly, Xiao Chun said, "Let's go. I'll help you resolve this grudge. Since you are sincerely praising me, there is no need to feel guilty." Kim Tae-ho smiled embarrassedly and said, "This never mind. This fat lord will go in and hide for a while." Lord Jiu chuckled, being very tactful. Then he followed Fatso and went into hiding. Xiao Chun walked down alone and met his first senior sister, Xue Lingling, at the foot of the mountain. No matter when they met, first senior sister's gentle face would always move one's heart, preventing one from looking directly at her. Xue Lingling smiled faintly and asked, "Fatso is on your mountain, right? Senior sister, are you here to denounce me?" "I guessed half right. I'm not wrong in looking for him, but there is no need to denounce him. Junior sister Chensi and I have confirmed that he is indeed your friend. It was wrong of me to chase him out. However, his subsequent actions cancel each other out, so there is no need for me to apologize to him." Xiao Chun smiled embarrassedly. The Bao's habits came from the Sky Dome realm. No matter how he tried to explain it, he could not. The two chatted as they walked on the mountain path. After not meeting for a long time, they chatted happily. Soon, the topic of Kim Tae-ho was forgotten. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Sorry about that. Earlier, I angered a group of people away. I'm afraid I ended senior sister's marriage." "How can that be?" "I was just worrying about how to get rid of this Ren Kongjue. You helped me a lot. I should be the one thanking you." Xue Lingling sighed and said, "After Master announced my identity as his personal disciple, there was an endless stream of marriage proposals." Feeling confused, Xiao Qin asked why. Master is preparing to break through to sovereign martial emperor. In less than 10 years, I will inherit the position of the Haotian sect master. The dowry for marrying me will be the entire Haotian sect. Why do you think so? The Haotian sect was one of the 9 ranks of the great families. Now, the sect was flourishing. Shui Lingling was young, pretty, and charming. Furthermore, she was about to inherit the position of sect master. Being single and unmarried was indeed hard to not be tempted. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "This dowry is really big. Junior brother, are you tempted? This is a deal with guaranteed profits and no losses. You will get a great beauty and a member of the 9 ranks of the great families." Shui Lingling smiled craftily as she looked at Xiao Chun. An alluring light flashed in her pretty eyes. Xiao Chun smiled and retorted, "However, I only want a beauty and not a dowry. Is that all right?" Shui Lingling's bubbly laughter rang out. "Hee hee, you're really direct. I'll stop teasing you. Let's get down to business. Master already knows about your matters in the primal chaos domain. The only thing he can help you with is to guarantee that no blue-robed emperor or above will make a move on you. Otherwise, no matter who it is, they will suffer the endless rage of the Haotian emperor." Chapter 951. Xiao Chun said seriously, "It is my fortune to receive such care from the sect master. Most outstanding talents have a Tao protector behind them. The sect master has been your Tao protector for a long time now. However, this is all he can do. Whether you can take back the king title that belongs to you at the king conferral ceremony half a year later will depend on yourself." Xiao Qin nodded to indicate that he understood. Then, he asked about another matter. "Senior sister, do you know of any peak refining sects or forging grandmasters that have deep ties with my Haotian sect? What do you want to do? Forge secret treasures? No, I want to ask for answers to some questions. I would like the sect to give me a recommendation letter." Shui Lingling smiled and said, "That is easy. The most famous grandmaster forging swords in the profound domain, Sito Leihong, has deep ties with Master. I'll write a recommendation letter for you. You just need to bring your identity token to meet him. He has forged many subdivine weapons before. He is a legendary blacksmith. He will definitely be able to answer your questions." When Xiao Chun heard this, he rejoiced. A person who could forge a subdivine weapon would definitely know the requirements for nurturing an embryonic soul into an item spirit. After saying goodbye to Shui Lingling, Xiao Chun brought Yu Qinsi, Gong Yangyu, Jin Lin, and Xiao Xian to his own mountain. Then, he chatted with DeBeo and the others for a long time. Everyone chatted about the past and the martial Tao. The night passed in the blink of an eye. At dawn, Xiao Chun went out alone and met with the first elder, Han Qinghe. From him, he learned some inside information about the king conferral ceremony. The Thunder King had been in closed-door cultivation. The Holy Lord of the 3 Holy Masters' Holy Land was in charge of the Bushan Palace. This time, the king conferral ceremony was extended by half a year. Another important reason was to create an opportunity for Xiahou Ju of Beidasheng, the head of the 3 Holy Masters, to accumulate military merits and meet the requirements of being conferred king. At that time, he would be conferred the title of king at the same time as Xiao Qin. With the foundation of the Holy Land, he would completely overshadow Xiao Qin's limelight and tell the world who was truly supported by the Bushan Palace. The land of the 3 Holy Masters had really gone through a lot of trouble. In order to suppress him, they had even used this. The only good news was that the Haotian Emperor had personally helped him obtain the title of Blue Dragon King from the 3 Holy Masters. After Xiao Chun found out, he didn't say anything. As long as he could get the title of Blue Dragon King, everything was negotiable. The Haotian Great Emperor had helped him to this step, and he would take care of the rest himself. As for those people who wanted to cause trouble at the king conferral ceremony, Xiao Chun would use his strength to retaliate. When Xiao Chun returned to the mountain, Gong Yangyu had already left. Lord Jiu and Kim Tae-ho were still sleeping soundly. When Yu Qinsi saw Xiao Chun return, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Senior brother Xiao Chun, after you are conferred king, you will definitely have your own territory. I would like to go with you when the time comes." "Senior brother, we are willing to go as well. Jin Lin and Xiao Xian quickly said. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "You are thinking too far ahead. Furthermore, you are all elite disciples of the Haotian sect. Whether you can go or not depend on Elder Han." Yu Chenxi smiled and said, "Senior brother, don't worry about this. First senior sister was the one who told us about this. Since she agreed, Elder Han and the sect master will definitely not have a problem." Jin Lin and the other two said, "Now, it will depend on senior brother's opinion. If Xiao Chun succeeded in being conferred king and given his territory, he would be able to establish his own sect even though he would still be under the Haotian sect. At that time, he would definitely need help." Xiao Chen's original plan was to use this as the base for the Dragon's Gate in the future. If he wanted to restore the Dragon's Gate to its former glory, he would not be able to do it alone. Yu Chenxi, Jin Lin, and the others would definitely become Grandmaster-level martial sages in the future. If Xiao Chun sincerely joined the Dragon's Gate, it would naturally be very beneficial. However, all this would have to wait until Xiao Chun repaid the Haotian sect's debt. It was too early to say all this now. Xiao Chun rejected their suggestions for now. "Many thanks. However, let's talk about this after I am conferred king. If I cannot give you a better future, even if the sect master agrees, I will not agree." Seeing that Xiao Chun did not directly reject them, Jin Lin and the others did not insist. At least, there was still hope. "In that case, I will take my leave first. Senior brother Xiao Chun will definitely succeed in being conferred king." Will he definitely succeed? Xiao Chun thought about the strength that Di Wuk and the Divine Daughter displayed in the heavenly ruined wasteland, the three holy masters' deliberate suppression, and the ancient race's outstanding talents eyeing him covetously. Xiao Chen's king conferral ceremony was destined to not be peaceful. If he made a mistake, his past would be ruined. Those people would definitely not let go of this opportunity to kick him when he was down. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen woke up Kim Tae-ho and Lord Jio. "Wake up. Stop sleeping. It's time to depart." Fatso rubbed his eyes and asked in a daze, "Depart? Where are we going?" "To the profound domains, Ing Clan. Help Lord Jio deal with some illegal goods. The largest merchant association in the Kunlun realm, the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion, is there. I believe you will be interested." When Kim Tae-ho heard this, he immediately perked up. Lord Jio had woken up long ago. He wished that he could sell off all the treasures in his hands. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and spat out the Dragon's Gate's warship. 18 sails rose up, and the warship carried a bow and Lord Jio towards the profound domain. A cool breeze blew as the warship traveled through the clouds. On the warship's bow, Xiao Chen played with the lunar shadow saber in his hand. His expression was calm and peaceful. His hair fluttered in the cool breeze, and his white robes fluttered endlessly. The flawless saber, Dao used the body as a saber and the thoughts as a saber. However, without a saber in one's hand, something was missing in the end. It would never reach true flawless. Only by becoming one with the saber would one be able to cultivate the flawless saber, Dao, to great perfection. Only by becoming one with the saber could one cultivate the flawless saber, Dao, to great perfection. Vaguely, as Xiao Chun held the lunar shadow saber in his hand, he entered a wondrous state of comprehension. The position of the flawless saber, Dao, slowly became clear in his mind. The flawless saber Dao was not just a martial technique. Instead, it was a Dao that Xiao Chun wanted to walk, a saber Dao that no one before or after could match. Right now, the flawless saber Dao was like a newborn baby with only a rough outline. When Xiao Chun comprehended it and materialized this saber Dao to its peak, it would not only increase his strength significantly, but it would also benefit the bladesmen in the future. It would give bladesmen in the future another choice, achieving immortality for 10,000 years. Suddenly, Xiao Chun felt a strand of killing chi. He squinted and sent out a saber light. The clouds for 5 kilometers around scattered, and a black-clad man appeared before Xiao Chun and the other two. Without saying a word, the black-clothed man extended his hand and pointed with a finger. Circles of white light bloomed behind him. Every circle of light contained surging energy as if they were real. There were a total of 1,500 circles. There seemed to be a vague, white, holy tiger in the center of the rings of light, roaring at the sky. The black-clad man's palm strike scattered the clouds for 5 kilometers around. As the tiger roared, they suddenly gathered again. The black-clad man pointed, and a transparent ripple appeared in the sky. A huge index finger extended from the ripple and headed for the Dragon's Gate's warship. At the same time, many cryptic talisman scripts appeared in the rings of light with the Dragon's Gate's warship as the center. They formed a void formation and locked down space. When this mysterious black-clad man made his move, he created a horrifying might. Kim Tae-ho and Lord Jio, who were on the warship, paled slightly when they saw the gigantic finger descending. With a thought, a bright moon rose behind Xiao Chun. The dark night hung upside down in the sky. Kassier, Kassier. The instant the bright moon rose, the formation locking down the Dragon's Gate's warship shattered. When facing the horrifying finger, Xiao Chun also pointed, and the bright moon in the sky vanished. The resplendent moonlight turned into a saber light and shot out from Xiao Chun's fingertip. The saber light clashed with the gigantic finger, producing a loud explosion in the air. Shock waves surged, lightning bolts, saber lights, sword images, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed continuously in the sky. The black-clad man pointed with a contemplative expression. Then, he turned around and leaped up, preparing to leave. Whoosh! However, the moment the black-clad man turned around, he saw Xiao Chun, who had the freedom wings spread out on his back, looking at him coldly. Brother Xiaoho, instead of accumulating 1 million military merits to be conferred king, you rushed from White Emperor City to the Haotian province just to point at Xiao Chun. This Xiao is truly honored. The moment this person made a move, Xiao Chun recognized him. This was the White Emperor City's holy son, Xiao Hoju. After not seeing each other for 3 years, the other party had grown to a startling level by relying on the accumulations of the Holy Lands. Although Xiao Chun had casually pointed earlier, it had the momentum of pointing at the sky and drawing the earth, sufficient to kill some ordinary Grandmaster-level martial sages. After being seen through by Xiao Chun, Xiao Hoju pulled off his mask and smiled. There is no need to worry about me. I will definitely be conferred king smoothly. Just worry about yourself. The title of Blue Dragon King is not that easy to obtain. Xiao Chun said calmly. Let me return the same words to you. Just worry about yourself. Since you gave me a finger, I will give you one in return. Snowflakes drifted behind Xiao Chun as he pointed at the completed winter saber with the flawless 4 seasons. The snowflakes filling the air gathered into a crystalline flower. Behind Xiao Chun, a vast expanse of snow blanketed the mountains and rivers for thousands of kilometers around. Xiao Hoju's expression turned grave as he stretched out his hand. The world turned silent, and a stone finger containing a vast and ancient energy shot out. He quickly pointed out and hit the crystal-clear wandering flower, and the wandering flower instantly shattered. However, the cold chi continued to spread and seeped into the ancient stone finger. Cracking sounds rang out, and the stone finger instantly shattered, turning into countless ice shards. Xiao Hoju grunted. He had not expected the cold chi to be so strange. After suffering a small loss, he said coldly, Xiao Chun, let's see if you can still be this arrogant after half a year. Xiao Chun let Xiao Chun leave. Then he entered deep thought. He stretched out his hand, and the ice shards in the air turned into motes of light and entered his hand, forming another ice flower. 4 seasons like snow, born and never extinguished. Half a year from now, if this is all you are capable of, I will make you suffer greatly. The appearance of the White Emperor City's Xiao Hoju was both unexpected and reasonable. For a long time, the 3 holy masters had been the leaders of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. Among them, Xiao Hoju's ambition was the greatest. Now, Xiao Qin's fame resounded throughout the entire Kunlun realm. Although the Dragon's Gate was destroyed, his prestige had already surpassed that of the three holy masters among the Tianwu domain's younger generation. However, the prestige of the three holy masters' 10 years and the 10,000 years of accumulations of the Holy Lands were much greater than that of Xiao Chun, a person who had risen to prominence only 4 or 5 years ago. Chapter 952. As time went by, Xiao Chun was not considered to be much stronger than the three holy masters among the younger generation of the Tianwu domain. However, if Xiao Chun succeeded in being conferred king and traveled the world as the Blue Dragon King, the situation would be different. To Xiao Hoju, who wanted to rule the Tianwu domain's younger generation, Xiao Chun would be a great threat. Xiao Chun personally made a move to test out Xiao Chen's strength. Xiao Chun was currently in a crucial period of accumulating military merits. If he still did not have 1 million military merits after half a year, it would be bad if he could not be conferred king. Hence, Xiao Chen's appearance surprised Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun returned to the Dragon's Gate's warship, Kim Tae-ho and Lord Jiu heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Xiao Chun rushing back. Kim Tae-ho fanned himself and said, "Old brother Xiao Chun, how many people did you offend? The moment you went out, you ran into such a horrifying person." Xiao Chun smiled and did not say anything. He had offended so many people that even he could not count them. "Who is this person?" Lord Jiu asked out of curiosity. "The White Emperor City's holy son, Xiao Hoju." Lord Jiu sighed and said, "Young Master Xiao, the number of people you offended is truly incredible. The White Emperor City's Holy Lord is one of the strongest people in the entire Kunlun realm." A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. He said, "Lord Jiu, you have lived for more than 200 years already. Do you know how many people in our Kunlun continent can truly reach the peak?" Xiao Chun had only been in the Kunlun realm for 6 years. He had been busy cultivating and did not know much about this. Kim Tae-ho also looked at old Jiu with great interest. Obviously, anyone would be interested in these legendary figures. Lord Jiu revealed a cocky expression. He smiled and said, "You youngsters really do not know much about such matters. This Lord Jiu is not clear on the situation of the heavenly starry ocean, so I will not talk about it. I will only talk about the 5 strongest people of the Kunlun realm's 5 domains. The Tianwu domain's Thunder King, the Fiend domain's the Fox King, the Ghost race's Dongyue Ghost Emperor, the Corpse race's Heaven Punishing Corpse God, and the Deity race's Emperor Forsaken. These 5 people could be considered the strongest experts of the Kunlun realm. As for the others, like the Primal Chaos domain's number 1 Loose Cultivator, the Heavenly Evil King, and the Profound domain Saber Sword 2 Sovereigns, they are slightly weaker." Lord Jiu chatted excitedly, telling Xiao Chun about the legendary deeds of these people. Xiao Chun listened very carefully, feeling a boundless yearning in his heart. Finally, Lord Jiu said, "In the heavenly starry ocean, there are some people who are comparable to these 5 people. This Lord Jiu only knows of the Myriad Fiend Palace's Myriad Law, Fiend Master. I'm not sure about the others, so I do not have much say. The heavenly starry ocean did indeed have people who were comparable to these people. As far as Xiao Chun knew, the Palace Master of the Zodiac Hall should not be weaker than these 5 people. The Thunder King, the Fox King, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, the Heaven Punishing Corpse God, and Emperor Forsaken." Xiao Chun wondered how strong these 5 people were. Right now, he probably did not even have the chance to meet them. The Fox King. Xiao Chun suddenly recalled that the last time he met Bai, he seemed to have heard that the Fox King had adopted her as his daughter. At that time, Xiao Chun did not know how strong the Fox King was. Now that he heard Lord Jiu say that the Fox King was comparable to the Thunder King and the others, he finally understood how fortunate Bai was. Cultivate. Cultivate. Otherwise, the next time Xiao Chun met Bai, if he could not even compare to Bai, he would truly have failed. The Dragon's Gate's warship continued to move forward. Xiao Chun stopped chatting and sat at the bow, preparing to use the time on the way to complete the spring saber of Flawless 4 Seasons. Xiao Chun had already experienced the might of the completed winter saber long ago. If he comprehended all 4 seasons, then this Flawless 4 Seasons might not even be weaker than the subduing dragon profound slash. For some reason, Kim Tae-ho started thinking about the black goods on Lord Geo. He kept pestering Lord Geo, asking him to sell the black goods and hand them over to him to manage. Then, Lord Geo guaranteed a tenfold profit. Xiao Chun continuously bragged about his glorious deeds in the Sky Dome realm, which actually tempted Lord Geo. Half a month later, spring thunder suddenly roared in the sky above the Dragon's Gate's warship, shaking the Dragon's Gate's warship. Inside the warship's hold, Kim Tae-ho and Lord Geo were discussing their grand business plans, looking very spirited. When they heard spring thunder, they quickly rushed out. The moment the two went out, they smelled a fragrant flower fragrance. Kim Tae-ho and Lord Geo were shocked to see that their surroundings had turned into a peach blossom forest. Peach trees covered the ground, and peach blossoms filled the branches before them. When the spring wind blew, boundless peach blossoms formed a beautiful land. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the depths of the peach blossom forest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and heard a melodious saber hum. The peach blossom forest vanished, leaving only a section in Xiao Chen's palm. Using spring thunder as a guide, Xiao Chen made peach blossoms bloom for 5 kilometers around. After half a month, he finally figured out the final hurdle and completed the spring saber. Xiao Chen stood up and looked at the section of peach blossoms in his hand. Then he smiled faintly and tossed it to the sky. Kung Chong, the peach blossom branch, which was only half the length of an arm, shattered. Boundless peach blossoms danced in the air, carrying a boundless saber intent. Every petal was a lethal weapon. With a thought, Xiao Chun stopped in satisfaction. The peach blossoms vanished, but the fragrance lingered in the air. Compared to the sharp winter saber, the spring saber was much gentler. However, this might, as well as the range of the ripples, the peach blossoms for 5 kilometers around, would not be any weaker than the winter saber. Have we arrived at the profound domain? Xiao Chun asked Kim Tae-ho and Lord Geo as he turned around. Given the speed of the Dragon's Gate's warship, they should have arrived by now. We arrived 3 days ago, Lord Geo answered. Xiao Chun took out a letter and handed it to Xiao Debeo. This is a letter that I personally wrote. The two of you take this letter and go to the Ying clan to look for Ying Qiong. There should not be any problems dealing with that batch of illicit goods. To Ying Qiong, this was just a small matter. She did not even need to personally make a move. Xiao Chun had more important things to do, so he did not want to waste time on this. Young Master Xiao, you are not coming with us? Lord Geo asked, finding it strange. Xiao Chun placed a finger mark on Kim Tae-ho's forehead. Then, he said, I still have something to do. I'll lend you this warship for now. After I'm done, I'll meet up with you. After Xiao Chun spoke, he jumped off the bow of the warship. Kim Tae-ho checked himself and discovered that he could already control the Dragon's Gate's warship. He could roughly guess what Xiao Chun was going to do, so he could understand Xiao Chen's urgency. Smiling mischievously, Kim Tae-ho snatched Xiao Chen's letter while Lord Geo was not on his back. Then, he said, remember to listen to me when you go to the Ying clan. This fat lord is an expert in this aspect. You could just be this fat lord's manservant. That way, you won't give yourself away and get the price pushed down. Lord Geo felt somewhat confused. Was he the one selling the goods, or Fatso, the one selling the goods? How did he become the manservant? Situ Leong was the most famous forger in the profound domain, a grandmaster who could forge subdivine weapons. Xiao Chun followed the address that First Senior Sister gave him and unfurled the freedom wings. He flew past mountains, rivers, and cities. When he arrived at a mountain manor at the summit of a tall mountain, he put away the freedom wings and landed. The mountain manor was not big, and the signboard was not obvious. However, the queue at the entrance stretched as far as the eye could see, stretching all the way to the bottom of the mountain. All of them were cultivators seeking a master to forge swords for them. Xiao Chun landed at the side. As he held the lunar shadow saber in his hand, he was flabbergasted. He discovered that there was no lack of Grandmaster-level martial sages. He even saw 2 or 3 great Grandmaster-level martial sages obediently lining up at the back without any complaints. Such a lineup completely surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. He could not help but wonder, is what first senior sister said reliable or not? Can I really enter just by relying on my identity token? The main gate was tightly shut. Only a small door at the side was open. The cultivators in line all stood in front of the small door, knocking on the door until they reached the foot of the mountain. They stood about 3 meters apart from each other, waiting anxiously. Strange, why is no one knocking on the door? Where did this little fellow come from? He is holding a saber and running to the sword-forging peak. Is he here to cause trouble? As Xiao Chan stood outside the line, it would be hard for him to not attract attention from a group of swordsmen while holding the lunar shadow saber. Not long after Xiao Chun landed, someone started berating him. Since ancient times, the debate between the saber and the sword had never ceased. The saber was different from other weapons. The saber was born from the sword. There were swords and sabers in the world. With such a direct relationship, it was hard to avoid comparisons between the two. Out of respect for the master, Xiao Chun did not want to cause trouble here. His priority was to revive Ao Jiao. Xiao Chun looked at the person who spoke. That person carried a 1-meter-long sword and wore purple robes. His hair was tied into a bun, and there were 2 strands of purple scarves fluttering in the wind, looking elegant and free. This person was not more than 40 years old. He could be considered an outstanding talent of a younger generation. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a strong sense of sharpness in them. Xiao Chun said calmly, "Although I am a bladesman, I do not have any intention of competing with swords here. I am here to ask Master Sidhu for a favor and am not being disrespectful." However, the purple-robed swordsman smiled coldly and said, "Look at the swordsmen on this mountain. They are all here on foot to ask Master Sidhu to forge a sword. No one makes a ruckus, no one makes a fuss, and no one dares to fly down from the sky. There are even great Grandmaster-level experts lining up respectfully at the foot of the mountain. You, a bladesman, descending from the sky is very impressive. However, if this is not disrespect, then what is?" The other swordsmen in the line glared at the purple-robed swordsman. They were already upset that someone descended from the sky. Furthermore, this person was a bladesman. Naturally, they were even more upset. Xiao Chun held the lunar shadow saber and performed a cupped fist salute. "Sorry, I did not know there was such a rule here. I will go down the mountain and line up. After I enter, I will personally apologize to Master Sidhu. The master only sees 5 people a day and only forges 1 sword a month. You, a bladesman, are here to join the fun? You want to take up our spots?" Scram. The purple-robed swordsman ignored Xiao Chen's concession and aggressively chased him away. "I am not here to forge a sword. There is no need to misunderstand." Xiao Chen's hand, which held the lunar shadow saber, trembled slightly. However, he did not get angry in the end. After saying that, he turned around and walked down the mountain. Xiao Chun did not want to lose the hope that he had obtained after so much difficulty. "How stubborn. I told you to scram, not to leave." The purple-robed swordsman shouted coldly, and a light flickered under his feet. A magnificent sword formation formed, and hundreds of purple sword chi flew out from the formation. The sword chi flew around the purple-robed swordsman, giving off a melodious hum. A sharp sword intent immediately spread throughout the entire mountain. The grass bent over, not daring to raise its head. Chapter 9:53. This person flicked his finger, and a strand of resplendent sword chi turned into a beam of light and shot out. Its sharpness was overwhelming, able to pierce through mountains and shatter rocks. Xiao Chen's face sank slightly. He quickly turned around and used the lunar shadow saber to block, using his body as a saber. When he raised his hand, it was like a treasure saber being unsheathed, radiating a sharp light. Bang! When the unyielding sword chi struck the saber scabbard, it gave off a crisp sound. It was like a treasure sword breaking, turning into sword lights and scattering, not injuring Xiao Chen at all. Xiao Chen easily blocked the purple-robed swordsman's overbearing sword chi. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many people. "Hey, it is actually an expert. It looks like he is really here to cause trouble. However, he chose the wrong person to pick the Purple Knight Sword sex, Ouyang Feng. Among the younger generation of the Profound Domain, Ouyang Feng is one of the youths with the most potential to enter the sword school ranking. Aside from a few disciples that the sword sovereign personally taught, not many can defeat him. Young Master Feng's eyes are indeed sharp. You can tell with one glance. This white-robed bladesman has bad intentions. He came to Sword Forging Peak to cause trouble. With just a little testing, he gave himself away. Young Master Ouyang's sword intent has already reached peak 90% comprehension and is close to condensing a sword soul. Perhaps he might be able to gain an audience with Great Master Sidhu. Great Master Sidhu's rules are really strange. He forges swords based on the person. Just by saying that he is not fated with swords, he does not even give face to Emperor Wu. Great Master Sidhu is someone who can even forge a divine weapon. He is completely qualified to not give face to Emperor Wu. It would be better if a sovereign martial emperor came. All sorts of discussions went on. When Xiao Chen heard them, he could not help but smile bitterly. How deep is the prejudice that the swordsmen of Sword Forging Peak have against bladesmen? Xiao Chen said calmly, "There is no need to force me. I am not here to forge a sword or to cause trouble. I just have something to ask of Great Master." Ouyang Feng said sullenly, "I managed to find out with one move, and you still dare to quibble? Do you think that all the swordsmen of my Sword Forging Peak are blind? If you do not scram today, I will beat you until you do so." Ouyang Feng stepped forward and jumped out of the queue, pressing down on Xiao Chen. Ouyang Feng's purple robes fluttered, and the sword formation beneath his feet spread out, one ring after another. If one were to take a closer look, they would discover that it was a large sword formation composed of 81 smaller sword formations. The sword formation was interlinked. 81 strands of sword light danced back and forth in the formation, which was covered in purple mist. They formed a powerful sword intent that was infinitely close to the sword soul. As for Ouyang Feng, who was in the center of the formation, the sword chi around his body was oppressive. With every step he took, he drew in countless sword chi from the swords, as if he was the king of swords. This was the famous Violet Firmament sword technique of the Violet Firmament sword sect. It was developed from the sword domain by a grandmaster of the Violet Firmament sword sect. It vaguely resembled the sword domain. Ouyang Feng hugged his sword and walked over step by step, pressing down on Xiao Chen. The wind from his sword whistled, and his aura was oppressive. Behind him was a precipitous cliff that was tens of thousands of meters tall. He was using this to force Xiao Chen, and it was obvious that he wanted to use this kind of ruthless method to chase Xiao Chen away. Xiao Chen felt helpless. Sometimes, the more you don't want to cause trouble, the more trouble will come to you. Xiao Chen kept making concessions, but the other party did not appreciate it. Instead, he became even more overbearing. Xiao Chen was clearly forced to retaliate, yet he was slandered as hiding his strength and harboring evil intentions. If not for reviving Ao Jiao and leaving Sword Forging Peak, Xiao Chen would not have needed to be polite with this fellow before him. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. However, he still endured it. He opened his sea of consciousness, and the purple lightning talisman spun around, materializing a bolt of spring thunder in the sky. Flawless Saber Dao, Flawless Four Seasons Spring Saber. With a thought, peach blossoms fell, and the sky immediately turned pink. When Xiao Chen looked up, the flower petals formed a long river that stretched for 5 kilometers. A floral fragrance assaulted the nose, spreading everywhere. The many pink petals all contained Xiao Chen's small perfection saber soul. Spring overflowed with boundless life force. The flowers and grass on the slope that were suppressed by the sword intent bloomed and swelled wildly. In the depths of the peach blossoms, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the thousands of peach blossoms gathered into a peach blossom branch. 7 or 8 flower buds appeared on the branch, waiting to bloom. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the peach blossom branch pierced through the sword intent with overwhelming, killing chi. Then, it stabbed into Ouyang Feng's purple knight sword formation. Spring thunder roared again, and the 7 or 8 flower buds on the branch bloomed together with the thunder, proudly blooming amid the sharp sword chi. 81 small sword formations stopped operating one after another, forming a large formation that was interconnected with each other. An even stronger force suppressed them, stopping them from operating. Ouyang Feng paled. The purple knight's sword art circulated frantically in his body. However, the sword formation under his feet did not listen to him. That small peach blossom suppressed it until it could not move. Ouyang Feng, who was deep in the center of the sword formation, could not help but show a sullen expression. He stretched out his hand and drew his sword, preparing to charge out. I advise you not to move. These 81 sword formations are already completely broken. They're just suppressed. If you take a step, this balance will immediately break. You will bear the brunt of it. Not only will you have to face your own purple knight sword formation, but you will also have to face my spring saber. You will die without a complete corpse in a moment. As the mountain wind blew, Xiao Chun held the lunar shadow saber expressionlessly as he spoke calmly. You bastard, where did this fellow come from? I am an elite disciple of the Purple Knight Sword sect. How dare you offend me at Sword Forging Peak? Are you tired of living? Do you think I will be frightened by your nonsense? Ouyang Feng easily suppressed by Xiao Chen's attack. Ouyang Feng lost all his elegance and started cursing. Nephew Ouyang, don't move. A shout came from an old man carrying a sword at the waist of the mountain. This old man arrived with one step, and a melodious sword hum rang out. His body was as straight as a sword. While his voice was still echoing, he had already arrived at the summit. Xiao Chan thought, the person who arrived is a great grandmaster-level martial sage swordsman. When this person looked at Xiao Chun, his sword light seemed solid, giving Xiao Chun immense pressure. He wanted to force Xiao Chun back with one look. However, Xiao Chun possessed a saber soul, and his immortal will of thunder had reached 40% comprehension. Although his aura was not as strong as the other parties, he would not retreat so easily. Xiao Chun stood straight, his feet planted firmly on the ground. He did not move at all, not avoiding this person's gaze at all. After the old man shouted at Ouyang Feng, who was in the sword formation, to stop, he checked. His back immediately became drenched in cold sweat. He was greatly frightened. Xiao Chun was not lying at all. He was very clear on the might of his purple knight sword formation. The peach tree branch that could suppress the purple knight sword formation would only be even more horrifying. When the two overlapped, there should have been a startling shockwave. However, due to the ingenuity of the peach tree branch, it formed a delicate balance. If the balance was broken, what would happen to Ouyang Feng, who was in the sword formation? Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. When Ouyang Feng saw the old man rushing over, it was like he saw his savior. He said hurriedly, Uncle Jiao, kill this fellow and save me. The moment Ouyang Feng said that, the expressions of the swordsmen lining up at the summit changed drastically. Unexpectedly, what Xiao Qin said was true. A peach tree branch broke the purple knight sword formation, suppressing Ouyang Feng to the point where he did not dare to move at all. This scene also attracted the gazes of the cultivators going in and out of the tightly shut main doors. My dear nephew offended you earlier. Little friend, please remove the restriction, the old man with the family name Jiao said as he looked at Xiao Chun, ignoring Ouyang Feng's words. As a great grandmaster-level swordsman, how could Ouyang Feng compare to the old man's vision? With one glance, he could tell that Xiao Chun had shown mercy. Ouyang Feng's life and death were in the hands of the other party. Yet, Ouyang Feng still insisted on killing Xiao Chun. This was simply seeking death. How could the old man with the family name Jiao listen to him? When facing the old man with surging sword intent, Xiao Chun was neither servile nor overbearing. He said calmly, this Zhao's original intention was not to compete with the strong. Since Senior said so, I will let you go. Right after Xiao Chun spoke, the small peach blossom in the sword formation exploded together with the boundless sword chi of the purple knight sword formation, turning into peach blossoms dancing in the air. The sound of sabers and swords clashing came from the petals. Thousands of petals fell like rain, adding to the charm of sword-forging peak. Dying without any restraints, Ouyang Feng instantly drew his sword. He moved with his sword, turning into a beam of purple light as he charged at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun had anticipated this long ago, so he did not panic. Rings of electric light appeared behind him, and thunder roared. Then, he gently drew the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chun pushed aside the extremely vicious sword light that sneak attacked him. He took a step forward and grasped his scabbard. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he jabbed at Ouyang Feng's back. Dang! A sword formation appeared under Ouyang Feng's feet. In a fluster, he turned around and blocked Xiao Chen's saber strike. Without drawing his saber, Xiao Chun materialized the flawless saber Dao, using his body as a saber. The sheathed lunar shadow saber in his hand became one with his body. Then, he swung his saber at Ouyang Feng's face at an extremely crafty angle. Ouyang Feng quickly retreated. Xiao Chen's movements were casual and unrestrained, like a heavenly steed flying in the sky. He weaved through the purple night sword formation, relying only on his saber techniques to suppress Ouyang Feng until he could not move an inch. The old man with the family name Jiao could no longer continue watching. He stepped forward and used his finger as a sword. A surging sword intent erupted endlessly and knocked Xiao Chen back. Little friend, stop here. There is no need to push things too far. Xiao Chen moved back and remained silent. The old man's words were not fair at all, making him feel very uncomfortable. However, if he could make a big problem into a small one, then he would let it go. Bastard! After hitting me, you still want to leave? Scram back. Another soaring sword hum rang out. Just as Xiao Chun turned around, Ouyang Feng charged out from behind the old man and soared into the air. 81 sword formations formed in the air around him, forming a vast array. When Xiao Chun looked up, he saw purple sword lights filling the sky, looking very mighty. Ouyang Feng stood in the sword formation, giving off a dazzling light. The sword intent in his body rose infinitely as he chopped down at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun kept his spiritual sense spread out into the surroundings at all times. He would be able to sense the slightest movement in the wind and react very quickly to Ouyang Feng's next attack. Peach blossoms bloomed, the summer sun rose, the autumn wind blew, the winter snow drifted, the flawless four seasons. All sorts of scenes flashed around Xiao Chun, cycling endlessly. Xiao Chun stood there, unmoving like a mountain. Without drawing his saber, he also sent out a saber strike, clashing with the attack. Chapter 9:54. The might of the flawless four seasons, which had already replenished spring and winter, was more than 20% stronger than before. Compared to Ouyang Feng's purple night sword formation, it was much stronger. This time, Xiao Chun did not show any mercy, using 80% of his strength. When he swung his saber, a boundless saber intent surged out, knocking Ouyang Feng, who was swinging his sword in the air, into the air. The 81 small purple night sword formations all shattered, turning into countless strands of sword qi flying in the air. The old man with the family name Jiao caught Ouyang Feng's body and checked it. Then, he could not help feeling enraged. 4 different kinds of energy wandered in Ouyang Feng's body, injuring his meridians and internal organs. Without half a year of recuperation and miraculous medicinal pills, he would not be able to recover. The other party looked like he did not have a temper, retreating time and time again. However, when he was truly enraged, he attacked very ruthlessly, nearly crippling Ouyang Feng without a sound. Little friend, don't you think you are too ruthless? The old man with the family name Jiao asked coldly as he looked at Xiao Chun. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This fellow is finished. Jiao Jintao and Ouyang Feng's father are old friends. This white-robed bladesman injured Ouyang Feng. There is no way to resolve this peacefully. I wonder how badly he injured Ouyang Feng to provoke Jiao Jintao to this extent. No one can save him. Diao Jintao is a great Grandmaster-level martial sage swordsman. He can kill him in 10 moves. What is a bladesman doing here at Sword Forging Peak? He thinks that the great Grandmaster-level martial sage will meet him. He only has himself to blame for this. Seeing Diao Jintao angry, many people started discussing him. The one-punch swordsman did not like Xiao Chun. He had a deep prejudice against swords and sabers. Xiao Chun did not feel that he had done anything wrong. There was a limit to one's tolerance. It was impossible for him to remain calm when the other party kept attacking him. Unfortunately, he could no longer remain at this sword forging peak. He would have to go look for other blacksmiths. I attacked ruthlessly. It looks like Senior's old eyes are really blind. If you want to attack, just attack. However, it is impossible for you to make me stay. The freedom wings on Xiao Chen's back spread open, and he looked at the other party calmly, not backing down at all. Wrong was wrong. Right was right. He could not distinguish right from wrong. Even a great grandmaster did not need to give him any face. Diao Jintao was so angry that he laughed. It has been a long time since I've seen such an arrogant junior. If I cannot make you stay today, there is no need for me to continue staying in the profound domain. A surging sword intent spread out from every corner of Xiao Chen's body. Dense blue rings of light appear behind him. He now had 3,000 complete heavenly sage laws. The cultivation behind Xiao Chun made him feel an immense pressure. Sword hums could be heard from each of the light wheels. Creak. As Diao Jintao's aura reached its peak, the tightly shut gates of the manor suddenly opened. A doorman walked out and asked in a crisp voice, "Who is Xiao Chun?" "The manor lord invites you over." For a moment, everyone's gazes were attracted by the open main gate. A commotion quickly spread from the swordsmen lining up at the peak to the foot of the mountain. The gates of the sword forging manor are open. This gate has not been opened for more than 100 years, right? The last time it opened, it seemed like the profound domain's sword sovereign came personally. Only then did Master Situ open the gates. Who is this Xiao Chun? Why does he sound familiar? Even the heavily injured Ouyang Feng and Diao Jintao, who were preparing to make a move, were shocked and looked over. Is Xiao Chun here? Is the Haotian sect's white-robed Xiao Chun here? The manor lord invites you over. The doorman shouted again. The somewhat confused Xiao Chun quickly stepped forward and handed his identity token to the doorman. I am. This is my identity token. The doorman received the identity token and checked it. Then he nodded and said, It is indeed you. The manor lord has not opened the gates for 100 years. Unexpectedly, after 100 years, the one to welcome him is a bladesman. Come in, then. This time, all the swordsmen on the mountain were stunned. The one Sido Leihong welcomed was actually this bladesman. This was too shocking. Diao Jintao looked at the closed gates and muttered, I came a few times to ask Sido Leihong to help me forge a treasure sword. However, he did not even want to see me. He always dismissed me by saying that I am not fated with swords. White-robed Xiao Chun. So it is him. He is the person who kicked Di Wuk in the Sage Mark Monument 3 years ago. No wonder. He even dared to kick Di Wuk. How could he give face to a great Grandmaster-level martial sage? Ouyang Feng is really blind. I heard that he even killed the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Qin in the Primal Chaos domain. However, why did the Great Master open the gates for him? Isn't he a bladesman? Some Emperor Wu came to ask for a sword, but the Great Master blocked him at the gates. He insisted on testing his fate with swords. Without a fate with swords, no matter how powerful his backer or how much money he offered, he would not forge a sword for him. The scenery inside the mountain manor was different. The first thing that entered Xiao Chen's eyes was a courtyard filled with thousands of ancient swords. A swordsman came in through a small door. This swordsman frowned as he walked through the courtyard filled with ancient swords. Occasionally, he would make a move, pulling the ancient sword beside him. The ancient swords buzzed. As the swordsman held the sword hilt, it was like all the ancient swords in the courtyard were connected. The drifting sword chi surged in the air, forming a vast and surging sword intent that was as vast as the sea. The swordsman did not just hold one ancient sword, but 1,000 ancient swords in the courtyard. In the end, even after using all his vital qi and laws, he could not draw a single sword. All the swordsmen walking in the courtyard showed unsightly expressions. They frowned heavily, their eyes filled with confusion and confusion. Xiao Chan walked along the corridor with the doorman. As he looked at these swordsmen, he entered deep thought. This is the Manor Lord's test. Only a swordsman who can draw an ancient sword has a fate with swords. Only then can the Manor Lord forge a sword for him, the doorman explained when he saw Xiao Chen's gaze. However, since the Manor Lord personally invited you, there is no need for you to take such a test. Xiao Chen smiled. His first senior sister was right. As long as he handed over his identity medallion, he would be able to enter. After passing the courtyard filled with ancient swords, Xiao Chen did not see another sword in the mountain manor. Instead, he saw flowers, trees, courtyards, corridors, fake mountains, and many other natural beauties. The doorman brought Xiao Chen to a large hall and stopped. Wait for a while. Earlier, a fiend race girl obtained a fate with swords. The Manor Lord is currently receiving her. Xiao Chen held the lunar shadow saber and nodded, not objecting. Outside the hall, Xiao Chen chatted with the doorman. He learned many things about Sita Leihong. Only then did they realize that this Grandmaster's position in the mysterious regions, Sword Dao, had reached an unimaginable level. Without exception, all the famous swordsmen in the profound domain had swords forged by a Grandmaster. The one that people talked about the most was the divine weapon of the profound domain's sword sovereign, the Scarlet Firmament Sword. This was Situ Leihong's pinnacle work. It was also the divine weapon that made him famous throughout the Kunlun realm. Spirit weapons and secret treasures were two different systems. Compared to the former, the latter had many variations. Sabers, swords, pagodas, treasured mirrors, fans, bronze rings, palaces, and so on could all be secret treasures. Spirit weapons were much simpler, just weapons. The highest level was divine weapons. The biggest difference between secret treasures and secret treasures was that secret treasures were born from magic treasures. However, spirit weapons were unique to the martial epoch. The people who forged secret treasures and spirit weapons had different statuses. The former were known as blacksmiths, while the latter were known as blacksmiths. After this conversation, Xiao Chen did not feel bored. Instead, it broadened his horizons. Thinking of something, Xiao Chen asked, I came from the Sky Dome realm. I once heard that only 10 divine weapons are allowed to exist in the world. However, my Heavenly Saber Pavilion has always had one divine weapon, the Heavenly Universe Saber. The bellboy smiled and said, that is not quite right. It is not that only 10 divine weapons are allowed to exist. Rather, only 10 divine weapons can make it onto the divine weapon ranking. The Heavenly Universe Saber once made it onto the divine weapon ranking. However, it was no longer there long ago. If it is not on the divine weapon ranking, it will not possess divine might. At best, it will be equal to an emperor-grade secret treasure. It is not sufficient to face those primordial emperor treasures. Just as Xiao Chen was about to ask what the divine weapon ranking was, the bellboy stopped speaking and revealed a listening expression. The doorman stopped talking and revealed an attentive expression. Someone was probably transmitting a message to him. After a while, the bellboy said, that fiend race girl has already left. Please come in. Xiao Chen tidied up his appearance and looked at the lunar shadow saber that he could not draw. After calming his emotions, he pushed the door open and entered. Sit. The moment Xiao Chen entered, he heard a clear and powerful voice inviting him to sit. A middle-aged man with a scholarly air and dressed in blue robes sat in the seat in the middle. It was like a blazing flame was hidden in his body, storing up power and waiting to be unleashed. However, the expression in his eyes was as calm as autumn water, easily suppressing that berserk flame. Instead, he gave off a scholarly air. This person must be Sita Leihong. Xiao Chen felt startled. Unexpectedly, he could not make out this person's cultivation at all. Was he a great grandmaster-level martial sage, the blue-robed emperor, or was something even higher? He could not figure it out. However, Sito Leihong did not give off any aura that would put pressure on Xiao Chun. There was only a demeanor that surpassed that of a grandmaster-level martial sage circulating around his body. It was natural, not showing any signs of pretense. The most important thing was that Sito Leihong's aura was very different from what Xiao Chun imagined. After Xiao Chun sat down, a maidservant brought tea over and invited Xiao Chun to take his time. Sito Leihong sized up Xiao Chun and said, "Ing Tianzong has accepted a good student. At such a young age, he already has the air of a grandmaster. His saber soul is also considered to have reached small perfection, comparable to the disciples of the profound domains Wu Xiaotian." Lord Zhou once said that the profound domain had two peak experts, the saber sword two sovereigns. They were second only to the Thunder King, the Fox King, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, the Heaven-punishing Corpse God, and Emperor Forsaken. These were the peak sovereign martial emperors of the present age. The Ying Tianzong that Sito Leihong mentioned was the name of the Haoyan martial emperor, and Wu Xiaotian was the saber sovereign of the saber sword two sovereigns. Only someone of Sito Leihong's status could directly address these two people by their names. However, Xiao Chun had always been good at reading people's expressions. Although the Grandmaster's words were praising Xiao Chun, his tone was very calm. In other words, the Grandmaster meant that Xiao Chun could be considered a genius, barely catching his eye. Xiao Chun took a sip of tea and did not say anything. This person's standards were very high. Xiao Chun could see some suspicions from the rules he set. Chapter 955. The saber was born from the sword. For the sake of understanding the special characteristics of the saber, I'll learn some saber techniques. Little friend Xiao Chun, if you do not mind, how about we exchange pointers? Sito Leihong was not in a rush to speak. Instead, he wanted to compete with Xiao Chun in saber techniques. Sito Leihong clapped his hands, and a servant stepped forward, bringing out two undrawn sabers, not giving Xiao Chun a chance to refuse. Sito Leihong made an inviting gesture, letting Xiao Chun choose his saber first. Xiao Chun stood up and said, "If Senior is willing to bestow a move, I'm naturally willing to exchange pointers. However, I am already used to the saber in my hand. I hope you can forgive me." "As you wish, then." Sito Leihong did not feel upset about this. Instead, some appreciation flashed in his eyes as he clapped his hands. The hall suddenly started spinning, moving very quickly. Before Xiao Chun could understand what was going on, the environment before him turned into a vast drill ground. A cold saber appeared in Sito Leihong's hand. The flickering light seemed to merge with the sky, giving off a vague feeling of merging with the sky. Sito Leihong took one step and charged over to Xiao Chun. A melodious saber hum resounded everywhere. When he swung his saber, he left behind an inextinguishable saber light in the air, looking resplendent and dazzling. Xiao Chun felt mildly shocked. Although Sito Leihong had not comprehended saber intent, the saber light he condensed was no weaker than that of bladesmen with 90% comprehended saber intent. Those who were not sure would definitely mistake Sito Leihong for an expert of the saber Dao. Before Xiao Chun could think, the saber light had already arrived before him. As he grasped the lunar shadow saber, he materialized the flawless saber Dao. The saber merged with his body. When he raised his hand, it was like he had drawn a treasure saber. Dang! The scabbard blocked Sito Leihong's saber light. Shock flashed in Sito Leihong's eyes as he quickly changed his move. The sound of a volcano erupting resounded. Sito Leihong's figure flashed, and an unparalleled tyrannical saber light attacked from the right. Xiao Chun's long hair fluttered without any wind. His saber soul, which had evolved into saber intent, burst out from every corner of his body. Now, the saber was no longer restricted to the saber in his hand. The first 100 saber hums overlapped. With a twist, Xiao Chun switched from defense to offense, forcing Sito Leihong to retreat. The two of them did not intend to use any martial techniques. They relied purely on their saber techniques to fight an intense battle in the drill ground. Honestly speaking, Sita Leihong's skills with the saber were excellent. Even a proper bladesman like Xiao Chun secretly praised him. However, the other party's heart was not on the saber Dao at all. His love for the saber was fundamentally different from Xiao Chen's. Without using any martial techniques, Sita Leihong would not be able to block the flawless saber Dao, which contained all of Xiao Chen's comprehension of saber techniques. Xiao Chun tilted his body and chopped down. Boundless saber lights flickered. Using his body as a saber and his shoulder as a blade, the incredible saber technique immediately knocked Sita Leihong back. Then, Sita Leihong saw 3,000 strands of black hair flying over. Each strand was like a treasured saber. He had no choice but to take another step back. Ding! Amid the thousands of strands of saber light, a rainbow light flashed. It was Xiao Chun holding the lunar shadow saber scabbard. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he took advantage of Sita Leihong's continuous retreat to use the scabbard to tap his opponent's chest. Retreat. Xiao Chun did not truly tap Sita Leihong's chest, only gently touching him. Then, he retreated at lightning speed. Senior, there is no need to continue with this exchange, Xiao Chun said calmly as he landed on the ground. Sita Leihong felt interested in Xiao Chen's novel saber Dao. It's fine. I'm just a bladesman who changed my path halfway through my training. You cannot injure me, so just attack. There is no need to show mercy. Let's continue. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, Senior, since you do not understand the saber, why the need to be so stubborn? Sita Leihong's face sank, and the smile on his face disappeared. He said coldly, You say that I do not understand the saber? Even the profound domain's Emperor Wu would not dare to say that. Senior has a powerful treasure saber, and your saber techniques are excellent, not inferior to a first-rate bladesman's. However, if you do not understand, then you do not understand. If you truly understood, how could you not comprehend saber intent? After a long time, Sita Leihong smiled faintly and said, You have the same bad temper as Ingzong Tian. Back then, he criticized my saber techniques as worthless. That precious disciple of his praised your saber techniques in his letter. Now that I see it, it is rather unique. You created it yourself, right? What is it called? Xiao Chun answered honestly, Flawless. When Sita Leihong heard the word flawless, his expression clearly changed. Then, he smiled in disappointment and frustration. Flawless? How can there be something truly flawless in the world? I once thought that the sword was the most perfect weapon in the world. However, if it were truly flawless, how could it give birth to a weapon like the saber? A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. He said, Senior, by studying saber techniques, are you thinking of using it to make up for the sword's inadequacies, forging a truly flawless sword? That's right. The highest point of a spirit weapon is a divine weapon. I want to forge a flawless sword that surpasses a divine weapon. Unfortunately, even after 100 years, I have not made any progress. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about you. Sita Leihong waved his hand, and the world spun around. The scene before Xiao Chun returned to the Great Hall. Sita Leihong's cultivation was unfathomable. With such means, Xiao Chun was not surprised. He handed the lunar shadow saber to Sita Leihong and said, I would like Senior help me take a look at this saber. Sita Leihong received the lunar shadow saber and casually drew it. A resplendent saber light lit up the entire Great Hall, dazzling everyone. When Sita Leihong drew the lunar shadow saber by 1 centimeter, Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed drastically. Sita Leihong reacted very quickly withdrawing the saber with a clang. Xiao Chen had tried to draw the lunar shadow saber many times, but he could not. Furthermore, Su Xiaoxiao said that the embryo soul in the saber was extremely weak. The saber could not see light, so Xiao Chun did not try to draw it again. Unexpectedly, Sita Leihong managed to draw it easily. Xiao Chun quickly stepped forward and asked, Senior, is the embryo soul in there fine? Sita Leihong put down the lunar shadow saber and said, It's fine. It is not that weak. You came to me because you want to nourish the embryo soul into an item spirit, right? Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Senior, do you have a way? If it were an ordinary saber, it would be easy for me to nourish an item spirit, even though I'm a swordsmith. It would not take much effort. However, this one is somewhat problematic. Xiao Chun said calmly, Senior, just be straightforward. Just tell me the conditions you need. I do not have any hopes of achieving them immediately. Situ Leihong grasped the lunar shadow saber again and said, The rare divine materials of the world are nothing to me. I do not lack any of them. On account of Ing Tianzong, I will help you pay for them. However, there are 3 things that you will have to find on your own. Which 3? Soul returning grass, Permitha flower, and 3 life stone. Xiaochen stood up and said, Many thanks, Senior. If I find these 3 things, will I be able to summon back the item spirit? What's wrong? You doubt my ability? Without the embryo soul, I would not dare to say that. However, since I said it, I naturally have complete confidence. Situ Leihong showed displeasure on his face. Xiao Chen rejoiced. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, Many thanks, Senior. I will never forget this favor. Xiao Chen will definitely repay it in the future. Don't be in a rush to leave. Situ Leihong stopped Xiao Chen. Then he smiled and said, On account of Ing Tianzong, I can help you pay for the divine materials. However, helping you summon back the item spirit is not free. Earlier, when the Fox King's adoptive daughter came over, I did not help her for free. Senior, please speak your mind. Situ Leihong said, In the profound domain, there is a sword school ranking and a saber school ranking. They have been passed down since the ancient era. Right now, they are in the hands of the sword sovereign, Lu Xiaoyun, and the saber sovereign, Wu Xiaodian. The ranking happens once every 10 years. Every time, it attracts the attention of the profound domain's bladesmen and swordsmen. There are still 4 months before the 2 rankings begin. The top 10 of the Saber School ranking will obtain a piece of 10,000-year-old flame gold. I want you to help me get it. Xiao Chen thought for a while before replying. 10,000-year-old flame gold? I will personally hand it to Senior 4 months later. Situ Leihong smiled and said, Your tone is really big. Do you think that there is no one in my profound domain? This Saber School ranking does not prohibit the older generation cultivators from participating. As long as one is not the blue-robed emperor, one can participate. Senior, just wait for the good news. Goodbye. When Xiao Chen walked out of the door, he felt like he had forgotten something. Suddenly, he recalled that Situ Leihong said that the fiend race girl who came first was the Fox King's adoptive daughter. The Fox King's adoptive daughter? Isn't that Bai? Xiao Chun turned around and prepared to enter the Great Hall to ask Situ Leihong about it. Who knew? The doors were tightly shut. No matter how he pushed them, they would not open. Ha! Young master, the manor lord already has a new guest. I'll bring you out, the bellboy said to Xiao Chun with a smile when he appeared. Xiao Chun sighed. Xiao Bai had made a trip here, but they had to brush past each other. What a pity. However, he had proper matters to attend to now. He had to ask Ing Xiong about the soul-returning grass, the Permitha flower, and the 3 life stone. He also had to figure out the matter of the Saber School ranking. Inside the Great Hall, right after Xiao Chen left, the Haoyan Emperor silently appeared. Zong Tian, this disciple of yours is really fearless. He does not care about the Saber School ranking at all. He did not even ask where the soul-returning grass, the 3 life stone, and the Permitha flower are before agreeing. Situ Leihong smiled faintly. He was not surprised at Ing Zongtian's appearance at all. Or rather, Ing Zongtian had arrived long ago. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, Little Lei, it has been so many years since we last met, but you are still as black-hearted as before. You got my disciple to obtain the 10,000-year-old flame crystal and the Fox King's adoptive daughter to obtain the 10,000-year-old essence iron from the Sword School ranking. Just by opening your mouth, you obtained both items. Situ Leihong's face turned black in the blink of an eye. How many times have I said it? Don't call me Little Lei. I'm already more than 200 years old. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, What's wrong? You are not convinced? If you're not convinced, then reincarnate earlier. I'm an old monster over 2,000 years old. Even if you live another 100 years, you will still be called Little Lei. Good, good, good. I can't beat you. Let's talk about proper matters. How confident are you of breaking through to sovereign martial emperor? Situ Leihong stopped arguing and asked about another matter. Originally, I was 100% confident. However, there were some problems with the three holy masters. It is hard to say whether they will make a move or not. Situ Leihong raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong? Is it because of that brat earlier?" That's right. The three holy masters are certain that they are not willing to see the Qing emperor's descendant rise up. However, you are standing out to support him. Aren't you just finding trouble for yourself? Ing Zongqian did not seem to mind. He said somewhat casually, "It is not difficult to become a sovereign martial emperor. It is also not difficult to become a powerful sovereign martial emperor like the Thunder King or Emperor Forsaken. However, if you go any higher, it is a dead end. No one can reach it." Chapter 956. What was above a powerful, sovereign martial emperor? Naturally, it was the legendary martial god. However, everyone knew that there were no martial gods in the world. Even someone as strong as the Qing emperor, unrivaled in his era, was not a martial god. Even someone like the Thunder King, who had lived for more than 10,000 years and was publicly recognized as the strongest expert in the world, was not a martial god. Situ Leihong could tell from Ing Zongtian's words that he was very ambitious. Even powerful experts like the Thunder King and Emperor Forsaken had not become his goal. Could it be that you want to become a martial god? Your goal is too unrealistic. Ing Zongtian withdrew the smile on his face. His tone turned somewhat grave as he said, "Martial god? I have never thought of it before. After accumulating for 1,000 years, I have already reached my limits. Even after exhausting all my potential, I will only reach the level of Emperor Forsaken. I only want to know what kind of cultivation realm martial god is." The ancient sages were too ruthless. If they left, then so be it. In the end, they did not even leave behind a word. They even erased all traces of themselves in the Kunlun realm, not leaving any information behind, abandoning the entire Kunlun realm. I have nothing else to ask for in this life. I just want to know what kind of existence that cultivation realm is. I only want one person to reach that realm. Don't be too ruthless. Just tell me what kind of cultivation realm it is. Situ Leihong could hear the sorrow in Ing Zongtian's words. After accumulating for 1,000 years, if he became a sovereign personage, he would immediately become an expert on the level of the Sword Sovereign or the Saber Sovereign, even stronger than the three holy masters. However, even such a talented person still filled his heart with doubts. Even Situ Leihong himself could not be sure if there were martial gods in this world. He could not be sure if there was a peak above the peak. Was the end of the martial epic a dead end? This was the sorrow in Ing Zongtian's heart. However, it was also the sorrow of all the cultivators in the Kunlun realm. What was a dead end? You had to put in a lot of effort, cutting your way through brambles and thorns, climbing your way up, experiencing hundreds of battles, undergoing 9 tribulations. However, even standing at the peak, you still could not escape death. So what if someone as strong as the Thunder King did not die for 10,000 years? In the end, he still remained in seclusion, staring at the sky and waiting for death. Why was it that the path ahead was already at an end, no path left to walk? Above the peak, there was no undying existence. Situ Leihong waved his hand and said, "Let's change the topic. This topic is too depressing." Ing Tianzong smiled and said, "You want the 10,000-year-old flame crystal and the 10,000-year-old essence iron to forge the flawless sword, right? How is it going? Let me see." An object that looked like a fire stick appeared in Situ Leihong's mind. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Let's not talk about this. Let's continue. This topic is rather heavy. In that case, I will get down to business. You helped Lu Xiaoyan forge his divine weapon. He still owes you a favor, right? Give him to me. Get him to protect me and successfully advance to Sovereign Martial Emperor." Situ Leihong cursed. "Damn, you are really ruthless. This is what I used to save my life. Rather than talking about this, you might as well talk about the flawless sword." Situ Leihong's swordsmithing skills were unparalleled in the world. Any faction that obtained his swordsmithing skills would benefit them greatly. Who knew how many experts had designs on him? Naturally, Sita Leihong was able to survive until now because he helped others forge swords and received many favors. Of all these, his greatest reliance was the sword sovereign, Lu Xiaoyan. Everyone knew that the divine weapon in the sword sovereign's hand was forged by Sita Leihong. If anyone dared to touch him, they would definitely suffer the revenge of the sword sovereign, Lu Xiaoyan. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, "Little Lei, are you being silly again? After I become a sovereign martial emperor, do I still need Lu Xiaoyan to protect you?" That's right. After 1,000 years of accumulations, once you advance to sovereign martial emperor, you will not be inferior to Lu Xiaoyan, Sita Leihong said in understanding. Let's go. It's settled then. Space fluctuated, and Ing Zongtian vanished from the hall. Everything returned to normal, as if he had never been there. Sita Leihong felt somewhat confused as he said, "Why do I feel like I got cheated?" "He's coming out. Xiao Chun is coming out." The gates of the manor opened. Before the doorman's respectful gaze, a white figure appeared before everyone. A bladesman actually managed to enter the sword-forging manor. Furthermore, Master Situ invited him in from the main gates. Everyone's gazes were filled with one word: jealousy. Diao Jintao stepped forward and blocked Xiao Chun, who had just stepped out of the steps. He glared at Xiao Chun angrily. "Brat, it is time to settle the debt between us." After obtaining the method to save Ao Jiao, Xiao Chun was in a good mood. When facing this unreasonable Diao Jintao, he started to think of other ways to deal with this. Xiao Chun needed to search for the soul-returning grass, the Permetha flower, and the 3 life stone. In the profound domain, he had already offended the Medicine God Valley's people. If he offended another great Grandmaster-level martial sage, it would be somewhat problematic. Even if Xiao Chun could leave now, it would not be a solution if Xiao Chun found news of him in the future and chased after him. Suddenly, Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and thought of a countermeasure. He said, "Old sir, there is no need to make things difficult for this little friend. As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than keep it alive. There is no deep hatred between us. I merely touched your nephew lightly." Ouyang Feng wanted to vomit blood in his heart. "What do you mean by touched lightly? You beat me until I cannot get out of bed for half a year." Diao Jintao said coldly. "Are you joking? Do you think that you can settle this matter with just a few words?" Xiao Chun hugged the lunar shadow saber and smiled calmly. "Not at all. Old Sir's cultivation is deep and surging. Your sword chi is like a great river, and your peak sword intent is boundlessly sharp. I wonder how old you are?" Diao Jintao felt slightly pleased. "This old man has cultivated for 400 years. How can you compare to me? It will be easy for me to keep you here." Xiao Chun said regretfully, "In that case, you only have 100 years left to live. Martial sages could live for up to 500 years. As long as there were no accidents like a problem with their cultivation, getting severely injured by their enemies, or using a forbidden martial technique, they could live to 500 years old. 500 years was a long time for the people of the mundane world. However, to cultivators, especially strong cultivators, it could only be said in one sentence: there would always be an end. If one could not break through to the blue-robed Emperor realm and extend one's lifespan to 1,000 years, no matter how unfathomable one's strength was, one would eventually turn to dust. This was especially so for people like Diao Jintao, who had reached great Grandmaster-level martial sage, but was still a distance away from the blue-robed Emperor realm. Their yearning for the mundane world far surpassed that of cultivators of other cultivation realms. Xiao Chen's words immediately exposed Diao Jintao's weakness. His rage flared up in an instant. "Old sir, there is no need to get angry. This Xiao is willing to use a longevity fruit to resolve this grudge." Xiao Chun tossed out a piece of shocking news. The words longevity fruit immediately excited Diao Jintao. "You are saying that you have a longevity fruit?" Among the long line of swordsmen, several Grandmaster-level martial swordsmen felt restless. Now, when they looked at Xiao Chun, they no longer had the same envious expression as before. Instead, they now had an undisguised murderous intent. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and tossed a longevity fruit from his universe ring to Jiao Jintao. Jiao Jintao caught it, his eyes filled with excitement. Ouyang Feng dragged his heavily injured body to the side. He called out a few times, but Xiao Chun did not reply. It really is a longevity fruit. A longevity fruit that can extend one's lifespan by 100 years. Ha ha ha. Now, I might have hope of breaking through to the blue-robed emperor realm. Jiao Jintao could not help laughing out loud as his emotions surged. Then, he quickly put away the longevity fruit. Uncle, you won't abandon this nephew's grudge just because of a longevity fruit, right? Ouyang Feng could not help feeling anxious when he saw Jiao Jintao's overjoyed expression. Jiao Jintao put away the longevity fruit and reprimanded with a stern expression. How can you say that? You repeatedly made things difficult for young Master Xiao, insulting him and attacking him. Xiao Chen only gently touched you. He is so magnanimous, yet you are not grateful. Instead, you talk about a grudge. I feel ashamed for your father. After that, Jiao Jintao turned around and performed a cup fist salute. Young Master Xiao, my nephew was wrong in today's matter. As his senior, I apologize to you. This time, Ouyang Feng was truly angered to the point of vomiting blood. Without miraculous medicine, I will not be able to recover in half a year. What do you mean by gently touching me? Ouyang Feng raged in his heart. He said angrily, Uncle, can you be more shameless? He just called you an old fogey and called you blind. Pa! Right after Ouyang Feng spoke, Jiao Jintao slapped him across the face. Pa! Ouyang Feng flew back and rolled down the mountain like a rock. Ouyang Feng had just suppressed his internal injuries. Now, he was in so much pain that he hovered between life and death. His miserable cries filled the entire mountain, a tragic sight to behold. An outstanding youth filled with confidence came here to seek a fate with swords. In the end, he ended up in such a state, getting slapped away by his own uncle. This made one sigh. Jiao Jintao felt depressed. This Ouyang Feng was really not on the right path. Even now, he still could not see the situation clearly. I gave Ouyang Feng a way out of this embarrassing situation, yet he ended up blaming me. One longevity fruit was 100 years of lifespan, 200 years of lifespan. So what if he was called an old blind man? No matter how harsh the insult was, he would still accept it. Furthermore, what Xiao Chun said was right. There is no deep hatred. It was better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Jiao Jintao turned around and revealed a smile like the spring breeze to Xiao Chun. Young Master Xiao, it's time to go. This old man will prepare a generous gift for your king conferral ceremony half a year from now. If you are fortunate enough to break through to the blue-robed emperor realm, I will definitely thank you again. Damn, how shameless. Shameless. Truly shameless. He is a great Grandmaster level swordsman. How can he change his mind at a whim, falling out with him at a whim? The group of young swordsmen immediately started cursing, feeling that Ouyang Feng was not worthy of this. However, the group of old Grandmaster level martial sages had already surrounded Xiao Chun. All of them had smiles on their faces as they continuously praised Xiao Chun. Young Master Xiao is truly a talented person with an extraordinary air. I have been unhappy with that Ouyang Feng for a long time now. He attacked young Master Xiao without distinguishing right from wrong. He is a scum and should be taught a ruthless lesson. Do you still have any longevity fruits? Can you give us old man one? The white-robed king's magnanimity is indeed worth learning by the younger generation. It would be great if the younger generation could all be like the white-robed king. The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. He truly lives up to being someone that Master Sidhu personally summoned. All sorts of praises rained down on Xiao Chun like cannon fire, toppling mountains and overturning seas. When these old men saw Xiao Chun casually give a longevity fruit to Jiao Jintao, their eyes turned bloodshot with anxiety. They all spoke up, begging Xiao Chun to give him another longevity fruit. Xiao Chun found it funny. These people's earlier words were still ringing in his ears. Now that he saw their performance, it was a great mockery. Chapter 9:57. However, Everything was within expectations. This was the effect that Xiaochen wanted. He smiled faintly and suppressed the voices of the crowd. Old sirs, please don't get agitated. This Xiao no longer has any longevity fruits on me. Even if you kill me, you will not be able to get one. Once those words were spoken, one could clearly see the disappointment on the faces of the many old men. Xiaochen paused for a while before continuing. Just because I do not have any longevity fruits on me does not mean that I do not have any more. Truth be told, I obtained 10 longevity fruits by chance in an immortal sect remnant in the primal chaos domain's heavenly ruin wasteland. Aside from the one that I gave to old Mr. Diao, I handed the remaining 9 to the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. Half a month from now, the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion will hold a small Grandmaster level auction to auction off these longevity fruits. There are still 9 left. The old men surrounding Xiao Chun immediately rekindled their hope. Several of the old men looked at Xiao Chun with malicious intent. They did not believe him and wanted to kill him to snatch his treasures. Xiao Chun saw all this. His heart was as clear as a mirror. He smiled faintly and said, I hope that everyone will attend the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's auction half a month from now. I once said that great Grandmaster level experts cannot stop me. I was not speaking carelessly. If you want to keep this Xiao Chen here, don't overthink it. The freedom wings on Xiao Chen's back unfurled. He had already prepared the magic skill, so close yet world apart. Instantly excited, he took a step forward and crossed hundreds of kilometers. He really disappeared. I can't sense his aura anymore. Xiao Chen was indeed not bragging. Great Grandmaster level martial sages cannot stop him. Longevity fruits. Unexpectedly, this old man managed to run into such a natural treasure in his lifetime. I have to obtain it at all costs. It looks like I can only sell the divine materials for forging weapons. Otherwise, I will not be able to buy longevity fruits. Several old men left Sword Forging Peak, preparing for the longevity fruit auction that would take place half a month later. Hundreds of kilometers away, Xiao Chun landed on a small mountain peak. He revealed a satisfied smile on his face. He had 20 longevity fruits in his hands. He took out 1 longevity fruit to resolve his grudge and advertise at the same time. He could definitely afford it. After all, it was a trade without any cost. Given Sword Forging Peak's position in the profound domain, the news of the longevity fruit appearing would spread throughout the entire profound domain in less than 3 days. At that time, the many older generation Grandmaster level martial sages would all take action. None of the older generation great Grandmaster level martial sages would care about their lifespans. 9 longevity fruits would definitely fetch a good price. He might not even have to search for the 3 life stone, soul returning grass, and Permithaw flower. He could use the black astral coins to purchase them. It was a small move, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Resurrection flower, equinox grass, 3 live stone. Xiao Chun had never heard of any of the 3 items. However, based on their names, he vaguely felt that they might be in the ghost domain or that he might have to make a trip to the 9 Hells Purgatory. As for the specifics, Xiao Chun would have to ask Ing Qiong. He could also ask about the matter of the Saber School ranking. Calculating the time, Kim Tae-ho and Lord Jiu should have already arrived at the Ing clan's headquarters in the profound domain, Qin City. Xiao Chun thought for a while and gave up on going to Qin City. Right now, his identity was somewhat sensitive. It would be better to send someone to inform Ing Qiong. The profound domain was much larger than the primal chaos domain. On the surface, it looked much calmer. At the very least, there would not be any loose cultivators brazenly walking the streets. However, the factions here were much more complicated and vast than in the primal chaos domain. The profound domain was independent of the 5 domains. There were many noble clans of the ghost race, corpse race, human race, and fiend race. They were all like the sovereign noble clans of the human race. They did not submit to the jurisdiction of the major factions of their own domain. So they left and came to this profound domain to establish themselves. After tens of thousands of years of development, this place already had its own unique background, becoming the center of the entire Kunlun realm. Not only were there many local factions, but the Bushin Palace, the Corpse God Palace, the Deity Domain, and the Fiend Race had also extended their influence into this place, making it even more complicated. There were countless experts, including several sovereign martial emperors. However, there were only two publicly recognized as the strongest: the Saber Sovereign, Wu Xiaotian, and the Sword Sovereign, Lu Xiaoyan. There were many Saber Sovereigns in this world, such as the Northern Sea Saber Sovereign, the Ice Saber Sovereign, and the Primal Chaos Saber Sovereign. However, only Wu Xiaotian dared to call himself the Saber Sovereign without any prefixes. The Sword Sovereign, Lu Xiaoyan, was the same. The two of them were publicly recognized as the strongest in the Kunlun realm when it came to using the saber and the sword. This Lu Xiaoyan was not the Lu Xiaoyan that Shao Chun met in the Sky Dome realm. They had different names, and the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Shao Chun had been to the Profound Domain a few times. His understanding of the Profound Domain was limited to the bits of information he had obtained. Now that he was on a tall mountain, he looked around. He did not know where he was or which faction governed this place. Shao Chun chose the nearest city and put away the Freedom Wings. Then, he started to make his way. After 4 hours, he arrived at a towering city gate. Heavenly Cauldron City. There were 3 ancient and vast words written on the city gates. The strokes were like dragons and snakes, looking very imposing. Shao Chun muttered them aloud. Heavenly Cauldron City was about the same size as Qin City, which Shao Chun had been to before. It was second only to the Sky City in the center of the Profound Domain, Leisure Feather City. After entering the city gate, Shao Chun discovered that there were an absurd number of bladesmen in the city. He even vaguely felt like he was in Saber City at the foot of the Sky Dome Realm's Heavenly Saber Pavilion. As a bladesman, Shao Chun did not find this unsuitable. On the contrary, he was already used to this feeling. When Shao Chun entered the largest inn in the city, he was told that all the private rooms and VIP rooms were taken. All the independent courtyards were sold out long ago, leaving only a few of the lowest quality guest rooms. Excuse me, but the city lord's young master recently organized a tea party, meeting friends over tea and discussing the Tao with the saber. He invited all the famous bladesmen in the world, resulting in overcrowding. Only the lower rooms are left. At the table, Shao Chun casually drank wine. Then, he took a sip and put down his wine cup. That's fine. Lower rooms it is. What's wrong? Does the city lord have a great background? He is just a young master, and he dares to invite all the bladesmen in the world? The waiter smiled and said, "Of course. This city lord is a famous bladesman in the Tianwu domain. He is already a blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, Heavenly Cauldron City is one of the holy lands for bladesmen in the Profound Domain. Do you think he has a great background? However, this is nothing. At the very least, in the Profound Domain, even Emperor Wu would not dare to say that he can do as he pleases. The truly incredible one is the young city lord, Bai Lang. His talent is outstanding. The Saber Sovereign took a liking to him and accepted him as his final disciple. Do you think he is qualified to invite all the bladesmen in the world? This tea party has been passed down for a long time. It is as famous as the Sword Dao tea party held by the Sword Sovereign's inheritors and is widely sought after." The waiter sounded very pleased with himself. Clearly, as a local, he felt somewhat dissatisfied with Shao Chen's question. Shao Chen smiled and did not refute the waiter. However, he felt somewhat depressed in his heart. He invited all the famous bladesmen in the world, but why did he not receive an invitation? However, this resentment passed in a flash. After Shao Chun drank the wine, he tossed it to the back of his mind. "Go and help me prepare a lower room. After that, I still have something to do and need you to run errands for me. You should know about the faction that circulates letters in the city, right?" The waiter chuckled and said, "Preparing a room is part of my job. This little one definitely knows where to circulate letters. However, this is not part of my job." That Shao Chun tossed out a black astral coin and asked, "Is that enough?" In the primal chaos domain, Shao Chun had killed many martial sages. Although Shao Chun had left the spatial rings with Lord Jiu, He had taken the astral coins and divine materials in them for himself. The items that Lord Jiao had gone to the Ying clan to deal with were the black goods in the spatial rings. In terms of total value, they were much higher than the astral coins that Xiao Chen had taken. Xiao Chen now had more than 2 million black astral coins, a huge sum. Tossing out one black astral coin was more than enough. The waiter happily received the black astral coin and repeatedly said good. Then, he quickly went to prepare a room for Xiao Chen. In merely 3 days, after receiving the letter, Ying Qiong arrived at the appointed time. Xiao Chen casually looked around and discovered 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages hidden in the surroundings. Having learned his lesson, Ying Qiong was much more cautious than before. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages appeared. This showed that the power struggle among the Ying clan's younger generation had reached a peak. Young Master Xiao, you really do not ask for this little girl's help. You can't even bear to meet me. Ying Qiong sat down and looked at Xiao Chen with a resentful look. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Don't give me that. If you were a little girl, then there would be no women in the world." Ying Qiong's expression turned serious as she scolded. "You fellow, your mouth is still as venomous as before. That auction was something you decided to hold on your own, right? Are you not afraid that I will fall out with you and prevent you from continuing the auction?" Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and said with some pity, "In that case, never mind. I was just preparing to give you 3 longevity fruits as a thank you gift after the auction. It looks like you do not care for them." Ying Qiong's mouth gaped open slightly as she asked in a low voice, "You fellow, just how many longevity fruits do you have? Don't tell me you even snatched a longevity tree? You overestimate me. With my strength, how could I capture a longevity tree? However, I do have quite a few longevity fruits. Since you agreed to hold the auction, I will definitely give you the 3 longevity fruits as promised." Ying Qiong revealed a suspicious expression. "Are you that kind? Why do I feel that something is wrong?" Xiao Chen said softly, "Don't think too badly of me. I do not wish for the Ying clan to end up in the hands of someone I am not familiar with. In the future, you will be in charge of the Ying clan. It will be much easier for me to handle some matters. The 3 longevity fruits will allow you to recruit 3 experts. That should be of some help to you." Ying Qiong smiled craftily and said, "How come I heard that someone took away the king-grade secret treasures of the Yin clan, Jiang clan, and Lin clan science? You are afraid of offending the Ying clan, offending the 4 sovereign noble clans of the human race, right?" Xiao Chen smiled embarrassedly and said, "Whatever you say. If you are willing to hold the auction, then let's settle it. I can hand the longevity fruits to you now. How can I reject benefits that are delivered to my doorstep? That's right. I already helped your 2 friends with their matters. However, I did not earn a single cent. That fatso is not doing business. What a waste of his eloquence." Xiao Chen smiled and casually handed the box containing the longevity fruits to Ying Qiong. Ying Qiong checked the box for a while. Then, her eyes turned into crescent moons, and she smiled like a flower. "What else is there? Just say it all at once. I don't believe that you will give me something for free." Chapter 958. 3 life stone, soul returning grass, and permetha flower. Help me ask around for these 3 things. If you can buy them directly, no matter the price, I will buy them. If you cannot buy them directly, then tell me where I can find them. Ying Qiong frowned slightly and asked, "What are those things? I have been in the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion for so long, but I have never heard of them before." Xiao Chen's heart sank. To think that even Ying Qiong had not heard of them. It looked like these 3 things would not be easy to find. However, don't worry. The Heavenly Mystery Pavilion is in charge of intelligence. I should be able to find them. I will let you know after I ask around. Ying Qiong consoled. Xiao Chen relaxed slightly. He said, "One last question. How much do you know about the Saber School ranking? Tell me in detail." Ying Qiong gave Xiao Chen a strange look and asked, "Didn't you come to Heavenly Cauldron City to participate in the tea party? How come you don't even know this?" The series of questions made Xiao Chen feel somewhat embarrassed. I got lost. I just casually chose Heavenly Cauldron City. As for the tea party, I did not receive an invitation at all." Ying Qiong burst out laughing. He could not help laughing at Xiao Chen's explanation. To think that Xiao Chen chose Heavenly Cauldron City because he got lost. After the explanation, Xiao Chun understood what the Saber School ranking was about. It was about the same as what Sido Lei Hong had said. However, it was more detailed. The Saber School ranking and the Sword School ranking were extremely famous in a profound domain. The Saber School ranking only recorded 50 people. Those who could make it onto the Saber School ranking were all experts with Grandmaster-level combat prowess. Since the Saber School ranking did not reject older generation cultivators from participating, it was extremely valuable. Over the years, the young bladesmen who could make it onto the Saber School ranking would become famous everywhere, praised by everyone. In other words, this Saber School ranking represented the strongest bladesmen under the blue-robed emperor. This was not an exaggeration at all. The Saber School ranking and the Sword School ranking changed every 10 years. Now it was almost 10 years. As for the Tea Party, both clans held it. The inheritors of the Saber Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign would host it. Firstly, it was to strengthen their reputation and discuss the Tao while drinking tea. Secondly, it was to see who among the younger generation had the potential to make it into the top 10 of the Saber School ranking. Over the years, there had been many youths who could make it onto the Saber School ranking. They had killed their way out of a group of older generation bladesmen and made a name for themselves. However, there were very few youths in the top 10. It could be said that there were none, unless the participating bladesmen could not gather 10 great Grandmaster-level martial sages. Those who occupied the top 10 were all great Grandmaster-level existences. However, the more difficult it was, the more impossible it was. If a member of the younger generation could enter the top 10, that would be a testament to their strength. Chun and Si, Sage, and a Sage Martial, and Spirit Sage would also master. Wiccan World. After Xiao Chun heard that, his expression could not help but turn grave. It turned out that the top 10 were so difficult to obtain. One had to challenge a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. No wonder when Sidu Lei Hong heard Xiao Chun agree, he revealed a mocking expression. Opponents at the level of great Grandmaster-level martial sage were indeed not easy to deal with. At the very least, Xiao Chun's chances of victory were slim. What's wrong? It looks like you want to make it into the top 10? Ying Qiong smiled and said, Hee, that is not easy. In the past few Saber School rankings, no one from the younger generation managed to make it into the top 10. However, it might be possible this time. The Saber Sovereign's mysterious disciple, Wen Xiren, is very promising. Wen Xiren? That's right. One of the main reasons why this tea party is so popular is that Bai Lang invited this mysterious bladesman. Of course, this is just hearsay. Whether this person will come or not is still a mystery. Xiao Chun poured himself another cup of wine and smiled. Whether he comes or not has nothing to do with me. I do not have an invitation, so I cannot go to this tea party. Actually, I can help you get an invitation. However, you have to agree to one of my requests. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows. Then, he thought of something and was about to agree. However, when he thought about how strange this girl was, he did not know what request she would make. Xiao Chun swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. There's no need. Just help me complete the request. I'll wait for your news. Then, Xiao Chun put down the wine cup and turned to leave. Ying Qiong clenched his teeth and said, Bastard, will it kill you to ask someone seriously? While it was unfortunate that Xiao Chun could not participate in the tea party, it was not to the point where he had to participate. After returning to his room, Xiao Chun had some free time. So, he took out the last Heavenly Soul Pearl. This was the highest-ranked Heavenly Soul Pearl he had. Originally, Xiao Chun had prepared to consume it long ago. However, he had not been able to do so. Now that he was free, he forgot about it. Coincidentally, he still needed some time to wait for Ying Qiong's news. Consuming this pearl to strengthen himself was just right. Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and overlapped his hands. The Heavenly Soul Pearl floated above his palm. Then, he silently circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, slowly consuming the energy contained in it. The light of the white jade heaven soul pearl dimmed, but the dermic powers in the sea of consciousness were boiling like a volcano. They surged and spread across the entire sea of consciousness at a visible speed. Xiao Qian's heart skipped a beat. The growth of the magic power in his sea of consciousness was beyond his expectations. If it continued to grow, his sea of consciousness would soon be filled with magic power. Due to the limitation of the realm, one's magic power would not be able to grow. He was not an orthodox immortal cultivator, but the dragon infant in his body had formed. Xiao Chun estimated that his immortal cultivator level had reached the nascent soul realm. There were still the nascent soul formation, Mahayana, void refinement, Mahayana, and tribulation crossing. In reality, there were only 4 realms: nascent soul transformation, void refinement, and great realization. The immortal epic no longer existed. This world no longer had tribulations to undergo, so it was impossible for an immortal lord to appear. Immortal monarchs were the legendary immortals. They had the same lifespan as the heavens. Any random immortal monarch would have the strength of the Thunder King. Most importantly, they would be able to achieve immortality, escape from the 6 paths reincarnation, and live forever. Just think about the 3,000 immortal monarchs of the immortal epic. That was a legendary and glorious age. Above immortal monarchs were immortal ancestors and immortal kings. No one in the martial epic could match that level of strength. Perhaps only the legendary martial god could make people associate him with a martial god. Perhaps he could compare. However, it was pointless to say anything now. The heavenly Tao had changed, and it was already the martial epic. Even if one had a fortuitous encounter and great luck, walking the path of immortal cultivation in this age, one would not be able to become an immortal. If one could successfully climb to the void refinement realm, that would be the limit. There would be no exceptions. When Xiao Chan finished absorbing the jade-white heavenly soul pearl, his sea of consciousness was already completely filled. His magic energy reached the limit, reaching the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and felt the abundant magic energy. On one hand, he felt incredibly joyful. On the other hand, he felt somewhat vexed. How to reach the nascent soul realm became a difficult problem for Xiao Chun. With a thought, the chubby little blue dragon in his dantian flew out. When the blue dragon landed on Xiao Chen's palm, it was like a clone. Xiao Chun could control this little dragon's every move. The blue dragon Yuanying had its own senses. It could sense everything it saw and felt. This characteristic was no different from a Yuanying's. However, if one were to say that this blue dragon was Xiao Chen's Yuanying, the immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea would all laugh themselves to death. Xiao Chun simply did not know how to make this little fellow undergo a metamorphosis and advance to the nascent soul realm. After withdrawing the Yuanying into his body, Xiao Chun stopped thinking about this problem. Right now, the magic energy in his sea of consciousness was more than enough for him to use. When necessary, he could make up for the lack of law energy. Naturally, he would have an additional trump card compared to others. If he ran into a cultivator with a higher cultivation, he would not have to fear a battle of attrition. 3 days later, the waiter brought an envelope to Xiao Chun in. The envelope contained information from Ying Qiang. After Xiao Chun read it, his expression turned extremely grave. It was as he had guessed. The 3 life stone, the soul returning grass, and the Permitha flower were indeed in the ghost race's 9 layers of purgatory. These 3 items would not be sold on the market. The envelope did mention where these 3 items might be. However, Ying Qiang strongly advised Xiao Chun not to go. Xiao Chun put away the envelope and looked at the lunar shadow saber in his hand in a daze. Even though he knew that even the ghost race did not dare to go to the 9 layers of purgatory, how could he not go? There was also an invitation hidden in the envelope. When Xiao Chun opened it, it was the invitation to the Saber Dao Tea Party. Xiao Chun could not help laughing hoarsely. This woman still remembers how good I was to her. Getting into the top 10 of the Saber School ranking was Sido Lei Hong's condition for helping. Naturally, Xiao Chun wanted to go to the Saber Dao Tea Party if he could. He wanted to understand the strength of his opponents in the same generation and obtain more information. This would be helpful for him to get into the top 10. The location of the tea party was the Heavenly Cauldron Plaza in Heavenly Cauldron City. It occupied a vast area and was very grand. Normally, many bladesmen gathered there, making it an extraordinarily bustling place. Only the young city lord, Bai Lang, will be able to reserve the entire Heavenly Cauldron Plaza for a tea party. Just as Xiao Chan left the inn while holding the invitation, someone called out to him. When he turned his head to look, he saw that it was someone familiar from the Tianwu domain. This person was Feng Xingxing, the top bladesman of the younger generation in the 18 southern provinces of the Tianwu domain. Although Xiao Chan had suppressed this title long ago, Feng Xingxing was now famous. However, now that Xiao Chan had become famous, he was a famous bladesman of the Tianwu domain. It was not strange to meet him here. Feng Xingxing walked over quickly and laughed loudly. I just knew that Brother Xiao would come. Others say that you're not a bladesman. You will definitely come to prove yourself. Feng Xingxing's words came out of nowhere. When Xiao Chun heard this, he found it strange. He asked doubtfully, Brother Feng, what do you mean by that? Why do I have to prove myself? This question startled Feng Xingxing. Could it be that Brother Xiao Chun did not hear what the Heavenly Cauldron City's young city lord said? What did he say? Someone once asked him if he would invite Brother Xiao to the tea party. He said that he would not. He said that you are famous, but you no longer use the saber. The white-robed bladesman is just an empty title. If you do not even have a saber, how can you be called a bladesman? Since you're not a bladesman, naturally, he would not invite you. This revelation stunned Xiao Chun. It turned out that there was such a reason why he did not receive an invitation. It looked like Ying Qiong had put in a lot of effort to help him obtain an invitation. Bai Lang, I should get to know this person. He might be interesting. When Xiao Chen heard this, he did not get angry. Instead, he felt some anticipation for this tea party. Chapter 959. Brother Xiao, are you all right? Bai Lang is a straightforward person. As a disciple of the Saber Sovereign, it is unavoidable for him to be somewhat arrogant. Seeing Xiao Chun remain silent, Feng Xingxing asked somewhat nervously. It looked like this was indeed his first time hearing this. He feared that Xiao Chun would get angry and cause a ruckus at the tea party. Xiao Chen took out the invitation and smiled. This is indeed my first time hearing this. However, I already have an invitation. If you do not mind, I will go with Brother Feng. When Feng Xingxing saw the situation, he heaved a sigh of relief. Naturally, I do not mind. It is a blessing to attend this tea party with Brother Xiao. Many cultivators dressed as bladesmen headed for the Heavenly Cauldron Plaza in the middle of the city. At this moment, everyone in the entire Heavenly Cauldron City was heading in the same direction. The influence of the tea party was clear with just one glance. The vast Heavenly Cauldron Plaza was decorated with flowers that competed with each other in beauty. As the crowd moved, the cultivators of the city lord's residence personally led the way and received the guests. Everything was very orderly without any chaos. There were many pavilions in the plaza with fake mountains and fountains. Occasionally, 2 or 3 friends would gather together, either sitting on the ground or gathering in the pavilions. They would drink tea and discuss the Tao, exchanging their experiences. The treasured sabers they carried were all placed at the side. There were also merchants who set up stalls, selling items related to the saber. There were saber-type spirit weapons, secret manuals, ores, and many more. The entire place was extraordinarily bustling, filled with endless laughter. Xiao Qin could not help but feel some admiration for this Bai Lang. It was not easy to organize such a grand event and arrange everything in such an orderly manner. Brother Xiao, this is the periphery of the Heavenly Cauldron Plaza. It looks very lively, but there are no experts. The true tea party will be held in the center of the plaza. Without an invitation, you will not be able to enter. As Feng Xingxing spoke, he casually called over a maidservant and handed the invitation to her. Xiao Qin followed suit and handed his invitation to the maidservant. The pretty maidservant checked the invitation and smiled happily. Honored guests, please come with me. In the periphery, they took many turns and passed through many heavily guarded checkpoints. After carefully checking the invitations several times, the two of them successfully entered the center of the square. 18 stone pillars with ancient bladesmen carved on them stood on a tall platform in the spacious area. They pierced into the clouds, separated by 100 meters, forming a crescent moon. Rumor had it that these 18 stone pillars were not carved by later generations. Instead, they were a mysterious phenomenon that appeared after the 18 saber sovereigns advanced to martial emperor, similar to the Thunder King Valley in the Sky Dome realm. An elegant wooden table was placed on a high platform. The guests who had arrived earlier had already taken their seats. There were not many people who came, only about 30 or 40. However, all of them were outstanding bladesmen of the younger generation. Their saber intents had all reached an extremely high level. Their gazes clashed, and their saber intents seemed solid. It was like they could hear the crisp sound of weapons clashing in the air. Of the 18 stone pillars, a long wooden table was placed under the stone pillar in the middle. There was only one person seated there. This person wore luxurious embroidered clothes with a jade belt inlaid with pearls, jade, and gemstones. His handsome face exuded an air of nobility. This person should be the Heavenly Cauldron City's young city lord, Bai Lang. However, the seat beside Bai Lang was empty. That mysterious bladesman, Wen Xiren, did not appear. After walking up 100 steps, Xiao Chun and Feng Xingxing ascended the high platform at the same time. Welcome, Full Moon Pavilion's Feng Xingxing and the Haoyan sect's Xiao Chun, to the tea party. A servant below the high platform read out the names on the invitation cards, reading out Xiao Chen's and Feng Xingxing's identities. This caused a significant commotion in the surroundings. Bai Lang raised his eyebrows and sized up Xiao Chun. However, he immediately left. A pretty and obedient maidservant stepped forward and led Xiao Chun and Feng Xingxing to a wooden table. Then, she served them some aged spirit fruits, exquisite desserts, and superior tea. Xiao Chun picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, he revealed a satisfied expression. Although Xiao Chun did not know much about tea, he could tell that the tea leaves were very valuable from the fragrance that spread in his mouth and the cooling qi that spread throughout his body after the tea entered his body. Then, he looked at the spirit fruits on the table. This Xiao Chun was an expert in this field. With a cursory glance, he could tell that the spirit fruits were at least 3,000 years old. They were truly extravagant. Strange, how strange. Young city lord, didn't you say that a certain person is a bladesman in name, but not a bladesman in reality? Why is he here today at this once-in-a-decade bladesman event? The moment Xiao Chun sat down, a bold and meddlesome person immediately started a conversation. This person's complexion was sickly pale, and his voice had a sinister tone to it. With one look, it was clear that he was a member of the ghost race. Feng Xingxing frowned and explained, "This person is called Jiang Qingzi. He is one of the few ghost race cultivators who practice the saber. He specializes in the Death Saber Dao and is extremely incredible. He has already formed a vague form of a saber soul, and his saber intent is very exquisite." Xiao Chen glanced around. The bladesmen here had at least reached great perfection in their saber intents. There were many who had comprehended 90% comprehended saber intents. However, not many had formed a vague form of a saber soul. Feng Xingxing, who was beside Xiao Chun, was one. The other was this Jiang Qingzi. Bai Lang, who was on the platform, was like Xiao Chun, hiding his saber intents very well. Others would not be able to detect their saber intents. Bai Lang said indifferently, "I gave him an invitation as a favor to a friend. My words remain the same. Without a saber in hand, no matter how famous a bladesman is, he is just an empty shell. He cannot be considered a bladesman." Xiao Chen's lips curled up, and he revealed a playful smile. These words were really direct, displaying a noble, cold, and aloof attitude. Xiao Chun held back Feng Xingxing, who was about to speak up for him. Then, he smiled and did not argue. He was only here to see who would be his opponent in the Saber School ranking 4 months from now. If the other party did not like him, there was no need for him to waste any effort arguing. When Jiang Qingzi heard this, he did not say anything more. He only looked at Xiao Chun with a hostile expression. He did not know how Xiao Chan had offended this ghost race bladesman. Bai Lang raised his cup to Feng Xingxing and said, "Brother Feng became famous at a young age. In the early days, you were known as the top bladesman of the southern region of the Tianwu domain's younger generation. Since you are willing to do me the honor of coming here today, I will use tea in place of wine to toast you." "Brother Bai, you are too polite," Feng Xingxing said quickly. Bai Lang continued, "Earlier, Brother Jiang shared some of his experiences in cultivating the Death Saber Dao with everyone. Since Brother Feng is here, why don't you explain the Saber Dao that you practice to everyone?" The first part of the tea party was to discuss the Dao over tea, to exchange experiences and make progress together. Naturally, Feng Xingxing would not reject. He put down his teacup and started to talk about the wind saber Dao that he cultivated. There are berserk winds, gentle winds, warm winds, and bone-chilling winds. Every kind of wind has many variations. One can focus on one point, taking only one Dao. If one cultivates it to the peak, one will be able to look down on the world. If one is talented, one can incorporate all the variations into one saber Dao. When Feng Xingxing spoke about his wind saber Dao, he was not stingy. He shared some of his experiences, speaking eloquently and eloquently. At the same time, he shared his doubts and confusion, seeking answers. As Feng Xingxing spoke about the saber Dao, the atmosphere was good. Occasionally, someone would ask a question. Some even had a flash of inspiration, giving a new understanding. Bai Lang listened very seriously. He also shared some of the questions that Feng Xingxing raised. With such an atmosphere, Xiao Chun could not help but immerse himself in it, listening attentively. Good. After Feng Xingxing finished speaking, Bai Lang, who was seated in the middle, took the lead and clapped. The others followed suit. It had to be said that Feng Xingxing's wind saber Dao was extremely exquisite. It made everyone's eyes light up, giving them many comprehensions. Following that, a few more people discussed the saber Dao that they practiced. Although they were not as brilliant as Feng Xingxing's, they were still unique and had their own highlights. The other bladesmen did not mock them. Instead, they offered their own understanding, complementing each other's saber Dao. As they spoke, the melodious hum of sabers rang out in the surroundings, sounding like zither music, very pleasant to the ears. Saber winds blew everywhere, and a sharp saber intent spread throughout the tall platform. This group of people were all outstanding young talents. As they chatted, they could not hold back their saber intent, which resulted in such a miraculous scene. The endless clanging of sabers sounded like people fighting in the air, materializing the saber Dao that the bladesmen discussed. The ancient bladesmen carved on the 18 towering stone pillars seemed to be listening as well. Their eyes looked lively as if they came to life. After that, several more people came. Among them, there were two incredible people who also comprehended a vague form of saber soul. These two people were Lin Yin and Duga Ju. They were the disciples of the Inferno Saber Sovereign and the Lightning Saber Sovereign, both famous. The Inferno Saber Sovereign and the Lightning Saber Sovereign were both sovereign martial emperors. Their titles also contained the words Saber Sovereign. However, because of Wu Xiaotian, they did not dare to address themselves as Saber Sovereign. The only person in the world who dared to call himself a Saber Sovereign was Wu Xiaotian. He was unique, the strongest peak expert of the Saber Dao. Under Bai Lang's invitation, the two started to talk about the saber. They also talked about the saber techniques that they practiced. Everyone could clearly feel that the two's comprehension of the saber Dao was higher than Feng Xingxing's. When the two talked about the saber, lightning and flames even appeared. A vast saber intent spread out, suppressing the saber intents of the other outstanding youths present. This inspired admiration in everyone's hearts. After the two finished speaking, everyone clapped at the same time. The saber intents scattered in the air formed a stirring tune that reverberated endlessly, lingering for a long time. This tune spread to the periphery of the Heavenly Cauldron Plaza. Several bladesmen who heard of it could not help turning their heads to look up, yearning in their hearts. Young City Lord, most of the people here have already spoken. Why don't you speak as well? A disciple of the Saber Sovereign will definitely live up to his reputation. Let us broaden our horizons, someone suggested with a smile. Bai Lang smiled faintly and put down his teacup. His actions were elegant as he said softly, "It is not about broadening our horizons. Like everyone else, this Bai will only speak about some of his own comprehensions." Upon hearing that Bai Lang was about to speak, everyone immediately settled down and prepared to listen carefully. The Saber Sovereign was very famous. Since Bai Lang was a disciple of the Saber Sovereign, he would definitely be extraordinary. Chapter 960. Xiao Chun put down his teacup and listened attentively. After half a day of observation, Xiao Chun understood that this person's heart was higher than the sky. However, he was not a person who only knew how to show off. The saber technique that this Bai cultivates is called the profound river wave chop. The essence of it is the word wave. As the saying goes, a surging wave can break through the sky. This is the limit of the wave's might. It can even break through the sky. When people practice this kind of saber technique, this is the goal. I once went to the chaotic demonic sea in the north and watched the tides rise and fall. I did not move for 3 years and saw the largest wave. When it surged, it brought a sense of shock that I would never forget. It was like a world rose before me, and nothing could resist this power. Watching the tides rise and fall, not moving for 3 years. When the crowd heard this, they could not help feeling astonished. Bai Lang's patience was truly admirable. Bai Lang did not stop speaking. As he continued, the rumbling of the waves resounded behind him. He had observed all sorts of wondrous scenes of the wave for the past 3 years. As he spoke, it was as if a real scene had been developed, and it caused others to feel a surging and boundless intent. The moment he spoke, everyone's heart surged. However, after the raging wave subsided, Bai Lang said softly, "However, after sitting here for 3 years, I realized that no matter how big the waves are, they're only on the surface and not in reality. In terms of the might of the waves, one drop of profound water from the Immortal epic's profound river weighed 5 tons. One wave could shatter a towering mountain. However, this is not the essence of the waves." The moment Bai Lang spoke, the various scenes of the profound river behind him, the surging waves, all stopped and vanished. The crowd listened, entranced. No one said anything as they waited for Bai Lang to continue. The essence of the waves lies in being unfettered, free, unfettered. The most compact thing in the world is water. As long as there are depressions, the water will merge again. Why do waves appear? It is because of freedom. This water is different from others, unwilling to be bound. You can only understand them. As Bai Lang spoke, the illusory scene that had stopped behind him reappeared in an even more intense manner. Rumbling sounds could be heard. The entire Heavenly Cauldron Plaza could hear it clearly, as if the waves were right beside one's ears. But when you carefully pursue it, it is like the wind, untraceable, unrestrained, and free like the wind. There was a great Tao within the great Tao. So that was how it was. Many people revealed looks of realization. Boom, boom, boom. As Bai Lang spoke, 3 of the 18 stone pillars carved with ancient saber sovereigns began to tremble. It lit up with a bright white brilliance. The image of the ancient saber sovereign sat cross-legged at the top of the stone pillar, as though he was listening. 3 vast saber intents soared into the sky, scattering the clouds for 50 kilometers around. Bai Lang's saber, Tao, actually startled the remnant thoughts that the ancient sages left in the world. Everyone revealed shocked expressions. When he finished his speech, the image of the ancient saber sovereign on top of the stone pillar slowly dissipated, disappearing without a trace. Pa pa pa. The sound of clapping rang out endlessly. Everyone stood up and expressed their heartfelt admiration for Bai Lang's eloquence. Bai Lang smiled faintly and picked up his teacup. "It's just one person's opinion. I made a fool of myself. Brother Bai is too humble." Even the ancient sages were moved and listened attentively. How could we dare to laugh? Indeed, I did not dare to interrupt Brother Bai's speech at all. After I heard it, I felt enlightened. The world before me suddenly became clear. This must be the so-called Great Tao within the Great Tao. This time, the Saber School ranking will be revisited. Brother Bai might be able to make it into the top 10 and leave your name in history. As they drank, everyone praised Bai Lang's speech. Bai Lang took the lead and sat down. Then, he smiled and said, "This is really praising me too much. I believe that in another 10 years, these great Grandmaster-level martial sages will not be a match for me. However, my chances of defeating them now are slim. The one with true hope is my senior brother Wenziren. Unfortunately, he has something to do and cannot come. That is indeed unfortunate. Wenziren is without a doubt the strongest bladesman in our profound domain. However, his whereabouts are unknown. It is too difficult to meet him." At this moment, Jiang Chengzi glanced at Xiao Chun, who had been silent all this while. He smiled mockingly and said, "Wenziren is not here. However, don't forget that we still have an even more famous person here. He is someone who even dares to compete with Diwuk." Only now did everyone react. It turned out that Xiao Chun was still here. If not for Jiang Chengzi's reminder, they would have forgotten about him. "Brother Xiao, say a few words as well. The name of the white-robed bladesman has spread everywhere. We have long heard of it," someone encouraged. Jiang Chengzi said indifferently, "He does not even have his saber anymore. What are you asking him to say? Huh? Are you going to talk about fist and leg techniques?" Xiao Chen glanced at Jiang Chengzi. He did not know what was wrong with this fellow. Why was he always targeting him? Gently putting down the teacup in his hand, Xiao Chun said calmly, "I do indeed want to say something. Recently, I have run into some bottlenecks in my comprehension of the Saber Dao. Since everyone is here, perhaps you can help me resolve my doubts. If you do not mind, this Xiao Chun can speak about it." Everyone immediately looked at Bai Lang. If he did not speak, Xiao Chun could not continue either. Bai Lang picked up his teacup and looked at Xiao Chun. "Since you are here, you might as well speak about it. After all, you were once a bladesman." Bai Lang's tone and attitude were as noble and elegant as before. He had a problem with Xiao Chun, a bladesman who only looked impressive. Xiao Chun smiled and did not mind. He was truly affected by the atmosphere of the tea party. A group of bladesmen discussed the Tao over tea, abandoning their sectarian differences. They shared their comprehensions without holding anything back, discussing and improving together. One would not be able to find such good conditions elsewhere. If one remained stagnant, one would never be able to improve. Xiao Chun now understood why the younger generation bladesmen would flock to this tea party. Following etiquette, Xiao Chun returned a cup of tea to Bai Lang and took a sip. Then, he started to prepare to explain his flawless saber Dao. Xiao Chun had been rather famous in the past few years. However, no one had seen him draw his saber for a long time. Rumors of him abandoning his identity as a bladesman had already spread. When the crowd saw that Xiao Chun was about to speak, they did not show too serious expressions. They did not believe that a person who abandoned his identity as a bladesman could speak about the Tao or reason. Jiang Chengzi showed disdain on his face. "Young city lord, the Tao comes with your words. You speak of wondrous theories and made the three ancient saber sovereigns show themselves. You are a fellow who does not even have a saber. Don't come out and embarrass yourself and make a fool of yourself." Feng Xingxing could not stand it any longer. He said sullenly, "Jiang Chengzi, don't break the rules of the tea party. This is not the time for you to interrupt." When Jiang Chengzi saw Bai Lang, who was sitting in the middle, reveal an unhappy expression, his lips curled up and he did not say anything more. Xiao Chun sat down casually. When he saw that no one spoke, he said, "I have a Tao that I would like to discuss with everyone. It is called the Flawless Saber Tao. Using the body as a saber, using my thoughts as a saber. With a thought, my hair can become a saber, my clothes can become a saber, my fist light can become a saber, and the wind from my legs can become a saber." When Jiang Chengzi heard this, he could not help mocking softly, "You are bragging." However, right after Jiang Chengzi spoke, he saw that Xiao Chen's expression was solemn and respectful, his expression grave. Black wind danced without any wind, and his clothes fluttered. A boundless saber intent shot out from Xiao Chen's body. As Xiao Chen's black hair fluttered, it was like every strand of hair turned into a treasure saber, bright and dazzling, radiating an unparalleled saber intent. His clothes fluttered in the wind like an unending chain of treasured sabers dancing in the air. In an instant, everyone, including Bai Lang, stopped looking down on Xiao Chun. Now, they revealed grave expressions. When Xiao Chun spoke, heavenly flowers rained down. The moment he spoke, he shocked everyone present. When I raise my hand, it is like a treasure saber being unsheathed, giving off a bright, unparalleled light. I am the most flawless treasure saber in the world. Kung Chang. Xiao Chun continued speaking without pause. A melodious saber hum resounded behind him, reverberating in the surroundings. A bright saber light came from Xiao Chen's body and turned into a bright moon hanging high in the sky, giving off a bright light. I use my thoughts as a saber. Everything I think, and everything I decide is a saber. Everything I see is where the saber points. What is flawless? The path that I walk is one that no one has ever walked before or since. Is flawless and perfect. No one can compare to my saber Tao. It is like the bright moon in the sky, perfectly round and flawless, cold and beautiful. With a flip of my hand, the night sky hangs upside down. The bright moon in the sky became increasingly resplendent. Everyone looked up. At some point in time, night had already fallen. This round of moonlight already covered up all the light. Bai Lang's heart sank. What a no one has ever walked before or since. He really dares to say anything. Boom, boom, boom. The 18 stone pillars with the carvings of the ancient saber sovereigns flickered with resplendent lights one after another. The legendary scene of the ancient saber sovereign appearing and listening to his speech appeared once again. However, unlike Bai Lang, before Xiao Chun even finished speaking, 9 ancient saber sovereign stone pillars lit up. After Bai Lang finished speaking, only 3 stone pillars lit up. However, Xiao Chun immediately lit up 9, far surpassing his opponent. The ancient saber sovereign appearing and his saber intent soaring into the sky. When everyone in the Heavenly Cauldron Plaza saw this shocking scene again, they all gaped speechlessly. They did not know what kind of peerless genius had appeared at this tea party. Flawless 4 seasons, peach blossoms, summer sun, autumn wind, winter snow, spring thunder roared, and peach blossoms bloomed for 5 kilometers around. The fragrance of flowers spread everywhere, and spring was overflowing. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and the ground cracked and turned scarlet for 50 kilometers around. This was the hottest summer. The autumn wind blew mercilessly, sweeping through the world. There was no color within 50 kilometers. What entered his eyes was another snow-white land. Xiao Chun continued speaking. The flawless saber Tao, using the body as a saber, was the foundation. How to merge the flawless saber Tao with the martial techniques one learned and truly materialize this saber Tao was an even more profound technique. As Xiao Chun spoke, all sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed continuously. The bright moon rose and fell, the peach blossoms of spring, the blazing sun of summer, the cold wind of autumn, and the heavy snow of winter appeared and disappeared. The 18 stone pillars with the carvings of the ancient saber sovereigns flickered one after another, and saber hums rang out. As Xiao Chun spoke, the 18 saber sovereign stone pillars all appeared. It was a miraculous scene of the ancient saber sovereigns appearing and listening attentively. All the bladesmen and heroes present gaped, their faces filled with shock. They had not expected this at all. Xiao Chen's comprehension of the saber Tao was so deep and unfathomable that these 18 ancient saber sovereigns all appeared. Chapter 961. Jiang Qingzi, who mocked Xiao Chun earlier, had an extremely unsightly expression on his pale face. He had not expected such a scene to occur. Flawless, flawless. My heart is higher than the sky. I want to create this perfect and flawless saber Tao. However, I have my doubts. Is there really something flawless in the world? The moon is flawless, but the moon waxes and wanes. The 4 seasons are flawless. However, in the extreme north and south, half the year is extreme day and half the year is extreme night. There are always two seasons missing. I have my doubts as well. I use my body as a saber and my thoughts as a saber. However, where should the saber in my hand be? Where should the saber in my heart be? Xiao Chun spoke very sincerely. The first half was about his attainments, and the second half was about his inadequacies and doubts. Xiao Chun spoke continuously, not stopping at all. He spoke in one go. After he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. After he finished speaking, he felt strangely delighted. Many of his doubts seemed to be stirred up, and he vaguely saw a ray of hope. Right after Xiao Chun spoke, the various mysterious phenomena that appeared as he spoke vanished one by one. Just as everyone was savoring the aftertaste and savoring it, the ancient saber sovereign image sitting on the stone pillar did not slowly disappear like before. Instead, it spoke shockingly. I have a Tao that I wish to discuss with everyone. It is called the Massacre Saber Tao. The saber is a weapon of slaughter. It is born to kill. Naturally, it should kill all life, destroy everything, exterminate everything. I have a Tao that I wish to discuss with everyone. It is called the Heaven-Mending Saber Tao. The heavenly Tao is hard to find, and the heavenly saber is hard to find. I have a Tao that I wish to discuss with everyone. It is called the Death Saber Tao. Everything is born to die. We bladesmen go against the heavens, seeking life in death. I have a Tao that I wish to discuss with everyone. It is called the Thunder Saber Tao. Thunder is the hand of the heavenly Tao, a calamity of the heavens. The vast sagely sound merged together, layering over each other and reverberating in the world. This sound that transcended time and space enveloped the entire heavenly cauldron city. When the ancient appeared and spoke, 7-colored heavenly flowers descended for 50 kilometers around. All the bladesmen in heavenly cauldron city were stunned. Under the encirclement of this holy music, spiritual sounds rang out in their minds. After they reacted, they all sat down cross-legged and started to carefully comprehend the Saber Tao in their hearts. None of the spectators had anticipated that something like this would happen. In just a short moment, the faces of the young, outstanding talents flickered, and they quickly sat down cross-legged. Without saying anything, they all began to contemplate. The reason why the ancient sage spoke was not because the ancient sage had come back to life, but because of Xiao Chun. The images of the speeches of the ancient sages had transcended the distance of time and appeared in the present. This was a rare opportunity. If he lost it, it would be impossible to find it again. The experience of the ancient saber sovereigns was very precious. 18 ancient saber sovereigns all giving lectures at the same time. Such a scene was unprecedented, something that had never happened before. However, how much he could hear would depend on his own talent and comprehension. When the voices of the 18 ancient saber sovereigns overlapped, it would not be easy to distinguish them. Inside the heavenly cauldron city's city lord's residence, Bai Lang's father, the blue-robed emperor, looked at the 7-colored heavenly flowers falling from the sky. The holy music resounded endlessly in his ears. This person, who was only one step away from becoming Emperor Wu, could not help changing his expression. The vast voices layered over each other, spreading throughout the entire heavenly cauldron city for 4 hours. The appearance of the ancient saber sovereign and the speech of the saber sovereign slowly faded away, and the world regained its calm. However, the cultivators of heavenly cauldron city could not calm down for a long time. After this day, the status of heavenly cauldron city among the profound domains bladesmen soared. It even vaguely equaled the top holy land for bladesmen, heavenly saber city, which the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian governed. Under the 18 stone pillars in the center of the plaza, Bai Lang and the others slowly opened their eyes. As the outstanding talents of a younger generation, they had received the ancient sage's speech at close range. The comprehension they gained was much greater than that of ordinary people. Everyone gained something, and their faces filled with satisfaction. Xiao Chun was the last to open his eyes. He had absorbed a vast amount of divine liquid in the heavenly dew divine spring, and his comprehension ability was startling. Xiao Chun had memorized the 18 different saber sovereigns' saber Tao in his heart, not missing a single word. When he returned, he could immediately write it down. It would be a valuable asset. No one here had Xiao Qin's talent. Even Bai Lang only memorized 5 different saber Dao techniques, and that was already far beyond that of ordinary people. Whoosh! This cup of tea is a toast to you, a formal apology to Brother Xiao. This Bai had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai, causing the world to mock me. I hope Brother Xiao will forgive me. Bai Lang opened his eyes and personally poured a cup of tea. Then, he flew it over to Xiao Qin. After seeing Xiao Qin's attainments in the Saber Dao, Bai Lang immediately picked up the tea and apologized, not putting on any airs at all. Xiao Qin opened his mouth and spoke, causing the 18 ancient saber sovereigns to appear. The holy music transcended time and space, arriving at Heavenly Cauldron City at the same time. If this was not considered a bladesman, then there really were no bladesmen in the world. The crowd did not show any disdain or mockery for Bai Lang's apology. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and caught the teacup. After taking a sip, he placed it on the table and said, "It's fine. Brother Bai is a true bladesman. I can understand your thoughts." Bai Lang nodded slightly without anyone noticing. Then he continued, "The flawless saber Dao is indeed unique. It makes everyone's eyes light up. It is unprecedented without any falsehood. When I heard your doubts in the second half of your speech, I have some insights that I would like to discuss with Brother Xiao." A thought occurred to Xiao Qin. He smiled and said, "Feel free to speak your mind. Fellow Taoists, if you have any opinions, I hope you can speak your mind freely." The second half of your speech focused on a few questions. I will talk about the first one, using the body as a saber and my thoughts as a saber. How should the saber in my hand be used? Bai Lang paused for a moment, as though he was weighing his words. Then, he continued, "I feel that this question is a little excessive. For us bladesmen, the saber is a part of the body. There's an ancient saying, as long as the saber exists, the person exists. If the saber dies, the person dies." Xiao Qin's eyes lit up as he entered deep thought. Using the body as a saber, hair as a saber, clothes as a saber? However, why could one not use a saber as a saber? However, a saber was a saber in the first place. Because of this, he had gotten himself into trouble. Seeing the saber as something like hair or clothes, how should the saber in my hand be used? This question was solved without even needing to be addressed. The Inferno Saber Sovereign's disciple, Lin Yin, smiled and said, "I also have some views on the flawless saber Dao. It does not have to be flawless for it to be perfect. There is no such thing as flawless in the world. However, that does not mean that there is nothing perfect. Perfection does not mean that there are no flaws. For example, Brother Xiao, I felt that the bright moon earlier was the perfect moon. When it is perfect, it is naturally flawless. There had never been such a saber Dao in the world before. Even the saber Daos of the 18 ancient saber sovereigns, which were all-encompassing, did not touch the flawless saber Dao. Being able to participate in this discussion of the saber Dao gave Xiao Qin the feeling of making history. He could foresee that once the flawless saber Dao reached the peak, its name would go down in history, leaving behind a thick stroke in the martial epic. All the bladesmen present were very excited, speaking up enthusiastically. Regardless of whether they were right or wrong, at the very least, they opened up a path for Xiao Qin. From the point of view of others, he could see something different. Finally, after this topic ended, Bai Lang put down his teacup and gently patted the table. The treasure saber at the side, along with its scabbard, sank 1 centimeter into the high platform with a clang. Dang! 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 The others all followed suit, stabbing their own treasured sabers into the stone platform. Immediately, saber chi surged and buzzed. A strong saber intent lingered in the place. Xiao Qin understood that this was the second part of the tea party. Making friends with the saber was also the highlight of the tea party. After all, no matter how good the words were, the effects would only be seen when they fought. With a slight movement, the lunar shadow saber also stabbed into the high platform with its scabbard. Feng Xingxing, I have long heard of your great name. Will you give me some pointers? After everyone stabbed their sabers into the high platform, a tall, skinny man in long robes challenged Feng Xingxing to a duel. Feng Xingxing smiled faintly and said, "I can't say that I'm giving you pointers. Just exchanging pointers will suffice." Whoosh! The two soared into the air at the same time. Then, they stretched out their hands, and two strands of saber light flickered. Their treasured sabers hummed as they drew their scabbards. Then, the two of them started exchanging moves in the air. When the people below looked up slightly, they could clearly see the fight. Occasionally, they discussed it with their friends. The two's fight was remarkable. However, Feng Xingxing was clearly stronger. He was very clear on his talent. He only needed 1 point of the wind saber, Dao, to make a breakthrough and comprehend, which was the endless gentle breeze. Amid the lingering gentle breeze, saber intent was everywhere. Amid the gentleness, there was killing intent everywhere. After another 200 moves, their opponents took the initiative to admit defeat. The two sheathed their sabers, bowed, and returned to their seats. After that, the tea party slowly reached its climax. Bladesmen from all over made a dazzling appearance. Xiao Qun watched all of them. The ones that left the deepest impression on him were the disciples of the Inferno Saber Sovereign and the Thunder Saber Sovereign, Lin Yin and Dugaju. A few people challenged the two. However, the two defeated them within 100 moves. The Thunder Dao and the Raging Flame Dao were brought out to their limits in the two sabers. Surging flames erupted like volcanoes. When the sabers chopped down, red flaming clouds filled the sky for 5 kilometers around, looking startling. Naturally, the one that caught Xiao Qin's attention was the Thunder Saber Sovereign's descendant, Dugaju. Xiao Qin's quintessence was lightning attributed in the first place. The will that he comprehended was also the will of thunder. Of course, he wanted to compete with this person. Duguju's saber technique made Xiao Qin's eyes light up. The thunder saber technique that the other party comprehended could be described with 2 words: speed and explosive power. People often used lightning to describe it. When a person's speed reached its limits, their saber would also reach its limits. However, it would be a huge mistake to think that speed was all there was to it. The instantaneous, explosive power was similarly horrifying, shaking the entire Heavenly Cauldron Plaza intensely. The power of lightning was not limited to speed and explosive power. Xiao Qun had experienced lightning tribulations, enduring the baptism of thousands of lightning bolts. However, the other party probably understood this principle. After all, he had a greater heavenly martial emperor to teach him. He understood the principle of biting off more than he could chew. Hence, he brought out these 2 characteristics to their limits. Xiao Qun could not help comparing this person to Enjuanxi. If the two fought, it would be very exciting. Xiao Qun, your eloquence leaves others speechless. However, I do not know how many true moves you have. I, Jiang Qingzi, would like to exchange a few moves with you. Chapter 962. The ghost race's Jiang Qingzi looked straight at Xiao Qun and challenged him. Everyone immediately became interested. No matter how profound the flawless saber Dao was in theory, it still required combat prowess to convince others. Xiao Qun gladly accepted. He stretched out his hand and said, "Please." Clang! Jiang Qingzi's figure flashed like a ghost, and he was already standing in the air. The black saber stabbed into the ground was already grasped in his hand. Before Xiao Qun could get up, Jiang Qingzi's figure flashed, charging toward Xiao Qun, who was behind the tea table. Dense death chi lingered around Jiang Qingzi's body. As his figure flashed, a horrifying scene of hell materialized behind him. A black saber light flashed and arrived before Xiao Qun. Xiao Qun stretched out his hand and pressed it against the other party's saber tip. The lightning talisman in his sea of consciousness circulated, and thousands of peach blossoms slowly fell from the sky. Boundless life force surged out from Xiao Qin's body. Spring was the time when all things awakened. This was the time when the life force was the strongest. When the peach blossoms formed a forest, their fragrance spread out for 5 kilometers around. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and sent Jiang Qingzi's somewhat unruly attack flying. Then, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pinched, and the thousands of peach blossoms turned into one. Then, it landed between Xiao Chen's fingers. Then, he gently pushed it towards the retreating Jiang Qingzi. Dang! Jiang Qingzi held his saber horizontally in front of him, forming a pitch-black screen of sabers, trying to block this small peach blossom. Who knew, when the peach blossoms bloomed, the power contained in the completed spring saber far surpassed his expectations. It directly blasted him back, and the hell behind him looked like it was going to crumble. Xiao Chun did not give Jiang Qingzi a chance to make up for his mistake. His figure flashed, and a bright saber light radiated from his body. With a clang, saber intent shot out in all directions, turning into saber winds that swept out in all directions, making it difficult to open one's eyes. Xiao Chun executed the summer saber, the autumn saber, and the winter saber consecutively. Flawless 4 seasons intertwined. Amid the snowflakes, Jiang Qingzi's lips leaked blood. Frost covered his body, and an ice sculpture of a flower lingered on his chest. Jiang Qingzi said with some dissatisfaction, "I admit defeat. In just 4 moves, aside from Jiang Qingzi breaking the rules and gaining the initiative, Xiao Chun had been suppressing him with his flawless saber Dao, giving him no chance to resist." The entire place fell silent. Jiang Qingzi's quick defeat was simply unexpected. After this battle, no one would dare to underestimate the combat prowess of the flawless saber Dao. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and the ice flower on her chest landed in his palm. "Thank you for going easy on me. Bye-bye Lang, bye-bye Chen's eyes." Xiao Chun, Xiao Lang Chen's eyes. Chun. A spark flashed in Bai Lang's eyes. He stood up and said, "Brother Xiao, how about we exchange a few moves?" Aside from Xiao Chun, the strongest person here was Bai Lang. It was very likely that Bai Lang had comprehended a saber soul as well. Chen's mountains Lang's SS Kings. Xiao Chun felt excited. He was very interested in Bai Lang's suggestion. There were many people here, but Bai Lang was the only one who could truly make him fight to his heart's content. However, just as Xiao Chun was about to agree, a discordant voice suddenly came from outside. "How lively! Brother Bai Lang, unexpectedly, despite your mediocre skills with the saber, you are rather good at hosting this tea party. I was wondering if I should invite Brother Bai to help out at the Sword Sect tea party in 3 days." The discordant voice in the air approached from afar, causing Xiao Chun and Bai Lang to frown involuntarily. Everyone looked up and saw a few sword lights flying over from the distance. The strong sword intent was unparalleled. Even from far away, they could feel the overwhelming aura. These people are coming with ill intentions. It's the Sword Sovereign's disciples. I guess that these fellows would definitely come to the tea party to cause trouble. The Sword Sovereign's first disciple, Qin Shaoqing, who is as famous as Wen Xiren. Unexpectedly, he is here as well. Wen Xiren is not here. This is going to be troublesome. Some of the profound domain's native bladesmen did not find the arrival of these swordsmen strange. It was like they had expected it. It looked like the conflict between the saber and the sword had been going on for a long time in the profound domain. Furthermore, the conflict was extraordinarily large. Xiao Chun thought about his encounter at Sword Forging Peak. Be it a bladesman or a swordsman, they did not find each other pleasing to the eye. It was not hard to guess the other party's purpose in coming. The Sword Dao Tea Party was about to begin. The 3 of them must have taken advantage of the situation to ruin the Saber Dao Tea Party and strengthen the reputation of the Sword Dao Tea Party. In the profound domain, the Saber Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign stood side by side. This made the conflict between the saber and the sword much more intense than anywhere else. Bai Lang looked up. He did not show much shock or anger on his face. He only smiled with some pity. "They came faster than I expected. Brother Xiao Chun, I'm afraid we will not be able to fight this time." Xiao Chun sized up the person with the strongest aura in the distance. Then he asked, "Is this Qin Shaoqing very strong?" "Very strong. Among the younger generation bladesmen of the profound domain, only my senior brother can defeat him." Among the swordsmen, aside from that Yanshur San, who is even more mysterious than my senior brother, no one can stop him. The two people beside him, Gu Jianheng and Lu Kuan, are also Sword Sovereign's disciples. I'm not confident of defeating them. As Bai Lang spoke, Qin Shaoqing led his two junior brothers, Gu Jianheng and Lu Kuan, to within 500 meters of the crowd. All of them had startling auras, and their gazes were like swords, showing stern expressions. Xiao Chan raised his eyebrows and looked past these three people. Even further away, there were three black dots with strong auras. These people gave Xiao Chan a familiar feeling. However, they were too far away. He could not see them with his spiritual sense, so he could only keep an eye on them. 50 kilometers away, two men and one woman hovered in the air. The man on the left was handsome and had an extraordinary aura. His cultivation was unfathomable. However, that was still considered normal. The man on the right had a handsome face that could topple cities. He had a deep and enchanting aura, a fatal attraction to women. It was hard to imagine that there could be such a handsome man in the world. The girl in the middle was not inferior to him at all. She had a face that could bring disaster to a nation. Every frown and smile of hers could captivate the soul, captivating people. The girl was the Fox King's adopted daughter Bai. The handsome man was the spirit fox race's genius, Yuan Su. The other person was the Peacock King's descendant, Kong Yuan. The younger generation of the Fiend domain was weaker than the other four races. If not for these three people rising up, the Fiend race would be in an even worse state in this great age. Big Brother Yuan, why don't we follow them? The tea party will definitely be very lively. Who knows? Elder Brother Xiao Chan might be there, I said, feeling confused. Yuan Su explained. Qin Shaoqing's trip involves the competition between the saber and the sword in the profound domain. If we go together, it will cause a misunderstanding, making them think that we are with them. Just wait for him here. We're just using his relationship to get you into the heavenly sword pavilion to read the ancient books. There is no need to offend the profound domain's saber sovereign's bloodline for him. As for Xiao Chun, I once heard that the Heavenly Cauldron City's young city lord publicly stated that he would not give him an invitation and would not appear here. Bai revealed a disappointed expression. She sighed and said, I have not seen Elder Brother Xiao Chun for several years. I wonder if Elder Brother Xiao Chun still remembers Bai. Kong Yuan smiled and said, There is no need to worry. Bai is very obedient. If he dares to forget, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Furthermore, since he appeared at Sword Forging Peak, he will not leave the profound domain anytime soon. There will definitely be a chance for us to meet again. Bai nodded and said, Right? This time, we definitely can't miss out on Elder Brother Xiao Chun. As Yuan Su and Kong Yuan looked at Bai, they revealed gentle and doting expressions. They envied Xiao Chun in their hearts. After so many years, Bai still could not forget him. When the three people from the Sword Sovereign's faction arrived on the tall platform, the atmosphere in the air became extremely tense. The azure-clad swordsman Qin Shaoqing casually sized up the bladesmen below with grave expressions. He smiled and said, There's no need to be so nervous. With your cultivations, I would not even look at most of you, much less make a move against you. Arrogant. Everyone here was an outstanding youth, a proud and unruly person. Qin Shaoqing's words immediately upset several of them. The Inferno Saber Sovereign's disciple, Lin Yin, was not a native of the profound domain. He had never heard of Qin Shaoqing's name before. He snorted coldly and took out his treasure saber, soaring into the air and chopping at Qin Shaoqing. Intense flames burned the clouds for 5 kilometers around. The might of one saber filled the sky with red clouds, looking boundlessly vast. Qin Shaoqing stood upright with his hands behind his back, not making a move. Gu Jinheng, who stood on his right, drew his sword and charged forward. When Gu Jinheng unleashed his strong sword intent, he immediately suppressed Lin Yan's aura. The 5 kilometers of fiery clouds shrank significantly, and even their speed slowed. Sword Soul, someone below exclaimed. This Gu Jinheng's sword intent had already risen to a higher level sword soul, completely suppressing Lin Yan. Dang! The might of one sword strike forced back the surging and horrifying Lin Yan. Lin Yan moved back 1 kilometer, his chi and blood surging. This was just a probing move. The difference in strength was clear. If they fought for real, barring any surprises, Lin Yan would lose after 500 moves. When Bai Lang saw this scene, he frowned slightly and said, "Qin Shaoqing, what are you trying to do?" The purpose of the tea party is to exchange pointers and discuss the Tao. It is not for you to show off your might. Gu Jianheng smiled coldly and said, "If you are not capable, why are you trying to imitate your seniors and hold a tea party? Today, we are here to slap your face. In the future, you bladesmen should be more low profile in the profound domain. Don't think that just because when Xiren appeared, you can ride all over us swordsmen. The saber will always be inferior to the sword." Qin Shaoqing glanced at the treasure saber stuck in the ground and said, "Right now, you are making friends with the saber, right? Coincidentally, I want to use the sword as well. Let me spar with everyone." Bang! Bang! Qin Shaoqing stretched out his hand and stabbed the treasure sword into the platform. When the sword chi spread out, it knocked away the other people's treasured sabers. "If someone defeats me, I will personally apologize and leave immediately. If no one defeats me, then I will personally apologize. If no one can defeat me, I feel that there is no need for the Saber Dao Tea Party to continue." Qin Shaoqing appeared insufferably arrogant. His tone was startlingly arrogant, not caring about the crowd at all. Bai Lang's heart sank. This Qin Shaoqing must be doing this on purpose. He must have gotten news that senior brother one had something to do and could not rush over, so he purposely came to cause trouble. Furthermore, Qin Shaoqing was very ambitious, wanting to disrupt the inheritance of the Tea Party. Chapter 963. The Saber Sovereign and the Sword Sovereign did not get along. They had been competing for supremacy for more than 1,000 years, but neither could do anything to the other. If Qin Shaoqing really ruined today's matter to the point of losing all face and news of this reached Xiao Chen's master, he would definitely punish him. Just one Gu Jianheng easily knocked back the Inferno Saber Sovereign's disciple, Lin Yan. Although there were many bladesmen here, who would dare to challenge Qin Shaoqing? What's wrong? You don't even have that much courage? Qin Shaoqing mocked. Bai Lang, are the people you gather a bunch of trash? You can't even find someone with some courage. I think there is really no need for this tea party to continue. Rage surged in Bai Lang's heart. He simply could not endure this. He raised his foot, wanting to step forward and accept Qin Shaoqing's challenge. However, someone was faster than him. Right after Qin Shaoqing spoke, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he leaped forward. "Brother Xiao, this is a competition between the saber and the sword of my profound domain. Let me do it." Seeing Xiao Chen step forward, Bai Lang's first reaction was gratitude. However, he still advised Xiao Chen not to make a move, so he immediately sent a voice projection. Xiao Chen replied calmly, "Brother Bai Lang, what are your chances of victory?" 40%. Can the Saber Dao Tea Party afford to lose face like this? Not at all. Since I've stood out, I'm 100% confident. Brother Bai, just watch. Using voice projection, the two quickly exchanged a few words. Then, Bai Lang remained silent. Xiao Chen's consecutive questions already clearly pointed out the crux of the problem. Qin Shaoqing sized up Xiao Chen, who stepped forward. Then he smiled and said, "Bai Lang, is that all you are capable of? Sending an outsider up. It turns out that the Saber Sovereign's bloodline is indeed cowardly." Xiao Chen retorted indifferently. "There is no need for the young city lord to make a move to deal with you. What shameless boasting. Is it your turn to speak to our young master here?" Gu Jianheng snorted coldly. Then, he raised his sword and turned into a beam of sword light, charging at Xiao Chen. Behind him, there were 9 balls of light that looked like blazing suns. They were like 9 brilliant suns, and the light was so dazzling that no one dared to look at them directly. The might of Xiao Chen's small perfection sword soul spread out, emitting a vigorous aura. On the high platform, some of the wooden tables behind Xiao Chen immediately shattered. Some of the bladesmen got up and retreated, circulating their energies to block. Their expressions were somewhat unsightly. Sword intent and sword soul were essentially the same, but the difference between the two was like water and ice. The latter's might was several times greater than the former's. A swordsman who comprehended a sword soul held an overwhelming advantage over a bladesman who did not. Unless there was a huge gap in their cultivation, their chances of victory were slim. This Gu Jianheng before Xiao Chun relied on the might of his sword soul to take Xiao Chun down a notch, forcing him to retreat. However, Xiao Chun's feet did not move at all. No matter how the other party drove the might of his sword soul, his body remained like an old tree, unmoving like a mountain. If one looked carefully, even his hair and clothes did not move. The reason was none other than the small perfection saber soul hidden in Xiao Chen's purple lightning talisman already spread throughout his entire body. With the help of the immortal will of thunder, how could the other party touch him? Xiao Chen's small perfection saber soul already possessed the immortal attribute. It was an immortal saber soul. Unless the other party also comprehended a will and had an attribute that rivaled the immortal attribute, they would not be able to suppress him with just might. How can this be? Gu Jianheng paled slightly, not daring to believe the scene before him. He had already unleashed the might of his small perfection sword soul without holding anything back. However, not to mention flying back in a sorry state, Xiao Chen's hair did not even move. Qin Shaoqing's expression changed slightly. His eyes widened as he understood the reason behind it. He said, "Junior brother Jianheng, you have not comprehended a will. Quickly back off." However, it was already too late. Boom! The immortal saber soul that Xiao Chun had infused into his body burst out. Clang! 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 Metallic clangs of saber and sword clashing rang out continuously in the air. Intense shockwaves exploded in the air. The saber wind and sword wind intertwined, forming a twisting hurricane that surged out. Everywhere the hurricane passed, aside from the 18 stone pillars of the saber sovereigns, the buildings and statues in the plaza shattered under the might of this boundless hurricane. The hurricane was filled with terrifying saber chi and sword chi. Occasionally, lightning and fiery light flickered, looking extremely horrifying. Gu Jianheng and Lu Kuan had already been knocked back the instant Xiao Chun unleashed his immortal saber soul. At this moment, the ones clashing in the plaza were Qin Shaoqing and Xiao Chun. The various mysterious phenomena were the result of their intense battle. Although it was an intense battle, the two on the tall platform did not move at all. They only looked at each other coldly as they continuously unleashed their saber soul and sword soul. In the end, lightning flashed and thunder roared around Xiao Chun. Purple saber chi flew everywhere. Scorching flames floated around Qin Shaoqing's body. Snow-white sword chi danced around wildly, releasing a world-shaking state of destruction. The two's auras soared to their limits. The saber light and sword light on their bodies were already as resplendent as the sun. They soared into the clouds, their voices echoing for 5 kilometers around. The people in the Heavenly Cauldron Plaza had already retreated to the side, watching from afar. Only Bai Lang, Feng Xingxing, Lin Yan, Duviju, and a few others dared to get close to watch. Be it a bladesman or a swordsman, Wu Wan's path was much more difficult than that of regular cultivators. A strong saber intent and sword intent already gave them the qualifications to challenge those of a higher cultivation realm. At the same time, they also comprehended wills, which contained a certain attribute. Aside from demonic geniuses, there was no other way to describe such a swordsman or bladesman. Right now, there were 2 such demonic geniuses facing each other on the tall platform. Bai Lang's expression turned grave as he muttered to himself, "Qin Shaoqing is truly unfathomable. His will of fire actually contains the state of destruction. No wonder he dared to barge in with just the 3 of them. With such strength, he would not fear being surrounded by people of the same generation." However, what surprised Bai Lang even more was Xiao Chun. Originally, he had never thought of roping him into the tea party. Not only did Xiao Chun discuss the Tao over tea, but he also caused the ancient people to show themselves and the 18 saber sovereigns to speak at the same time. Such a miraculous scene appeared at the tea party. Now, Xiao Chun blocked the sword sovereign's first disciple, who came to cause trouble. All of this gave Bai Lang an unimaginable shock. The two attacked at the same time. Qin Shaoqing drew his sword. The treasure's sword looked like frost, giving off a cold light. Then, he thrust it at Xiao Chen's throat. A surging fiery light howled behind Qin Shaoqing. This sword strike was like a volcano that had been dormant for hundreds of years. The sky shook, and many cracks appeared in the ground. Xiao Chun took a step forward, and a bright moon rose behind him. With a flash, spring thunder roared, and peach blossoms bloomed for 5 kilometers around. Then, he pointed with his finger and blocked the tip of the other party's sword. A horrifying explosion resounded, and the two each took 10 steps back. A fiery sword qi containing an intense state of destruction surged out from Xiao Chen's body, surging unparalleled. The moment it entered, it wanted to tear Xiao Chen's meridians, flesh, bones, and skin to shreds. It possessed startling destructive power. The attack was ferocious and intense. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He used 5 times his law energy, turning it into purple lightning before he managed to destroy this sword qi. If Xiao Chen had been a little slower or not been decisive enough, using only 2 or 3 times his law energy, his right hand would have been crippled. An immortal energy flowed through the sword and into Qin Shaoqing's body. It felt like needles piercing through his meridians and bones. Qin Shaoqing's right hand, which held the sword, felt a heart-wrenching pain. That energy was full of life force, possessing a strong life force. Qin Shaoqing tried to extinguish it a few times, but a strand of electric light leaped out and regrew like a seed. The tall platform under Xiao Chen's feet was already in tatters, leaving only the 18 stone pillars standing alone. Both of them looked at each other with a hint of caution. This place is not big enough. If you want to fight, come with me outside the city. Xiao Chen said indifferently. Electric light flashed under his feet, and he flew out of Heavenly Cauldron City. At Martial Sage, the range of a fight was already startlingly large. Earlier, in the gathering of friends with the saber, the various bladesmen had purposely suppressed their cultivations. These bladesmen did not have any intention of fighting, only exchanging pointers. Their destructive power would not be sufficient. However, now, Xiao Chun and Qin Shaoqing's reputation was at stake. Clearly, they had to decide who was stronger. They had no choice but to bring out their full strength. A strange light flashed in Qin Shaoqing's eyes. Before he came, he already knew that when Xiren was not around, he was very confident that he could turn this Saber Dao Tea party into a joke. At the same time, he would establish the reputation of this Saber Dao Tea party. Unexpectedly, a white-robed bladesman suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This immediately messed up Qin Shaoqing's plans. I want to see what kind of person you are to dare to block my attack. In the profound domain, Qin Shaoqing could be said to not fear anything. As a disciple of the Sword Sovereign, Qin Shaoqing looked down on most cultivators of the same generation. He had never truly feared anyone. A fiery light streaked across the sky like a meteor, leaving a long trail of flames lingering in the air for a long time. Qin Shaoqing did not hesitate to chase after Xiao Chun out of Heavenly Cauldron City. Standing far away from the city, Bai, Kong Yuan, and Kong Yuan, who were waiting for Qin Shaoqing, suddenly discovered 2 beams of intense light flying towards them. This is not good. Qin Shaoqing probably ran in on Xiren. Let's move aside first and not interfere. Yuan Su's expression changed slightly, and he quickly revealed his true form, turning into a jade-white 9-tailed spirit fox with a surging fiendish qi. Yuan Su carried Bai and Kong Yuan and leaped into the air, moving 5 kilometers away. The two exchanged only one move, but the commotion they caused left a deep impression on the many bladesmen present. Seeing the two leave the city, hundreds of figures immediately flew out of the city and gave chase, not wanting to miss the scene of the fight. By the time the two gave chase, Xiao Chun and Qin Shaoqing, who were 50 kilometers away from the city, had already exchanged more than 100 moves. There was always a bright moon hanging high in the sky, shrouding everything within a 50-kilometer radius in the night. However, the sky was not dark in this night. Be it Xiao Chen's will of thunder or the lightning that occasionally leaked out, they lit up the sky. Chapter 964. Furthermore, the resplendent flames around Qin Shaoqing never stopped burning. This night did not seem dark at all. Instead, it was strangely bright, forming a strange scene. The two exchanged moves below a mountain range that spanned 50 kilometers. The birds and beasts in the forest had already fled in fright, and all the plants and trees were destroyed. Qin Shaoqing's sword qi possessed unparalleled destructive power. As the sword qi surged out, large swathes of trees turned into dust. The ground turned into yellow dirt. Not a single blade of grass could be seen, and cracks spread out. In an instant, the shock waves from the two's exchange turned the mountain range for 50 kilometers into a barren, rocky mountain. Such a horrifying scene prompted the Heavenly Cauldron City bladesmen, who came to watch the fight, to stay far away, lest they accidentally get caught up in the shock waves and end up in trouble. Xiao Chun had already executed flawless 4 seasons several times. However, he could not do anything to Qin Shaoqing. Qin Shaoqing's sword techniques had many killing moves. Furthermore, before the strong destructive attribute, the might of all the killing moves increased significantly. Xiao Chun used brute force to destroy flawless 4 seasons. Unable to execute the killing moves of Cycle of Seasons and Cycle of Life and Death, Xiao Chun fell into a passive position. Left without a choice, Xiao Chun could only bring out his immortal will of thunder and use his flawless saber, Dao, to materialize the lightning tribulation saber technique, using brute force to counter brute force. More than 100 lightning dragons appeared. Jinlin had 2 horns on their heads. They circled around and roared ferociously, shaking their heads and wagging their tails. They looked very lifelike. They could even spit out lightning dragon breaths to disrupt Qin Shaoqing. Naturally, the dragon breaths were not true dragon breaths. They were the manifestation of purple lightning saber qi. However, they were not weak at all. Occasionally, the lightning dragon breaths landed on the mountain peaks below. The 1-kilometer-tall peaks vanished in an instant, as if a monster had bitten them off. The lightning tribulation saber technique was boundlessly tyrannical. Every time Xiao Chun punched or sent out a palm strike, a saber light flashed. In the next moment, lightning dragons appeared to block the overbearing Qin Shaoqing. True flame burned on Qin Shaoqing's sword. Every time he swung it, flames surged and surged, creating an intense explosion. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe that terrifying destructive power as earth-shattering. It shook the entire mountain range for hundreds of kilometers, causing countless boulders to tumble down. Seeing that the other party's lightning dragons seemed to be endless, able to block his sword moves every time, Qin Shaoqing frowned, unwilling to continue fighting like this. 9 suns rise together. The golden crow destroys the world. With a loud shout, the 25 kilometers of resplendent flames behind him quickly gathered and condensed into 9 3-legged golden crows. Each of the golden crows was as dazzling as the sun. Xiao Chun pointed with his sword, and the 9 huge flaming golden crows turned into 9 streaks of golden light that charged at the 100 lightning dragons. Kacha-kacha! The golden crow was incomparably savage. With a swipe of its 3 legs, it tore the golden crows in half, causing them to wail endlessly. Xiao Chen's heart sank. The golden crow, condensed by the other party's true life flame, far surpassed his lightning dragon in terms of divine nature. It was the bane of lightning dragon. Divine lightning tribulation. Chop! With a thought, Xiao Chun quickly gathered the remaining lightning dragons. Then, the will of the purple lightning talisman continuously strengthened them. A golden bolt of divine lightning appeared in the air and turned into a saber qi that chopped down at the 9 golden crows. The might of the divine lightning tribulation appeared on the spot, knocking the 9 sunlight golden crows back. The light of their flames dimmed significantly. This opportunity could not be missed. Xiao Chun took a step back, and his pupils constricted. The Soul Slayer bow appeared in his right hand. Then, he knocked the Starbreaker arrow and pulled back the bowstring. One dragon force circulated in Xiao Chen's body. His bones gave off a thunderous rumble. The infusion of 5,000 tons of force caused the Soul Slayer attack to release an overwhelming cold chi, immediately expelling the heat from the flaming golden crows. Qin Shaoqing's expression changed. As he looked at the bow in Xiao Chen's hand, he had a bad feeling. Xiao Chun sheathed his sword and circulated the law energy in his body, wanting to merge the 9 golden crows. Whoosh! However, he was too late in the end. Xiao Chun let go, and the Starbreaker arrow flashed with light. The 9 golden crows shot out and destroyed the killing move that Qin Shaoqing had spent a lot of effort on. Xiao Chen's lightning dragons were destroyed. However, this change also destroyed all 9 of Qin Shaoqing's golden crows. Qin Shaoqing did not gain an advantage, either. The two in the sky fell into an anxious state once more. After exchanging a few moves, they knew how difficult it was to deal with the other party, so they became more cautious. Bai Lang stood beside Lin Yin and the others. He sighed and said, "Brother Xiao lacks a good saber. Otherwise, he would not be in such a passive position. This Qin Shaoqing is really incredible. He is the first disciple of the Sword Sovereign. Indeed, he cannot be underestimated." Feng Xingxing shook his head. Xiao Chun, who was in the air, was clearly on the defensive against Qin Shaoqing's blazing barrage of attacks. He was at a disadvantage. The Inferno Saber Sovereign's disciple, Lin Yin, smiled and said, "As the saying goes, things that are too hard are easy to break." Although Qin Shaoqing's attacks are ferocious, if he still does not have a suppressive advantage after 100 moves, he will lose for sure. Bai Lang nodded and said, "That's right. The crucial thing now is whether Xiao Chun can last 100 moves or not." Without a weapon in his hand, he can only use his physical body to receive Qin Shaoqing's sword moves that contain the destructive attribute. No matter how strong his physical body is, there will come a time when he cannot hold on. Dugaju, who rarely spoke, did not think highly of Xiao Chun. He said sullenly, "It will be a little difficult. I think that Xiao Chen's body can no longer hold on. If he receives another 100 moves, he will definitely collapse. Using your physical body to receive 300 moves from me. Even if you have a body of steel, you should not be able to hold on now, right?" Qin Shaoqing showed a calm expression as he smiled coldly at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, and he did not explain much. His physical body had already reached peak rank 3 sage body. Furthermore, he had consumed many divine materials to nourish his body. His physical body was no weaker than the blue-robed emperor's. Although the other party's attacks were tyrannical, and Xiao Chen's physical body was significantly injured, it would be impossible for Xiao Chen's physical body to collapse without at least 200 moves. Seeing that his words did not work, Qin Shaoqing snorted coldly, and his attacks became even more ferocious. In the blink of an eye, 50 moves had passed. The shock waves from 50 kilometers of the mountain range below broke off half of it. It was a frightening sight. Qin Shaoqing saw that Xiao Chun was still very lively, not showing any panic on his delicate face. Qin Shaoqing could not help feeling anxious. He was very clear on his own situation. His sword moves were tyrannical and unparalleled. Every move was a killing move. Every move could bring out the ferocious might of a volcano eruption. However, it exhausted a lot of energy as well. If he still could not take down Xiao Chun, he would really use up all the law energy in his body. At that time, no matter how capable he was, he would not be able to bring it out. He would only be able to sit and wait for death. I cannot afford to lose. Otherwise, I will lose too much face. I can only decide victory in one move. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. Xiao Chun, who had been on the defensive all this while, suddenly moved. Taking advantage of Qin Shaoqing's momentary panic, he charged over first. 18 blue dragons circled around Qin Shaoqing. A horrifying dragon might spread out, and many azure saber lights hacked down. This was Xiao Chen's strongest move, Flawless Blue Dragon, subduing Dragon Profound Slash. The might that this move burst out with was actually no weaker than Xiao Chen's strong sword intent erupting like a volcano. Saber lights chopped down, a total of 18 saber lights. They chopped down continuously, not giving Qin Shaoqing any time to think or a chance to execute a killing move. When the final saber light landed, Qin Shaoqing's sword move was completely disrupted. He vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, deities descending, tenfold combat prowess. After much difficulty, Xiao Chan managed to catch the other party's weakness and catch him off guard, injuring him. How could he miss out on this opportunity to deal a fatal blow? Clang! Clang! Just at this moment, two sword lights lit up in the sky. Sword intent connected to the soul as they charged at Xiao Chan without any warning. The timing of these two moves was very coincidental. They happened to be the instant Xiao Chen's body was enveloped by the divine light. Furthermore, they were fatal strikes from the two without holding anything back. Xiao Chen had already exhausted a lot of his energy. His physical body was severely injured. There was no way for him to dodge. The winner takes all. Xiao Chen. So what if you can endure, see through others, and have sharp eyes? I never said that I would fight you one-on-one. Qin Shaoqing smiled coldly. Then, he quickly suppressed the injuries in his body. A vicious look flashed on his face. Then, he charged at Xiao Chen. The three formed an encirclement. The situation instantly reversed. Xiao Chen, who had just gained the upper hand, was now in grave danger. The expressions of Bai Lang and the others changed drastically. Clearly, they had not expected the two to be so despicable. It was already too late to save Xiao Chen now. Elder brother Xiao Chen, just make your move. Bai, help me block these bad people. A fragrant wind blew in the chilly battlefield. A pretty figure rushed over at lightning speed. In the time it took for a spark to fly, she drew the sword at her waist. Immediately, snow-white feathers fluttered in the air. A sword light shook everyone's hearts, humming endlessly. With a casual move, it blocked Gu Jinheng's and Lu Kuan's killing moves. Xiao Chan smiled faintly. When he saw Qin Shaoqing's expression change, he said coldly, "To think that the Sword Sovereign's faction could produce trash like you. Today, you not only embarrassed yourself, but also the entire Profound Domain swordsman." Bang! The fearless Xiao Chun punched out with 10 dragon force. Boom! He sent Qin Shaoqing, who was charging over, flying, crashing into a mountain peak. The mountain peak crumbled, burying Qin Shaoqing with a loud rumble. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Gu Jinheng, Lu Kuan, you two bastards. Bring Qin Shaoqing and scram out of Heavenly Cauldron City. Bai Lang led Feng Xingxing and dozens of others over. Without saying anything, they surrounded Gu Jinheng and Lu Kuan, who Bai Lang had stopped, and beat them up. Since the other party broke the rules first, Bai Lang did not have to hold back. No matter how powerful the two were, they would only be asking for a beating. Gu Jinheng and Lu Kuan were beaten black and blue. The other party was the Sword Sovereign's faction. Bai Lang and the others didn't dare to kill them, but they couldn't help but suffer some physical pain. They had lost a lot of face this time. The two's original plan was to take down Xiao Chun when he least expected it. Then, they would use their first senior brother's strength to sweep through the others. At that time, the winner would be the king, and the loser would be the thief. The world would only remember that Qin Shaoqing swept through the Saber Dao Tea Party. No one would care about the two sneak attacks. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bai suddenly appeared. The Spirit Fox King's adopted daughter, who was originally with them, blocked them at the crucial moment. Yuan Shurchun, you can forget about entering the Heavenly Sword Pavilion again. Chapter 965. Gu Jinheng said hatefully. Then, he led Lu Kuan to dig out Qin Shaoqing, who was buried in the mountain, and ran back in a sorry state. I did not mind. She smiled faintly and stood obediently behind Xiao Chun. Brother Xiao, This tea party is all thanks to you. Bai Lang performed a cupped fist salute in thanks. Xiao Chen replied calmly, Brother Bai, you are too polite. I like the atmosphere of the tea party. I've benefited a lot from the tea party. If someone tries to cause trouble, I will naturally do my best. A thought occurred to Bai Lang. He suggested, how about we let Brother Xiao host the next Saber Dao tea party? I'll let my master know. It should not be a problem. That's right. Brother Xiao, if you are still alive 10 years from now, you can host the next tea party. The others all started encouraging as well. They had no objections to Xiao Chun hosting the tea party. On the contrary, they looked forward to it. When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help feeling tempted. However, after thinking for a while, he still rejected the idea. While hosting the tea party looked simple, it required a lot of effort and resources. It was too much of a hassle. Bai Lang smiled faintly and said, Don't be in a rush to reject me. If you are willing, you can come and look for me at any time. There are still some things that I need to deal with. I'll take my leave first. At this point, the tea party came to a rather satisfactory end. After the others said their goodbyes to Xiao Chun, they left one after another. After everyone left, Xiao Chun turned around and looked at Bai. After not seeing her for so many years, she had completely grown up. The youthful and inexperienced look of the past could no longer be found in this charming face that could bring disaster to nations. Amid her charming aura, there was now an air of nobility that could not be profaned. This was the status of the Fox King's adopted daughter. Whether she was willing or not, this gave her the status of a holy daughter in the fiend domain. Xiao Chan felt somewhat distracted. Is this still the delicate and pure Bai from back then? Xiao Chan casually glanced around and saw an exquisite gourd hanging at Bai's waist. Xiao Chan couldn't help but smile. No matter how he changed, Bai would always be the same Bai. Big brother Xiao Chun, don't look at Bai like that. Bai blushed as she lowered her head. It was clear that after all these years of growth, she had a better understanding of the relationship between men and women. Xiao Chun smiled gently and returned to his senses. Yuan Shurchen, I heard Gu Jining call you by that name. Bai raised his head with a serious expression and said, Yes, this is the name my adoptive father gave me. From now on, only brother Xiao Chun can call Bai. Xiao Chun thought about it and agreed. When he was in the Sky Dome realm, it was fine for others to call him Bai. However, with Bai's current status, it would be a little inappropriate for others to call him Bai. Elder brother Xiao Chun, you should treat your injuries first. There's no need to talk, Bai said worriedly when she thought of something. Indeed, every sword strike of Qin Shaoqing's destructive sword intent was like a volcano erupting. Its destructive power was startling. After receiving hundreds of moves, his physical body had already sustained significant injuries. 10 kilometers in the sky, Kong Yuan and Yuan Su stood on a white cloud. Kong Yuan smiled and said, That's true. I have not seen Brother Xiao Chun for a long time already. I'll go down and greet him first. Yuan Su pulled Kong Yuan back and said, Blockhead, do you think it is appropriate to go down and greet him now? What's wrong? Xiao Chun saved my life in the Sage Mark Monument. Although I envy Xiao Chun as well, there is no need to make it so obvious, not even greeting him, Kong Yuan said in dissatisfaction. Helplessness appeared on Yuan Su's charming face. He could only call Kong Yuan an idiot in his heart. Then, he said impatiently, See for yourself. If you really go down, I believe that Shurchen will not speak to a blockhead like you for at least half a year. Kong Yuan looked carefully and saw Xiao Chun sitting cross-legged on a distant peak, circulating his energy to treat his injuries. Bai supported his head with his hand, smiling gently at Xiao Chun. The scene was silent, giving off a warm and peaceful feeling. Kong Yuan suddenly startled awake. He smiled embarrassedly and said, We can greet him at any time. There is no need for it now. However, after offending Qin Shaoqing, it will be somewhat problematic to enter the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. If she does not want to enter, then so be it. For the sake of Xiao Chun, this girl will probably give up the divine weapon, much less the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Yuan Su said with a smile. Kong Yuan chuckled and said, Speaking of which, Yuan Su, why do I feel that your words are extraordinarily sour? This is not like you, the most handsome man of our fiend race." Yuan Su kept a straight face. After being poked at in his weak spot, he directly looked away, ignoring Yuan Su. When Xiao Chun finished circulating his energy to treat his injuries, he chatted with Bai for a while. He finally understood Bai's purpose in coming to the profound domain. The snow feather sword that Yanshi San gave to Bai was very suitable for Bai. Unfortunately, it did not have an item spirit, so it could not become a peak subdivine weapon, much less a divine weapon. As Xiao Chen's strength increased, the snow feather sword's need to nurture an item spirit became urgent. Xiao Chen's purpose in coming to Sword Forging Peak was to ask Situ Leihong to nurture an item spirit for the snow feather sword. Situ Leihong agreed to help on the condition that Bai could make it into the top 10 of the sword school ranking and give him the 10,000-year-old essence iron. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen's and Bai's goals were surprisingly similar. Elder brother Xiao Chun, it has been almost 3 years. Why have you not gone to the fiend domain to visit Bai? Bai said begrudgingly as she leaned on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Her eyes were somewhat red. It had been 3 years. Xiao Chen had clearly promised to visit Xiao Chun in the Kunping King's grave palace. However, even after waiting for so long, Xiao Chun still did not come. At first, Xiao Chun occasionally heard news of Xiao Chen. Later, Xiao Chun went to the lower realm, and there was no news of him. Rumor had it that he died trapped in the Sage Mark Monument. Bai sneaked out and stood before the Sage Mark Monument, unable to enter. Who knew how many times he cried? If not for the Fox King obtaining news from the Haotian Emperor and going to the lower realm, Bai would still have to guard the Sage Mark Monument to the death, waiting for it to open again. Bai did not tell Xiao Chun about all this. All the anticipation and concern in her heart remained in her heart. However, now that they met again, she could not help telling Xiao Chun about it. Xiao Chen's heart ached. He did not know how to answer. While 3 years was a long time, to him, there had been no time to relax or rest at all. This was especially so after Ao Jiao's death, which made Xiao Chun feel even more guilty. Hence, he cultivated without eating or sleeping, unable to care about anything else. He only knew that Bai was doing very well at the Fox King's side, so he felt assured. Back then, the little fox on Seven-Horn Mountain beside Mo City had changed so much, even gaining strength equal to Xiao Chen's and the status of the fiend domain's holy daughter. Sorry, I stopped crying and smiled. Elder brother Xiao Chun, there is no need to say sorry. It is Bai's fault. Bai is too selfish. As long as elder brother Xiao Chun can be happy and I can hear news of elder brother Xiao Chun, Bai will be satisfied. A cool breeze blew without a shadow. Xiao Chun felt complicated emotions in his heart. After so many years, Xiao Chun thought that Bai, who had grown up, would slowly recognize his dependence on Xiao Chun and separate it from his feelings. Xiao Chun shook his head. Suddenly, he thought of something. He said, "That's right. Where are Yuan Su and Kong Yuan? Didn't they come with you?" A crafty look flashed in Bai's eyes. She smiled mischievously and said, "That's right. Those two fellows are too overboard. When they saw elder brother Xiao Chun, they did not even greet me. I will teach them a lesson when I get back." Elder brother Xiao Chun, tell me more about Qingyan Peak. Bai really wants to know how elder sister Ruyue and that elder brother Suifeng are doing now. 3 days later, all the cultivators in the inns of various sizes in Heavenly Cauldron City were discussing the various scenes from the tea party without exception. Be it the 18 ancient saber sovereign speeches that transcended time and space, attracting a deluge of heavenly flowers, spreading for 50 kilometers around. Be it the shocking battle between the first disciple of the sword's sovereign and Xiao Chun, destroying the 50-kilometer mountain range. Everyone took delight in talking about it. They could talk about it for a month without feeling tired. This tea party would definitely be passed down for 10,000 years, leaving a deep mark in the long river of history. At that time, you did not see it. Qin Shaoqing and the other two came with a threatening aura. Gu Jinheng forced back the Inferno Saber Sovereign with one sword strike, threatening to slap the Inferno Saber Sovereign's face. Who knew? In the end, the three of them were beaten into a sorry state. Now, the news has already reached the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Now, this group of swordsmen will not be able to raise their heads for half a year. I heard that the 18 ancient sages' speeches and the person who defeated Qin Shaoqing were all done by the Tianwu domain's white-robed Shao Chen. Is that true? How can it be false? Several bladesmen at the tea party saw it with their own eyes. How could it be false? In the largest inn of Heavenly Cauldron City, there were no surprises. The idle bladesmen chatting in the inn all focused on the tea party 3 days ago. There were fewer cultivators on the third floor. At a table by the window, Shao Chun was busy recording the various saber daos of the 18 saber sovereigns at the tea party. Shao Chen's comprehension ability was startling, far surpassing that of all the bladesmen at that time. Hence, he gained the most. Amid the overlapping sages, he memorized all 18 saber daos, not missing a single one. Of course, he only recorded them down and did not comprehend them on the spot. Furthermore, he had his own flawless saber dao. Even the saber dao of the ancients could only be used as a reference. However, while Shao Chun did not need these saber daos, it did not mean that others did not need them. For example, the bloody young master Yi Chun cultivated the massacre saber dao. If Shao Chun could give the ancient saber sovereign's comprehension of the massacre saber dao to him, it would be a huge favor, enough to make him wild with joy. On the other side of the table, Bai drank fine wine. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she quietly watched Shao Chun, who was concentrating. After Shao Chun finished recording the final set of the Heavenly Saber Dao, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he glanced at Bai, who was across from him. Finding it strange, he asked, "Why have Yuan Su and Kong Yuan not appeared after 3 days?" Bai giggled and said, "Who knows? Those two are too evil. They caused elder brother Shao Chun to accompany me for 3 days, not even having time to go to the 9 layers of purgatory." For the past 3 days, Shao Chun had been with Bai. He worried that Bai would not be safe alone. In the past 3 days, Shao Chun could only put aside what he was doing and wait for Yuan Su and Kong Yuan to appear. However, this wait lasted for 3 days. This made Shao Chun somewhat anxious. "Elder brother Shao Chun, how about you bring me to the 9 layers of purgatory?" Bai put down her wine gourd, appearing very obedient. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she said, "According to legend, the 9 layers of purgatory was the underworld of the Immortal epic. It controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. Now, the Immortal epic no longer exists, and the cycle of reincarnation is broken. It is a place that even the ghost race cultivators do not dare to enter. Bai will definitely be able to help elder brother Shao Chun." Chapter 966. Shao Chun could not help but regret telling Bai about going to the 9 layers of purgatory. He frowned and said, "Don't mention this. If the 2 of them still do not appear today, I will ask Bai Lang to look for them." "Ha ha ha. Brother Shao, there is no need to send people to look for us. The 2 of us have actually been here for the past 3 days. Carefree laughter rang out. 2 cultivators wearing black cloaks sat at a table in a blind spot. The 2 removed their cloaks and arrived before Shao Chen's table. It was Yuan Su and Kong Yuan. Shao Chun raised his eyebrows as he looked at the black cloaks. He sent his spiritual sense over, but the image of the 2 cloaks did not appear in his mind. "Strange, I wonder what kind of cloaks these are. The 2 of them should have been relying on these cloaks to hide from my spiritual sense for the past 3 days. Brother Shao, you seem to be treating Shurchen like a child. Don't be in a rush to reject me," Yuan Su said with some dissatisfaction after greeting Shao Chun. After greeting Shao Chun, Yuan Su picked up a wine cup on the table and drained it in one go. Shao Chun felt slightly confused, not understanding what Yuan Su meant. Kong Yuan revealed a bitter smile. "You might not know this, but for the sake of catching up to you, Shurchen suffered a lot of injuries and suffered a lot. She experienced more life and death situations than Yuan Su and I did." "Elder brother Shao Chun, stop. They're just spouting nonsense. Don't take it seriously." Bai quickly waved his hand, revealing an anxious expression. Yuan Su said coldly, "Why not? Is it really that easy to be the Fox King's adopted daughter? The spirit fox race has thousands of competitors. In order to stand out from the rest, one has to face a lot of killing and battles. Any mistake could result in a life and death separation. Even after becoming the Fox King's adopted daughter, she still cannot rest easy. She still has to fight for the position of Fiend King for the Spirit Fox race. The blood and sweat she put in is 1,000 times more than before. All this is just to catch up to a certain person. She puts in so much effort that she can keep up with a certain person. Every time she hears news of a certain person, she rejoices for a long time. Every time she hears that a certain person offended an enemy, she clenches her teeth and redoubles her efforts in cultivation. Maybe someone thinks that the adopted daughter of the Fox King is the same as a princess, receiving the respect of the world and enjoying boundless fortune. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, especially when the strength of our demon race is declining year after year. Kong Yuan's face sank. He could tell that Yuan Su's emotions were somewhat unstable. He said sullenly, "Yuan Su, Shi Chun told you to stop talking. Did you not hear her?" Yuan Su knew that he had made a slip of the tongue, so he continued drinking and did not say anything else. A smile appeared on Bai's face. Hee. Elder brother Xiao Chun, it is not as exaggerated and scary as elder brother Yuan Su made it out to be. Adoptive father treats Bai very well. Bai did everything willingly. Xiao Chen's heart was in turmoil, unable to speak for a long time. Who would have thought that back in the lower realm? After so many years, she had been working hard to remember what her parents said when they took her away. Bai said earnestly, "Even though I have the Fox Kings will clone, it is useless. This time, I can really help elder brother Xiao Chun. I also want to meet elder sister Ao Jiao. I want to see the day when the lunar shadow saber is unsheathed again." When Xiao Chun saw the expression in Bai's eyes, some of the views that he had been firm in his heart for a long time started to waver. Xiao Chun said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Bai, come over for a while. I have something to say to you alone." Now, only Yuan Su and Kong Yuan remained at the table. The atmosphere turned somewhat silent. Kong Yuan drank a mouthful of wine and said, finding it strange, "Yuan Su, others might not know, but don't you know the pressure of being a descendant of the Qing Emperor? Don't you know the danger that comes with admitting to it?" Xiao Chen does not want to meet with Bai because he wants time to wear away Bai's reliance on him. He does not want his own danger to affect his family and friends. Why does everything sound so different when it comes from your mouth? You're not usually this kind of person. Yuan Su revealed a warm smile on his handsome and charming face. There was no longer any hatred or dissatisfaction from earlier. "Blockhead, do you think that with Bai's persistence, time can wear away her reliance on Xiao Chun?" "Of course not. Isn't that so? Rather than that, we might as well let Xiao Chun truly accept Bai and give Bai status." When Kong Yuan heard that, he could not help but laugh. He did not know if he was laughing at himself or at Yuan Su. How pitiful. The most handsome man of the fiend race has to be a matchmaker. After a while, Xiao Chun and Bai returned. When they saw the smile on Bai's face, they felt both disappointed and happy. Kong Yuan muttered to himself, wondering if Yuan Su's provocation worked or not. The four discussed for a while and decided to barge into the 9 layers of purgatory together. Then, they all left to make their various preparations for entering the 9 layers of purgatory. The next day, when the four gathered again, they set off on their journey to the 9 layers of purgatory. The 9 layers of purgatory was one of the forbidden lands that everyone in the Kunlun continent knew about. In terms of fame, it was even greater than the primal chaos domain's heavenly ruin wasteland. It rivaled the savage battlefield, perhaps even surpassed it. Before the 6 paths of reincarnation were broken during the Immortal epoch, this place had been the netherworld, in charge of the cycle of reincarnation for all living beings. Rumor said that during that era, if one did not become an immortal, one would enter the cycle of reincarnation forever. Based on good and evil, one would be chosen to reincarnate. Those who were evil would be sent to the path of beasts. Those who were evil and ferocious would remain in hell forever, enduring all kinds of torture and torture. They would not even be beasts. Those who were good would be reincarnated as humans in their next life, becoming rich and noble, rising to the clouds. There were even people with great virtue who could enter the heavenly realm. They were born as innate life forms, nurtured by the heavens and the earth. They were known as heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. However, the immortal Tao was broken, and the martial luck flourished. Reincarnation no longer existed, and hell no longer existed. Only the 9 layers of purgatory remained. The truth of the past had already become a legend, and the legend had become a myth. In the current era, reincarnation no longer existed. There were no immortals in the world. Everyone could live only one life. No one believed in virtue anymore. 7 days later, Xiao Chun used the freedom wings to carry the 4 to a tall mountain in the ghost domain. This mountain was known as Mount Tai. The middle of the mountain already reached the clouds, so it was impossible to tell how tall it was. The mountain covered an area of 50 kilometers, looking boundlessly majestic. The surroundings of the mountain were very gloomy. Occasionally, one could see wandering spirits and wild ghosts wandering around. The 4 did not find this strange. The ghost domain lacked everything but wandering spirits and wild ghosts. They were already used to it. Although reincarnation no longer existed, after a person died, their soul still existed. A soul that lost its physical body would not exist for long in the world. Even someone as strong as Emperor Wu, who shone with dazzling light and could pluck the stars and moon from the sky, could not exist for long. Similarly, a soul would not exist for long. It would separate and naturally scatter. However, the ghost race had secret techniques that could capture the soul. After a person died, they refined the soul into all sorts of spirits, enslaving and controlling them. This made one unable to rest in peace after death, inspiring fear and loathing. It was just like the corpse race, stealing corpses and digging graves. If not for their own strength, they would have been destroyed thousands of times already. At the foot of the mountain was a turbid river that flowed from the summit to the ground. This river was the famous Underworld River. It was also known as the Death River, the Yellow Springs River, or the River of Helplessness. However, it was no longer complete. The cycle of reincarnation shattered, and the source of this river, the profound river in the heavenly realm, broke into many pieces. Naturally, the Underworld River broke into many pieces as well. It was not good to lose all sorts of strange magic skills. If one followed this river, one would reach the 9 layers of purgatory. Several cultivators gathered at the riverbank. Aside from the ghost race cultivators, there were many cultivators of the other races. Several black ships floated in the river. Kong Yuan looked up at the tall mountain and said, "Is this the legendary Mount Tai? I heard that if one follows the river, one can reach the summit. There is a southern heavenly gate there. After passing the southern heavenly gate, one will reach the immortal world." I nodded and said, "I once heard adoptive father say that there is indeed a gate at the summit. The world behind the gate is indeed the immortal world. However, it is already a shattered world. Even a sovereign martial emperor would not be able to survive there for long." Yuan Su glanced at Xiao Chun and said meaningfully, "This is just a guess. As for what exactly it is, only those who have entered know. Unfortunately, since ancient times, it seems like only the Qing emperor walked out of there." Xiao Chun did not care. He smiled and said, "Don't look at me. The Xiao clan does not have any ancient records of what the Qing emperor saw in there." Kong Yuan said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go to the ferry. After the sky turns dark, that group of ghost race cultivators will no longer receive guests." Although the 9 layers of purgatory was not a forbidden land, aside from the death chi and evil spirits that the ghost race liked, most of the inattributed flames in the world were born in the 9 layers of purgatory. Experts of the various races would often go to the 9 layers of purgatory to seek inattributed flames. Aside from inattributed flames, there were also several cold-attributed natural treasures that could only be found in the 9 layers of purgatory. Although the Forbidden Land was dangerous, there were always bold and skilled people who dared to seek riches in the midst of danger. Perhaps some cultivators came purely for experiential training, to see if they could comprehend something between life and death. If they were not careful and managed to dig up an immortal epic treasure, they would have been lucky. The four moved quickly. After a while, they arrived at the ferry. There was a complicated flow of people at the ferry. Initially, Xiao Chun did not pay much attention to them. However, when he glanced around, he discovered a group of people wearing clothes that looked familiar. After thinking carefully, he recalled that they were the Medicine God Valley's people. Mr. Qin, who died at Xiao Chen's hands, and the two Medicine God Valley cultivators who sought trouble for him in Leisure Feather City all wore similar clothes. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He had not expected to run into the Medicine God Valley's people here. Now that he had killed their Grandmaster-level alchemist, he would not be able to get away with it. The Medicine God Valley's alchemists were not strong. However, they had strong connections. Look at that group. The strongest ones were not from the Medicine God Valley. With one look, it was clear that they had invited help. One of them seemed to be a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. That person should be helping the Medicine God Valley's people collect the attributed flames. According to the alchemy of the martial epic, several medicinal pills required different flames to refine. Fortunately, this group of people had already boarded the ferry. The ferry sailed through the turbid yellow water, heading for the underworld land ahead. Kong Yuan stepped forward and called for a ferry. After paying a large number of astral coins, the ferryman wearing a conical bamboo hat happily set sail. The turbid yellow water gave off an unpleasant smell. Occasionally, one could see changing ghostly faces in the river, looking deep and terrifying. Chapter 9:67. Contrary to Xiao Chen's expectations, Bai, who sat beside him, did not show any fear at all, remaining as calm as usual. Xiao Chen felt a pang in his heart. He could not help grabbing Bai's hand tightly. He wondered what this girl had experienced in the past few years. Bai giggled and let Xiao Chen hold her hand, gently leaning on his shoulder. Although the underworld river had lost its various miraculous magic skills, its nature still remained. If one fell into it, one would immediately be corrupted and corroded. No secret treasure in the world could protect one. The river also contained a demonic nature. One could not fly on it. Otherwise, one might fall into it for no reason. Only the specter ship forged by the ghost race could travel on it. This resulted in the fact that the ghost race controlled the entrance to the 9 layers of purgatory. Anyone who went there would have to pay a large amount of black astral coins. The specter ship quickly left the surface. The bow of the ship turned completely dark. The air was filled with flickering, phosphorescent lights, all of which were wandering spirits. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw many skulls piled up on stone pillars. As the ship traveled on the water, it passed through the bodies of these wandering spirits, giving off an intense life force. The moment the ship touched a wandering spirit, it immediately scattered it into nothing. During the Immortal epoch, this land of the Netherworld had been divided into the Netherworld and the Netherworld. Once one crossed this place, one would be in the Netherworld. However, if one could not cross this place, one would be trapped here, unable to return to the world of the living or reincarnate, drifting here forever. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. The specter ship stopped moving and stopped in the river. Kong Yuan's expression changed slightly. He gestured to Yuan Su and asked the boatman in a thick cloak, "Why are you stopping? We have not reached the 9 layers of purgatory yet. We can't reach it yet. We will just retire here. Then, we will turn into wandering spirits and drift for the rest of our lives." The boatman sat at the bow and did not turn his head back. Only a hoarse voice came from within. Now, the expressions of Bai and the other two changed. They all circulated their law energy, preparing to snatch the ship at any time. Xiao Chen remained calm and said in a deep voice, "You're trying to extort money, right? I've long heard that some black-hearted boatmen will sail their boats to the Netherworld, a place where there is no way out or out, and take the opportunity to extort money." He extorting money? Young Master Xiao. Young Master Xiao, you're the ancestor of this aspect. A tender laugh was heard, and the cloak on the boatman's body exploded, revealing a delicate figure in a white dress. The woman turned around and smiled. It was the ghost race's Qing Cheng. Xiao Chen's expression didn't change, but he cursed in his heart. Why did he run into this woman here? A cocky smile appeared on Qing Cheng's breathtakingly beautiful face. Jiang Chengzi told me that a few of you were coming to the ghost domain. I thought it was fake news. Unexpectedly, you really dare to come. Aren't you very capable? Let's see how you're going to resolve this situation today. You're going to toy with me in the palm of your hand. Pa! Qing Cheng patted the ship with her palm, and countless small holes immediately appeared at the bottom of the ship. Then, the specter ship slowly sank. Yuan Su and Kong Yuan instantly attacked, charging at this woman. However, Qing Cheng merely smiled and floated up gently. 8 spirits carrying a palanquin flew out. Then, Qing Cheng pulled open the curtains. Qing Cheng pulled open the curtains and sat down. Then, she looked at the slowly sinking specter ship through the window. Yuan Su and Kong Yuan quickly retreated. Qing Cheng had the 8 ghost palanquin. If she dared to fly on it, they would not dare to cross the underworld river. That way, they would die even faster. Gurgle, gurgle. The river bubbled as the specter ship continued to sink. When the ship completely sank, it would be the end of everyone. Aside from Emperor Wu's indestructible golden body, no matter how strong one's physical body was, one would not be able to survive in the Yellow Springs water. Even Xiao Chun was no exception. Yuan Su and Kong Yuan's expressions turned grave. What should we do? At this crucial moment, everyone looked at Xiao Chun at the same time. I said calmly, I'll activate Adoptive Fathers Will Clone. Given the strength of Adoptive Fathers Will Clone, it should be able to escort us to the 9 layers of purgatory. Naturally, the Dark World could not trap the Fox Kings Will Clone. However, what would they do when they returned? Furthermore, the Will Clone was something that the Fox King had given to Bai to protect his life. How could Xiao Chen use it at this moment? Hence, Xiao Chen rejected the idea without any explanation. The true solution lay with Qing Cheng, who was in the 8 ghost palanquin. Xiao Chen's thoughts were very sharp. If this Qing Cheng really wanted to kill them, she could have caused the specter ship to sink without anyone noticing, not even giving them a chance to use the Will Clone. She must be plotting something. As long as they did not obtain what they wanted, they would be safe. Hee. Young Master Xiao, you were born to toy with others. You did not expect such a day to come, right? I won't waste words with you. If you want to enter the 9 hells purgatory alive and come out alive, then return to me double the spirit vein and star coins you extorted last time. Indeed, Qing Cheng, who was in the 8 ghost palanquin, felt that victory was within her grasp. After looking for a while, she made her request. She did not think that Xiao Chan had any room to bargain. I wonder if this supreme grade spirit vein is enough. Xiao Chan stretched out his hand and pushed. A peak spirit vein in his universe ring turned into a dragon and flew towards Qing Cheng. Top grade spirit vein. Yuan Su and Kong Yuan were startled. Xiao Chan was really willing to part with a peak spirit vein just like that. However, at this moment, preserving his life was more important. It was understandable that he was willing to part with a peak spirit vein. The expression of Qing Cheng, who was in the palanquin, clearly changed. It was much more valuable than some king-grade secret treasures. Only king-grade sects and holy lands could casually take it out. To think that Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he took out a peak spirit vein. He was really bold. However, Qing Cheng was a ghost race cultivator after all. Although a spirit vein was good, it was not very meaningful to her. A light flashed around the palanquin. A crack opened in the 8 ghost spirit locking defense formation, allowing the spirit vein to flow in. Then it quickly mended. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He saw all this, but his expression did not change. A peak spirit vein is very valuable. However, Xiao Chen, you should know what I truly want. Give it to me. Not only will I ensure that you will be unobstructed on this trip, but I can also send people to help you, Qing Cheng said slowly, not in a rush to collect the spirit vein. Naturally, she was referring to the death throne. The rumbling sounds intensified. Xiao Chun and the other 3 were already hovering in the air, doing their best to reduce the weight of the specter ship. The rumbling grew louder. Xiao Chun and the other three were already hovering in the air, doing their best to reduce the weight of the Spectre ship. However, they still could not stop the ship from sinking. The situation was critical. They needed to make a decision. Xiao Chun waved his hand to stop by, who wanted to activate the Fox King's will clone. Then, he thrust out the cycle banner. Dense death chi mixed with starlight spread throughout the entire banner pole. I refined the Death Throne, Massacre Throne, and Ruin Throne into this astral banner. If you want them, then take them. When the calm Ching Chung saw the cycle astral banner slowly fly over, her heart could not help but pound wildly. 3 thrones. Xiao Chun actually collected 3 thrones. Very well. After I verify that there is no mistake, I will bring you and your friends out of this underworld land. Ching Chung stretched out her hand, and the 8 ghost spirit locking defense formation on the 8 ghost palanquin opened a crack. Then, she tried to put the cycle banner in. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. A pair of pure white wings unfurled behind Xiao Chun. He took a step forward, and his body turned into a beam of spiritual light. In the next moment, he arrived before Ching Chung in the palanquin. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly, not giving Ching Chung any chance to react. You! Ching Cheng's expression changed drastically as she quickly retreated. However, how could Xiao Chun dodge so easily after storing up power for this attack? Xiao Chun stretched out a finger and tapped Ching Cheng's forehead. A strong saber chi immediately flowed into Ching Cheng's meridians. A cold chi assaulted Ching Chung, and sharp saber chi circled around all the vital points in her body continuously. As long as Xiao Chun willed it, he could immediately kill Ching Chung. Xiao Chun put away the freedom wings on his back and waved his hand. He happened to catch the cycle banner, which had arrived a step too late, in his palm. He slowly withdrew his hand, and a crystalline flower appeared on Ching Cheng's forehead. Ching Cheng looked around, not daring to act rashly. Xiao Chun looked around and sighed to himself. This palanquin was much larger than he expected. This was especially so when there was a soft white bed in the back. Xiao Chun casually put away the spirit vein floating in the air. Then he sat on the soft bed and smiled gently. Miss Ching Chung, you are really enjoying yourself. This palanquin is indeed comfortable. Ching Cheng's back faced Xiao Chun. She felt hatred and regret in her heart. She blamed herself for being too greedy. She wanted to obtain the Death Throne and drown this fellow. If she had just drowned this fellow, such a thing would not have happened. Now, this fellow would be able to counter her. When Ching Chung heard Xiao Chen's words, she scolded, "Bastard! If you have the guts, then kill this lady. The Spectre ship will sink soon. None of your friends will survive. The wings on your back should have some restrictions in this dark underworld land, right? Otherwise, you would have fled with your friends long ago. Flying was not allowed in the underworld river." Naturally, Xiao Chen did not dare to take the risk. The Freedom Wings used the power of space. However, as Ching Chung said, there were indeed great restrictions here. The dark underworld was dark. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could not see beyond a kilometer. When a magic skill, so close yet worlds apart, appeared before him, everything beyond a kilometer was dark. He did not dare to use it at all. Seeing that Xiao Chun did not say anything, Ching Chung felt reassured. Given Xiao Chen's character, he would absolutely not abandon his friends. She still had the capital to negotiate with him. What's wrong? I guess correctly. The Spectre ship can last for at most 10 minutes. Xiao Chun, after all your scheming, you still failed at the last step. If you have the guts, then kill me immediately. The life and death of your friends will depend on a single thought. Xiao Chun smiled gently, unconcerned. Then he flicked his finger, and Ching Chung felt her body turn cold. Ching Cheng's white dress slid off, revealing her jade-white back. Only a red doo-doo and underwear remained. Ching Cheng's face, which had just regained some confidence, now flushed red. She felt extremely bashful as she scolded, "Xiao Chun, you shameless, lecherous, despicable person." Xiao Chun smiled softly and lay down on the large bed. Then he smiled nonchalantly and said, "This bed is really extraordinarily big. It is too much of a waste to sleep on one person. I feel that I should sleep on one more person in the future." Ching Chung raged in her heart. She wished that she could immediately chop Xiao Chun in half. However, the crystalline flower on her forehead prevented her from moving at all. She regretted as much as she could. She should not have offended this fellow at all. Chapter 968. Despicable. Despicable. Shameless. Ching Chung said through clenched teeth, her voice trembling somewhat. Xiao Chun flicked his finger again, and Ching Cheng's doo-doo instantly slipped off, scaring her into silence. Xiao Chun did not know what the scenery in front was like, nor was he in any mood to look. He said coldly, "Not going to speak anymore? Very well, I'll speak. I'll only ask you one thing. Will you still use your friends to threaten me?" Most of the Spectre ship had already sunk. When Bai and the other two saw Xiao Chun charge into the 8 ghost palanquin, joy appeared on their faces. However, the 8 ghost palanquin did not move for a long time. The Spectre ship sank deeper and deeper. It looked like it would sink completely soon. Their expressions turned grave again. Bai said sullenly, "Elder brother Xiao Chun, something must have happened. There is no more time to wait. I'm going to activate my will clone." Yuan Su waved his hand to stop him. "Wait a little longer. Xiao Chun is not someone who would casually make a move just because he is confident. However, if we continue waiting, we will sink completely." Before Bai could finish speaking, a white light flashed in front. The 8 ghost palanquins swallowed up the 3 of them, while the Spectre ship remained silent. The 3 of them landed on the palanquin. Xiao Chun and Ching Chung stood side by side. Ching Chung had already put on some clothes. Her pretty face was filled with frustration. There was an ice flower mark on her forehead, looking exceptionally eye-catching. Xiao Chun stood upright with a smile on his face. His expression was calm, without any fluctuations. Confusion filled Kong Yuan's face. He could not understand what was going on. Ching Chung, who hated Xiao Chun to the bone earlier, was now standing together with Xiao Chun for no reason. "What's going on? This is..." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "It's nothing. Miss Ching Chung was just joking with everyone earlier. This palanquin has been temporarily given to us. Furthermore, it will travel with us." "Is that true?" Naturally, the 3 did not believe it. Even Bai looked at Ching Chung suspiciously, feeling that something was wrong. Xiao Chun's expression did not change as he glanced at Ching Chung. Ching Chung smiled embarrassedly and said, "Oh, this young lady has never been a bandit before. When I saw my old friend Xiao Chun, I could not help but crack a joke. Haha, please don't mind me." Regardless of whether he believed it or not, the 8 ghost palanquin moved freely under Xiao Chun's control, flying toward the other side of the netherworld. Along the way, Zhang Xian passed through thousands upon thousands of wandering souls, as if there was no one there. Inside the palanquin, Kong Yuan looked at the scene flashing by outside the window and clicked his tongue in wonder. The 8 ghost palanquin truly lives up to its reputation. It can even fly above the Netherworld River. As expected of a secret treasure refined by the Ghost Empress, Shi Sun, Yuan Su thought of something and asked, "I heard that the Ghost Empress, Shi Sun's strength has soared in recent years. She has been trying to compete with the Mountain Monarch for the position of the Ghost Domain's Lord. I wonder if they have fought." The Mountain Monarch was the Lord of the Ghost Domain, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. However, most people referred to him as the Mountain Monarch. Only the Ghost race liked to use his full title. Ching Chung glanced at Yuan Su and said in surprise, "This by face of yours seems to know a lot. However, whether they fought or not, what does that have to do with you? Why are you asking so much?" The other party was Xiao Chen's friend, so Yuan Su could not lose his temper. He could only endure the rage burning on his fair face. This caused Kong Yuan, who was at the side, to laugh involuntarily. Suddenly, when Ching Chung saw Xiao Chun, she frowned slightly. Then, she smiled apologetically and said, Sorry. This young lady usually speaks like this. Young Master Yuan, please don't blame me. Master's strength has indeed soared greatly. However, there is still a gap between him and the Ghost Emperor. Why would I invite trouble by fighting with him? Xiao Chun, who had been controlling the 8 ghost palanquin, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. Earlier, he seemed to have overtaken the Medicine God Valley Spectre ship. On the underworld river in the Medicine God Valley's rented Spectre ship, this group of people stood at the bow of the ship. 6 people from the Medicine God Valley had come. One of them was an alchemist, and the others were cultivators that the Medicine God Valley nurture themselves. They were all Grandmaster-level martial sages. As for the other 3 people who were not from the Medicine God Valley, their cultivations were even more incredible. They were only a step away from great Grandmaster-level martial sages. After several hundred years of cultivation, they could advance at any time. The person leading this group was a bona fide great Grandmaster-level martial sage. His name was Gongsun Hualong. Clearly, the group of 9 centered around the alchemist. This person's name was Wei Tao, and people called him Mr. Wei. He was one of the 3 Grandmaster-level alchemists of the Medicine God Valley. His alchemy ability and strength were even higher than Mr. Qin's. As Mr. Wei watched the 8 ghost palanquin fly over his head, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. 8 ghost palanquin. If we could use this palanquin, our chances of collecting the icy snow flame would increase by 50%. Unfortunately, everyone knew what he meant even without saying. The 8 ghost palanquin was made by the Ghost Empress Shi Sun. In the Ghost Domain, no one would dare to offend the Ghost Empress Shi Sun by targeting the 8 ghost palanquin. Even after leaving the Ghost Domain, everyone would have to give the 8 ghost palanquin some face. Someone said, "Mr. Wei, there is no need to worry. With Senior Gongsun here, collecting the icy snow flame will be a piece of cake." Gongsun Hualong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "It will not be that easy. The icy snow flame is one of the top 5 inattributed flames. It was born at the Last Breath Lake. I wonder what kind of powerful ghost is guarding it." Mr. Wei smiled and said, "Mr. Gongsun, don't be too pessimistic. Before this old man came here, I already found a soul-slaying mirror. I can use it to kill spirits and ghosts." Soul-slaying mirror? Gongsun Hualong's expression froze for a while. Then, he said, "It should be a replica. If it is the real deal, then we will have a 100% chance of success." Mr. Wei nodded. "Although it is a replica, it is still of a high grade. As long as we are careful, there should be no problem." The 8 ghost palanquin flew for an hour, passing through a foggy area. The scene before them changed drastically, and they could no longer see the underworld river. After flying for another hour, Xiao Qin noticed that he had exhausted too much magic energy. So he put away the 8 ghost palanquin and formally entered the 9 layers of purgatory. The sky was boundlessly dark. A broken black sun hung in the distant horizon, not giving off any heat. Spatial tiers could be seen everywhere. It seemed like there was a small world in them, showing all sorts of terrifying scenes. The ground was covered in soft black sand. The black desert stretched as far as the eye could see. At the limits of Xiao Chen's vision, there were some ancient palaces indistinctly visible like illusions. This place was silent, so quiet that it was scary. As a member of the ghost race, Qingchun was no stranger to this 9 layers of purgatory. She pointed to the desert below her and said, "This is the Mute Desert. During the Immortal epoch, this was the first layer of hell, the tongue-pulling hell. It specialized in punishing those who were glib-tongued, slanderous, sowing dissension, and deceiving. There is an immortal pair of scissors known as the Flood Dragon Scissors. They stretched the tongues of these talkative people for 50 kilometers. Depending on their crimes, they cut them into as many pieces as they wanted. Every cut would cause them to feel so much pain that they wished they were dead. For the more serious crimes, they had to be cut into millions of pieces. It would take at least 100 years before they could be reincarnated. So, don't speak too much here. The mute ghost's underground hate hearing people speak the most." Qing Cheng appeared serious as she explained the various aspects of the Mute Desert in detail. When the group heard this, their hair stood on end, and their expressions changed. Xiao Chen showed a blank expression, not feeling anything. This was the martial epoch. The 6 paths of reincarnation had already shattered long ago. The ghosts and deities of hell no longer existed. No matter how horrifying hell was, it had nothing to do with them. You know how to get to the Yellow Springs Road, right? Ing Xiong had helped Xiao Chun ask around. As long as he found the Yellow Springs Road, he would be able to find the Permitha flowers and the 3-life stone. The Permitha flowers bloomed on both sides of the Yellow Springs Road. They were fiery red everywhere, making them very easy to find. As for the 3-life stone, it was at the end of the Yellow Springs Road, beside the Bridge of Helplessness. As for where the soul-returning grass was, Xiao Chun did not know. Originally, he had intended to ask the other ghost race cultivators. Now that Qing Cheng was here and the other party agreed to help, it would not be a problem. When Qing Cheng heard the words Yellow Springs Road, her expression changed slightly. She pulled Xiao Chun to the side and said sullenly, "Yellow Springs Road. You actually want to go to the Yellow Springs Road? Didn't you say that you were only looking for the soul-returning grass?" Xiao Chun said calmly, "I did not say that I was only looking for the soul-returning grass. I only asked you how to find the soul-returning grass." Qing Cheng said hatefully, "If the 18 layers of hell were still around, you would have to spend 100 years in the hell of tongue pulling. You would not dare to speak in your next life. I definitely will not go to the Yellow Springs Road. If you want to go, you could go by yourself." Xiao Qun smiled faintly and said, "Liar, the one who should go to hell is you. You agreed to come with me and help me obtain what I want. That was why I decided to let you off and lend you the cycle banner for 3 months. You have to go to the Yellow Springs Road, even if you don't want to." Before Qing Cheng could reply, Xiao Qun turned and left. Qing Cheng clenched her teeth in hatred. However, when she touched the cold flower mark on her forehead, she could not do anything about it. "Elder brother Xiao Chun, what's wrong with your friend? Is she not going to help us anymore?" Bai asked worriedly as she looked into the distance at Qing Cheng, who was kicking the sand continuously. Kong Yuan also looked over curiously. If they had Qing Cheng's help, the danger of this trip would be significantly reduced. Yuan Su frowned and said, "This woman is very strange. Furthermore, she is the Ghost Empress disciple. I don't think she's reliable. We should go by ourselves." "Bai, you look very fair and clean, but you have a bad habit of speaking ill of people behind their backs. Well, have I ever said anything bad about you?" A cold wind blew, and Qing Cheng silently arrived beside Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was not surprised that Qing Cheng had returned. After he consoled Yuan Su, he said, "How do we get to the Yellow Springs Road? Tell everyone." Originally, after leaving the underworld and passing the gates of hell, the Yellow Springs Road is the Yellow Springs Road. Unfortunately, the 6 paths of reincarnation shattered, and the entire abyssal underworld fell into chaos. Who knows how many spaces it shattered into? The gates of hell also moved to another location, to the center of the 8th layer, Last Breath Lake. Last Breath Lake. There was a saying that when one breathed one's last breath, one would die without a doubt. That was one of the few dangerous places in the 9 layers of purgatory. No wonder Qing Cheng was unwilling to go. Boom! Just at this moment, a pitch-black flood dragon spirit suddenly flew out from the distance. Black sand fell from the sky as it reared its head back and roared ferociously. It seemed like someone was fighting with it. The silence of the mute desert was immediately broken. The entire desert suddenly started moving, and countless spirits leaped out. Chapter 969. Qing Cheng's expression did not change. She summoned out the black and white soul reapers with one hand. The moment the black and white soul reapers appeared, the spirits around Xiao Chun and the others all retreated in fear. Our luck is pretty good. We just arrived at the 1st layer of purgatory, and we already ran into someone who wanted to subdue this flood dragon scissors. We will probably be delayed for a while, Qing Cheng said casually, not finding this strange. However, Xiao Chun started thinking. The people from the Medicine God Valley should have already left the underworld. If they delayed for too long, it would be problematic if they ran into them. With one glance, Xiao Chun could tell that the people from the Medicine God Valley were elites. Furthermore, they even had a great Grandmaster-level martial sage leading them. Not to mention the fact that they were heading to the Yellow Springs Road now, which was not a good time to start a pointless battle. Even if they ran into each other, they would have to run as far away as possible. Roar, roar, roar. The black desert looked like clouds hanging upside down in the sky. The pitch-black flood dragon spirit spat out demonic flames, baring its fangs and claws as it started a startling battle with that person. Its roar shook the surroundings. The dragon roar did not stop, reaching Xiao Chen's ears. He could not help but look over. Why were their dragon roars overlapping? Xiao Chen did not find it strange that the flood dragon spirit could roar. The person fighting the flood dragon seemed to be able to roar as well. This piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity. Furthermore, Xiao Chen found the dragon roar of that person somewhat familiar. However, he was too far away, and his spiritual sense could only extend 1 kilometer, so he could not figure it out. The spirits that flew out of the ground obeyed the flood dragon's ferocious roar and leaped towards it. Kong Yuan felt suspicious and asked, "Is this flood dragon really formed by that immortal scissors?" Originally, when Xing Cheng said that this was the tongue-pulling hell and that there were immortal scissors, Kong Yuan thought it was a joke. Now that he saw the might of this flood dragon, it seemed like she was telling the truth. Naturally, it is real. However, it is no longer a treasure. After the immortal Tao died, its divine nature and immortal might no longer exist. It is now just an ordinary treasure. Once, Emperor Wu collected a flood dragon out of curiosity. Then, he casually gave it to his disciple. Now, only some great Grandmaster-level martial sages have designs on this flood dragon. Even the blue-robed emperor does not care about it. Seeing that Kong Yuan did not believe her, Qing Cheng casually explained. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, "Let's go. We can't keep waiting here. If it's just a great Grandmaster, we can just charge through." After Xiao Chen spoke, he took the lead. Bai and Yuan Su followed closely behind. Qing Cheng stomped her feet and had no choice but to follow as well. None of them were slow, moving as fast as lightning. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the battle between the black flood dragon and the human appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. The one fighting the black flood dragon was a burly middle-aged Ghost Clan martial artist. As he raised his hands and feet, 10 heaven dragons faintly appeared behind him. When he punched out, there was an earth-shattering sound, causing the desert to surge into the sky like waves. The black flood dragon, on the other hand, was even more brutal. Vicious energy surged into the sky as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring in rage. Xiao Chen finally understood why the sound of that Ghost Clan martial artist's punches sounded so familiar. Like Xiao Chen, the other party's physical strength reached 5,000 tons of force, forming dragon energy. However, this person's cultivation was much higher than Xiao Chen's, already reaching 10 dragon force. A casual punch from this person contained more than 50 million tons of force. This was a great Grandmaster-level martial sage of the physical body. A rather horrifying feat. Hundreds of figures moved around the periphery of the battlefield, blocking the spirits flying over, preventing them from interfering with the ghost race great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Although these spirits were not strong, barely equal to inferior grade martial sages, there were too many of them. If they all charged over at once, even a great Grandmaster-level martial sage would find it somewhat problematic. Whoosh! 7 or 8 figures descended with strong winds, blocking Xiao Chen's path. Stop! The 2 leaders had pale skin and unconcealable death chi. The other 5 were all solid spirits. Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched. These spirits were of high ranks. Furthermore, there were 5 of them. These people had significant backgrounds among the noble clans. My master's battle with this evil flood dragon has reached a critical moment. There is no room for anything unexpected to happen. Would you all please delay for a while? The yellow-clad person on the right said. Xiao Chen took a look. The other party's battle had indeed reached a critical moment. The flood dragon would not be able to hold on for much longer. If they rushed over, it would be hard to avoid these people's suspicions. Never mind, I can only wait for a while. Xiao Chen did not care about the 2 people before him. However, The Ghost Race Great Grandmaster level martial sage, who could casually send out 10 dragon force, was not someone to be trifled with. Suddenly, the black-clad cultivator on the left looked at Ching Chung. A murderous intent immediately filled his eyes. Attack. These people were sent by the Ghost Empress disciple to cause trouble. Kassier. However, right after that black-clad cultivator spoke, a saber hum rang out. Xiao Chun moved even faster. The instant that black-clad cultivator's expression changed, he attacked at lightning speed. A bright moonlight shot out from his fingertip. This was the flawless bright moon of the flawless saber Dao. The saber light flashed, and the black-clad cultivator turned into a headless corpse. Bai Yuan Su and the other two quickly made their moves. When they worked together, they dealt with the other yellow-clad cultivator in an instant. Since their masters were already dead, the 5 strong spirits behind them naturally could not exist for long. They turned into motes of light and disappeared. Ching Chung had an innocent expression as she muttered, "These are the people of the Ghost Monarch's faction. I already said to delay for a while before coming. However, you did not listen. You can't blame me for this." Xiao Chun looked around and happened to meet the gaze of the Ghost Race cultivator in the air. He felt an extremely dense, killing intent. Xiao Chun's expression did not change as he said calmly, "Attack. Eliminate all the people in the surroundings." Xiao Chun had never been an indecisive person. Since they already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no need to explain anything. If one wanted to live, it was better to save oneself than to beg others. Along the way, Xiao Chun had already become the backbone of the group. Without saying anything else, Bai and the other two split up and started to eliminate the Ghost Race cultivators, helping to block the spirits. Ching Chung was slightly stunned. She had not expected Xiao Chun to be so decisive. He did not waste any time at all, even if he was about to face the rage of a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. She felt a chill in her heart for some reason. Making an enemy out of such a person was truly scary. Then, Ching Chung glanced at the Ghost Race Great Grandmaster-level martial sage fighting the evil flood dragon. A smile appeared on her face as she said, "Martial Uncle Mo, sorry." Ching Chung really did not do it on purpose. Yuan Su and Kong Yuan were outstanding talents taught by sovereign martial emperors. The Fox King had high hopes for Bai, a genius nurtured as the next Fiend King. Furthermore, there was Xiao Chun. Without a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, no one could stop such people. As the flood dragon roared ferociously, the spirits covered the sky and launched themselves at the Ghost Race Great Grandmaster-level martial sage. The pressure on the flood dragon immediately lessened. The Ghost Race Great Grandmaster-level martial sage showed a ferocious expression. His skin split open and blood flowed out. Every time he punched, 15 heaven dragons roared ferociously. This was a startling 15 strands of heaven dragon force. Junior, quickly stop. Otherwise, this 9 layers of purgatory will be your burial ground. The thunderous voice reverberated in the surroundings, containing a boundless, killing intent. Xiao Chun ignored the voice. He was not a fool. If he really stopped, there would be no chance of survival. Xiao Chun could only let the spirits completely destroy this person and delay him. Only then would everyone have a chance of survival. Otherwise, no one here could receive more than 10 moves from a great Grandmaster-level martial sage that could erupt out with 15 strands of Heaven Dragon force. After about 7 minutes, the remaining Ghost Race cultivators either fled or died. All the openings opened up. The overwhelming number of spirits was like a sea drowning the Ghost Race Great Grandmaster-level martial sage. The evil flood dragon roared happily and swung its tail. It quickly broke free and circled around in the air before burrowing into the ground. The 5 gathered together, all of them more or less injured. Xiao Chen rejoiced. Fortunately, he brought Bai and the other 2. Otherwise, he would not have been able to deal with such a situation alone. Elder brother Xiao Chun, can we go now? Bai asked as he put away the snow feather sword. The others also looked over, waiting for his answer. Xiao Chen's expression changed as he glanced at the black flood dragon descending to the ground. He said, "Ching Chung, bring them away first. I'll follow later." The expressions of the others changed slightly. Ching Chung exclaimed in shock, "You can't be thinking of targeting this black flood dragon spirit, right? No matter how weak the black flood dragon is, it is still as strong as a great grandmaster level martial sage." Xiaochen said calmly, "Don't worry. I'm confident. This black flood dragon spirit is severely injured. This is the best opportunity." Even though Xiao Chan said that, no one knew how strong the black flood dragon spirit's final counterattack would be. No one knew what would happen to the ghost race old man, who was surrounded by the sea-like spirits. If anything went wrong, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. "Ching Chung, do as I say. I have the freedom wings. It will be easy for me to catch up to you." A pair of wings unfurled on Xiao Chen's back. He shouted, and his aura spread out. His long hair fluttered, and his figure became like a bright saber light. With one step, he arrived where the black flood dragon spirit landed. "Let's go." Ching Chung did not say anything more. She led Yuan Su and the others to the next layer of purgatory. When the evil flood dragon spirit saw that someone dared to block it, it roared ferociously. The sound waves hurt Xiao Chen's eardrums. From top to bottom, the dragon might was terrifyingly dense. If a low-ranked cultivator were here, just the dragon might alone would be enough to crush them into dust. Naturally, Xiao Chun did not fear the dragon might. In the process of visualizing the Xiao clan's ancestors subduing dragons with his bare hands for the dragon's subduing slash, Xiao Chun had already gained a deep comprehension of the words, dragon subduing. Xiao Chun had even creatively merged all 13 moves of the Xiao clan's dragon subduing slash, forming the flawless blue dragon and the dragon subduing profound slash. Just a small perfection, Xiao Chun could easily kill a grandmaster level martial sage. If it reached great perfection, it would be even more incredible. With the heart of subduing dragons, Xiao Chun did not fear the dragon might. The one that should fear was the evil flood dragon spirit. Xiao Chun stomped on the ground with both of his feet. One after another, azure dragons floated around his body. There was a total of 18 of them. Auspicious clouds covered every blue dragon, causing a strong wind to blow. Dragon might spread for 5 kilometers around. Roar! The blue dragons roared ferociously in unison. The layered dragon might instantly overwhelmed the dragon might of the flood dragon spirit. Chop! Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and waved his hand at the sky. The 18 azure dragon images turned into saber chi that reached the sky and the ground. Then, they chopped down at the descending evil flood dragon spirit. The saber chi flying over seemed to be able to split the sky in half. The 18 saber chi linked together. The moment the first saber chi chopped down, the second one followed. Chapter 970. Bang! 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 All the saber chi struck the flood dragon spirit at nearly the same time. Strands of black resentment spread out from the flood dragon spirit's body. The subduing dragon profound slash nearly scattered this ferocious spirit, causing it to wail miserably in the air. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. Executing the subduing dragon profound slash so quickly exhausted him significantly. However, Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. It looked like he had made the right bet. The ghost race's great grandmaster level martial sage had severely injured this flood dragon spirit and was now very weak. Otherwise, given that it was as strong as a great grandmaster level martial sage, the subduing dragon profound slash would not have been able to inflict so much damage on it. The flood dragon spirit's eyes glowed red as it looked at Xiao Chun in despair. Then, it let out a sorrowful roar and turned into a beam of black light charging at him. Xiao Chen's heart sank as he quickly dodged. This was the other party's final counterattack before death. The final counterattack of a great grandmaster level martial sage would not be something that Xiao Chun could imagine. However, he was still too late. That black light was so fast that it surpassed the speed at which Xiao Chun could think. Just as he thought of fleeing, the black light stabbed into his chest. The black light pierced into his chest, and blood gushed out like a fountain from the wound. Black lines spread out from the wound in all directions. When Xiao Chun looked carefully, he discovered that the black light was actually a pair of black scissors. They were 1/2 meter long and had black dragon markings carved on them, giving them a spiritual charm. A vast, sea-like resentment immediately spread throughout Xiao Chen's body and quickly reached his brain. The cries of agony were endless, echoing incessantly in his mind. Xiao Chen bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind became much clearer. He endured the intense pain and grabbed the handle of the scissors. Then he pulled it out. Boundless black qi lingered around the bloody hole in Xiao Chen's chest. The evil flood dragon spirit's counterattack before death had pierced through him. If it had attacked at full speed, it would have torn his physical body to shreds. Fortunately, my firmament body tempering art has already reached consummation. As long as my heart is not shattered, I will be able to recover quickly. After vomiting another mouthful of blood, Xiao Chun started to size up the black scissors in his hand. According to Qing Cheng, this was an immortal scissors from the Immortal epic. Unfortunately, the Immortal Tao had been destroyed, hell had shattered, and reincarnation no longer existed. The Immortal Scissors had also lost its divine might, and was now just an ordinary item. Even the blue-robed emperor didn't think much of it. However, no matter how ordinary it was, it had lost its divine might. The materials used to make the Immortal Scissors were genuine and top-notch divine materials. The 10,000-year-old flame, crystal, and 10,000-year-old refined iron that Sidu Leihung needed were of great use to Xiao Chen's blue dragon body nourishing art. When the wound on his chest healed, Xiao Chun could not care about anything else. He circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art and swallowed the remaining half of the flood dragon scissors into his body. Roar! Just as he swallowed half of it, a dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's body. An azure dragon image appeared between his bones, swimming up and down his body. One dragon force. Unexpectedly, he gained an additional dragon force. Xiao Chun was greatly startled. What is going on? Even if the materials of this immortal scissors were incredible back then, it was still impossible for him to use it. Even if the materials used to make the immortal scissors were incredible, Xiao Chun estimated that even if he swallowed all of it, he would only gain half a dragon force at most. After all, back then, Xiao Chun had swallowed more than 500 tons of divine materials before he barely gained 1 dragon force. Now, the immortal scissors in his hand already gained 1 dragon force when he swallowed half of it. If he swallowed all of it, wouldn't he gain 2 dragon force? This was too strange. Xiao Chun did not understand. He could not figure out what was going on. However, the increase in his vital qi was real. There was no exaggeration at all, and it was not just a mirage. With a thought, Xiao Chun could easily feel the vital qi bursting out of his body. That was a bona fide 2 dragon force. When Xiao Chun swallowed the remaining half of the flood dragon scissors, his vital qi gained another dragon force, reaching 3 dragon force. Could it be because of the flood dragon spirit? Xiao Chun thought of an answer. It was very likely that the blue dragon body nourishing art increased dragon energy. This immortal scissors contained the ferocious spirit of a flood dragon from the Immortal epic. By swallowing it, Xiao Chun could quickly increase his dragon energy. This opened a shortcut for Xiao Chun. In the future, if he swallowed secret treasures containing dragon spirits, the goal of 10 dragon force would no longer be as distant as it was in the beginning. Good. Indeed, riches are found amidst danger. This half of the flood dragon scissors is not much. However, it has opened a path for me, a shortcut to cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art. Xiao Chun revealed an expression of wild joy. He glanced at the ghost race great grandmaster level martial sage, who was still engulfed by the many spirits. Xiao Chun said his thanks softly and unfurled the freedom wings, quickly flying forward. Qing Cheng carried his cycle banner with her, so she could sense it. She was not afraid of getting lost in this 9 layers of purgatory with the 4. After 1 hour, the ghost race great grandmaster level martial sage charged out of the encirclement in a sorry state. Black light filled the air. In just 1 hour, This person felt like a year and a half had passed. His face was filled with intense fatigue. Wave after wave of thousands of spirits were destroyed by this person's fists. If this person were at his peak, he would be able to charge out of the encirclement with a shout. However, after fighting with the flood dragon spirit for a long time, his body was no longer at its peak. He had even gone overboard a few times, causing significant damage to his body. The Ghost Race Great Grandmaster level Martial Sage showed a sullen expression as he looked around. Most of the 100-odd people he brought were already dead, including a few of his prized disciples. A white-robed man? Since when did the Kunlun realm have such a decisive and sharp junior? How come I did not know about it? This person's expression turned terrifyingly sullen. Xiao Qian's face appeared in his mind again. He clenched his fist so hard that crackling sounds could be heard. He said angrily, "No matter how great your background is, there is no way for you to survive after offending me, Immortal, in this 9 layers of purgatory." Just at this moment, sonic booms resounded. Immortal felt several strong auras flying in his direction. One of them was no weaker than his at his peak. Immortal looked up and narrowed his eyes. He muttered, "So, it is the Medicine God Valley's people." This was not the first time the Medicine God Valley had come to the 9 layers of purgatory to obtain inattributed flames. Immortal did not find this strange. He had not recovered yet and did not wish to meet this group of people. Old Emo, please stop. Unexpectedly, we meet again here." When the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Wei saw Immortal, he showed a joyful expression and quickly called out, "Hey, how come old Emo is injured in the first layer of purgatory?" Mr. Wei asked doubtfully when he saw Immortal's injuries. Initially, Immortal did not want to bother with Mr. Wei. However, he suddenly remembered that Mr. Wei was a Grandmaster-level alchemist. He should have some sage great essence cultivating pills on him that could help him recover his vital chi and injuries quickly. If Immortal was lucky, he might be able to catch up to that white-clad brat. I was ambushed by a white-clad youth. "Mr. Wei, you came at the right time. How many sage great essence cultivating pills do you have? I'll buy them all." What kind of youth could even ambush the Ghost Race's Immortal? A white-clad youth? Suddenly, a thought occurred to Mr. Wei. He took out a painting and asked, "Brother Imo, is this the white-clad youth you mentioned?" When Immortal unfurled the painting, a boundless murderous intent immediately surged in his eyes. He asked coldly, "What is your relationship with this person? Why do you carry his painting on you?" Mr. Wei put away the painting and said, "Brother Imo, please do not misunderstand. Our Medicine God Valley has no relationship with this white-clad Xiao Chun. The second layer of purgatory was called the Mirror of Sin Hell. It punished those who killed their relatives when they were alive, those who killed their parents or brothers. There was a mirror in there called the Mirror of Sin. With just a gentle shine, it could show the scene of one killing their relatives. It would place one in an illusion, repeating the scene over and over again. However, the pain of the person you injured would be multiplied by 1,000-fold. When you stab someone, you would have to endure the pain of 100 stabs. What was even more painful was the heartache. The despair of your relatives would be magnified 100-fold, forcing you to endure it yourself. You would have to endure both physical and mental pain. The cycle brought boundless torture, even more horrifying than the first layer of the Mirror of Sin Hell. However, that was a legend from the Immortal epic. The current Mirror of Sin Hell was a mirror-like glacier. Rumor had it that it was formed by the Mirror of Sin. There were many mutated spirits in the glacier that merged with ice. They had already surpassed the category of spirits and were known as ice phantoms. After killing ice phantoms, one could obtain ice soul pearls. These pearls were of great help to cultivators who cultivated ice-attributed states. Hence, this layer of purgatory was much more popular than the Mute Desert. Occasionally, one could see cultivators fighting with ice phantoms. As Xiao Chun flew in the air, he casually killed a few ice phantoms that were not very strong. After that, he could no longer endure the harassment. After that, he could no longer endure the might of his immortal will of thunder and unleash the might of his immortal will of thunder. Phantoms feared lightning attributed energy the most in the first place. Furthermore, Xiao Qin's small perfection saber soul was hidden within. With these two factors stacked together, the Ice Phantom's instinctive fear deterred them from offending Xiao Chun. Relying on his connection to the cycle banner, Xiao Chun quickly flew towards Bai and the others. Bai's group did not slow down. They probably knew that Xiao Chun had the freedom wings and would catch up to them sooner or later. Suddenly, Xiao Chun, who was flying quickly, paused in the air. 5 kilometers ahead, there was a man and a woman fighting an intense battle with 4 or 5 ice phantoms. Each ice phantom was at least 100 meters tall. The tallest was close to 200 meters tall. Their huge bodies were like small hills. Ice phantoms could increase their strength by swallowing their own kind. Normally, the larger they were, the stronger they were. Once they were over 100 meters tall, they were basically as strong as martial sages. A 200-meter-tall ice phantom was already as strong as a medial-grade martial sage. The man and woman had a hard time dealing with them. The woman was only an inferior-grade martial sage. The man was slightly stronger, already a peak inferior-grade martial sage. This man used good saber techniques and a strong saber intent. Even from a kilometer away, Xiao Chun could feel the sharpness of this man. This was a peak great perfection saber intent. Naturally, what made Xiao Chun stop was not this man's saber intent, but his saber technique, the 4-season saber technique. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, 4 mysterious phenomena flashed around this man. This person was the lower realms by clans Bai Qi. Bai Qi seemed to have made some improvements to this 4-season saber technique. Although it was not as good as Xiao Chen's, it was still very incredible. Chapter 971. Bai Qi fought the 200-meter-tall ice phantasm alone. Occasionally, he would make a move to help the other girl. Xiao Chun had not expected to meet the other party in the 9 layers of purgatory. After observing the girl's situation, he discovered that she cultivated the ice-attributed state. He reckoned that Bai Qi had risked his life for this woman. "Senior brother, don't bother about me. Go on by yourself." The girl revealed a sorrowful expression on her delicate face. When the two entered this sin-mirroring hell, they had been very careful not to offend overly strong existences. However, they had not expected a 200-meter-tall ice phantom to emerge from the ground, resulting in the current situation. Dang! Bai Qi executed cycle of seasons and seasons, knocking back the 200-meter-tall ice phantasm again. He said sullenly, "Don't speak nonsense. Later, I'll find an opportunity to delay these ice phantasm. You take the opportunity to leave. I'll follow soon after." However, based on Bai Qi's current state, he was already overwhelmed. If he managed to delay all 4 ice phantasms, how could he survive? Bang! Just at this moment, a figure descended from the sky. With a punch, he blasted the small mountain-sized ice phantasm into countless ice shards flying everywhere. The 3 dragon images formed by the wind in the sky slowly vanished, turning into strong winds that blew away. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand amid the ice shards filling the sky. A fist-sized black ice pearl appeared in his hand. Within the ice pearl, one could faintly see a wisp of a vengeful spirit wailing at the top of its lungs. This was the ice soul seed. When the largest ice phantasm died, the other ice phantasms let out strange cries and fled frantically. The pressure on Bai Qi and Bai Qi decreased, and they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, their expressions remained grave. The strength of the person in front far surpassed the 2 of them. If he wanted to, he could casually kill the 2 of them. There were not many kind people who came to the 9 layers of purgatory. The situation might not be any better than before. "Brother Bai, it has been a long time since we parted at Hunluo City." Xiao Chun turned around and handed the ice soul seed to Bai Qi. Bai Qi was stunned for a while before smiling in pleasant surprise. "Unexpectedly, I met Brother Xiao here. This is my junior sister, Nieran." "Junior sister, this is Xiao Chun, who came with me from the Sky Dome realm, the white-robed Xiao Chun who will be conferred king in half a year." Nieran's eyes lit up. Clearly, She had heard of Xiao Chen's name before. However, she had not expected him to know the senior brother that she admired. Nian Rand's eyes lit up. She had clearly heard of Qi's name before, but she had not expected him to know the senior brother she admired. Xiao. He wanted to obtain the Ice Soul Orb to help him pass the trials and increase his chances of success. So he came to Nine Hell's Purgatory to try his luck. Many thanks to Xiao Chan for making a move this time. If not for you arriving at the right time, Junior's sister and I would not have survived. This matter was not worth mentioning. When an old friend was in trouble, how could he ignore it? Furthermore, it was just a casual strike. To Xiao Chun, this was nothing. Where is Xianyuan Zhantian? If I remember correctly, he seems to be in the same sect as you. Why didn't you come with him? Xiao Chun thought of another old friend and asked. Bai Qi smiled helplessly and said, his talent and potential are better than mine. The sect can no longer hide him. He left the sect 3 years ago, and I haven't heard from him for a long time. Xianyuan Zhantian cultivated the state of kingship. With his accumulations, if he could really rise up, his strength could not be underestimated. After much difficulty, Xiao Chan finally met with an ancient person from the Sky Dome realm. Just as he was about to chat with him, his expression suddenly changed. Earlier, in that instant, Xiao Chan felt an intense fluctuation from the cycle banner. Qing Chung must have encountered a difficult battle, so she took out the cycle banner to face her enemy. Given the strength of Bai, Yuan Su, and the others, unless they met a strong opponent, Qing Chung would not use the cycle banner. Sorry, my friend ran into some trouble. I have to rush back, Bai Qi said. After obtaining the Ice Soul Pearl, Junior's sister and I will be returning as well. Before leaving, Xiao Chun thought of something and handed Bai Qi a dragon pearl. This was the essence of the old ice dragon beside the Tianwu Emperor's grave for tens of thousands of years. This dragon pearl can save your life when necessary. Take care. I'll take my leave first. Xiao Chen's four-season saber technique had been imparted to him by a senior of the Bai clan. Without that senior's teachings, he would not have created his flawless 4 seasons. Now that they met, this dragon pearl could be considered repaying the other party's kindness. Senior brother, so it turns out that you and the white robe Xiao Chun are acquainted. Why haven't you mentioned it before? Nieran fiddled with the ice soul root in her hand, appearing extremely excited. Seeing the ice shards falling from the air, Bai Qi did not reply to his beloved junior sister. Instead, he smiled in disappointment and frustration. With one casual punch, Xiao Chun instantly killed the ice soul that Bai Qi did not have confidence in even if he used his full power. Compared to when they met in Hunluo City back then, Xiao Chen's strength had already reached a level that Bai Qi could no longer fathom. Back then, during the Five Nations contest in Dragon Sealing City, Bai Qi and Xiao Chun had been outstanding talents of the Sky Dome realm. Now, the difference between them was like clouds and mud. Bai Qi thought about Xianyuan Zhantian's bold words when they parted, saying that he would catch up to Xiao Chun within 10 years. Suddenly, he felt that this was a distant goal. There was a kind of person who, once surpassed, would only grow farther and farther away. In the end, one would not even be able to see their backs. As for Xiao Chun, he was such a person. Given the strength of Qing Chung and the others, they would not use the cycle banner unless they met a strong enemy. Xiao Chun felt suspicious. Could he have met a great Grandmaster-level martial sage? Since when did great Grandmaster-level martial sages become so common? In the 9 ranks of the great families, there were only 2 great Grandmaster-level martial sages. How could there be great Grandmaster-level martial sages in the 9 layers of purgatory? Furthermore, of all the great Grandmaster-level martial sages, Xiao Chun ended up in conflict with Bai and the others. With a thought, he directly summoned out the 8 ghost palanquin. If he could not use so close yet world apart, he would not be able to use it. If he could not use so close yet world apart, the speed of this 8 ghost palanquin would be even faster than the Freedom Wings. The only problem was that it exhausted more secret treasures. If not for his magic energy, he would not dare to use this 8 ghost palanquin at full power. The 8 ghost palanquin moved as fast as lightning in the sky of the sin mirroring hell, moving like a flash of light. It was so fast that it felt like a gentle breeze. At the intersection of the second layer of the Sin mirroring hell and the third layer of the Sin mirroring hell, Qing Chung fought an intense battle with a ghost race man wearing black battle armor. That black-clad ghost race man did not look very old. However, he was a Grandmaster-level martial sage. 8 different sabers were stabbed into the back of this black-clad battle armor man. His aura was startling. As they fought, Qing Chung found it extremely taxing to hold on. As for Bai and the other two, they were each occupied by a 500-meter-tall ice phantasm. They could not help at all. Whoosh! The black-clad man stretched out his hand and took out a black saber from his back. This saber had a strange shape. It was about 1 meter long, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The tip of the saber was flat. When the black-clad man swung the saber, a black saber, Qi knocked away the boundless starlight pouring over from the cycle banner. The advantage of his cultivation allowed the black-clad man to knock Qing Chung back 100 meters. She could not stand stably, and the qi and blood in her body surged. The black-clad man said expressionlessly in a cold voice, "It looks like your 8 ghost palanquin is indeed not in your hands. In that case, you can go and die today." Qing Chung put away the banner and sighed in her heart at her bad luck. She said softly, "Xie Zishuan, I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, you will not be able to leave even if you want to." Xie Zishuan smiled and said, "What's wrong? You still have reinforcements? Good. I'll come and see which great Grandmaster-level martial sage of the Ghost Empress's faction will rush over to save you." Coincidentally, I just advanced to Grandmaster-level martial sage. Let's see if I can use a great Grandmaster-level martial sage as a sacrifice. The black-clad man's figure flashed, and he charged over to Qing Chung again, hacking down with the saber. A ferocious evil spirit appeared on the saber, adding a boundless might to this saber strike. Qing Chung sighed and shook the cycle banner in her hand. The banner unfurled, and 7 stars leaped out one after another, forming a Big Dipper formation. Starlight filled the sky, intertwining with the tricolored light of massacre, death, and ruin. The viscous starlight slowed Xie Zishuan's movements. Qing Chung found an opportunity to dodge this saber strike. Then, she summoned out the black and white soul reapers and surrounded the black-clad man. Qing Cheng's hands did not stop moving as she quickly formed hand seals. Many strong spirits appeared in the air, surrounding Xie Zishuan. Your Ghost Empress's faction is the best at refining spirits. However, you do not know that these mere worldly possessions are not worth mentioning before a true expert. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other 7 sabers on the black-clad man's back all flew out. He took a step forward, and his figure split into 8, each holding a saber. Each saber had a different ferocious, evil spirit attached to it. Each of them used a different saber technique, but they were connected to each other, vaguely appearing in the world. It was like a new world was born. Ghosts and gods descended. Black qi surged, and a faint divine might spread out. Ghosts howled, and black light shone everywhere, looking incredibly terrifying. Qing Cheng's expression changed slightly. "You actually succeeded in practicing the Avicii saber technique. Haha, now you know fear, right? After Master, I am the second person of the ghost race to successfully practice the Avicii saber technique. The Master of the Ghost Domain will definitely be me. This is just an incomplete version of the Avicii Hell. When I summon out the complete version of the Avicii Hell, I will dare to compete with the blue-robed Emperor." The black saber qi shattered the many spirits. Soon, only the black and white soul reapers remained of the large number of spirits, holding on bitterly. Qing Chung could not help feeling bitter. Xie Zishuan truly lived up to being the top disciple of the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. She wondered why she was so unlucky to run into a Grandmaster-level martial sage in the Sin Mirroring Hell. If Qing Chung had the 8 ghost palanquin, she would be able to move even faster than Xiao Chun. That would be more than enough for her to protect herself. Perhaps, if she had another month, she could use the cycle banner to raise her cultivation to a higher level and summon out the clones of the 10 Yama Kings. The 8 clones merged into one, and the black and white Soul Reapers were chopped into 100 pieces. Then, Xuan appeared before Ching Chung once again, wearing the black battle armor, and sheathed the 8 ghostly sabers on his back. Ching Chung waited solemnly as she hovered the cycle banner above her head. The starlight of massacre, death, and ruin mixed with starlight, encasing her and forming a barrier of starlight. Xuan frowned slightly. He did not know what kind of secret treasure this astral banner was. Unexpectedly, it managed to neutralize his attacks multiple times. If not for Xiao Qin's breakthrough in cultivation, he would not have been able to deal with Ching Chung, who held the astral banner. Chapter 972. However, that did not matter. This astral banner would be his soon. No matter how powerful a secret treasure was, the other party would run out of energy eventually. Receive another saber strike from me. Avicii Hell, 8 Division Heavenly Ghost. Xiao Qin shouted and took 8 steps in the air. With each step, he left behind an unscattering ghost image in the air. His aura continued to soar. After 8 steps, the saber light in Xuan's hand was like a ghost attacking, shaking the world. Ching Ching's expression turned grave. The might of this saber strike was sufficient to shatter the barrier of the starry heavens and injure her. She could not leave even if she wanted to. She could only clench her teeth and endure. She circulated the law energy in her body, preparing to resist this saber strike head-on. Whoosh! Just at this moment, Ching Chung suddenly felt that the cycle banner no longer obeyed her commands. She squinted and saw a white figure flashing by, holding the cycle banner in his hand. With a casual wave, the 7 stars returned to their positions. Then, Xiao Chun drove his law energy, bringing out all the power of massacre, death, and ruin in Merak, Migres, and Fekta. Massacre, ruin, and death. 3 ancient black characters materialized on the banner pole. The 3-colored light mixed with the starlight and immediately formed a vast sea with undulating waves. The will of massacre, the sound of ruin, and the sound of silent death reverberated endlessly in the air. The cycle banner's might was completely unleashed. Boom! It blocked Xuan's 8 Division Heavenly Ghost in midair. Ching Cheng's face lit up in joy. Xiao Chun finally arrived. If he had been any later, the consequences would have been hard to predict. Xuan spun around, and the afterimages of the 8 Division Heavenly Ghost returned to his back. He showed a slightly shocked expression. He had not expected the cycle banner to erupt with such might. However, when he stood still and saw Xiao Chen's cultivation, he calmed down. Then he looked at the 8 ghost palanquin behind him and understood what was going on. The 2 exchanged secret treasures. Xiao Chen could not help but smile. The Ghost Empress, Shi Sun's favorite disciple, actually chose a human cultivator who was only a superior grade martial sage. If they didn't have a close relationship, why would they exchange secret treasures? Ching Chung, is this the reinforcement you spoke of? My ghost race has so many talented geniuses, yet you actually chose a human cultivator. Xiao Chan was slightly stunned. He did not know what this person meant. He handed the cycle banner back to Ching Chung and said, "Go and save Bai and the others. Leave this to me." "You want to leave? Ask me first." Xuan's figure split up again. Each of his 8 clones held a weapon. The vague outline of the Avicii Hell descended from the sky. Torrential death aura poured out endlessly, looking extremely terrifying. Xiao Qin's expression involuntarily turned grave. This saber technique was really strange. He did not know how it was cultivated, but the mysterious phenomenon it materialized was actually so real. However, he didn't have the time to think of a way to break it. He could only break it with brute force. A beam of divine light descended from the sky. Xiao Chun executed the myriad heaven divine fist deities descending. Xiao Qin charged up 3 dragon force. Due to the limitations of his body, he did not dare to bring out the 10-fold combat prowess. So he held back a small portion. His punch instantly reached 20 dragon force. 20 heaven dragon images roared ferociously behind Xiao Chun. Dragon might spread out endlessly. Bang! The might of one punch shattered the vague outline of the Avicii held before Xie Zishuan's incredulous gaze, collapsing completely. The 8 clones fell to the ground at the same time and vomited a mouthful of blood before merging back together. Xiao Chen's pale face turned ashen as he coughed endlessly. He felt like his internal organs had all cracked. Xie Zishuan glanced at Xiao Chen in horror. Then, he stood up and fled in a sorry state. Xiao Chen did not give chase. He looked at the cracked skin on his palm and the aching bones under the flesh. He frowned slightly and said, "It looks like 10 Dragon Force is what my body can endure. If I add another 10 Dragon Force, I might not be able to endure it. At most, I can use it twice in a row." Qing Cheng, who had not flown far away, rushed over to help. When she saw Xie Zishuan quickly fleeing, she felt somewhat dazed. Xiao Chen felt a little dazed. Why did such a huge change happen the moment he turned around? Xie Zishuan had used a secret technique to summon the 5 gigantic ice phantoms together with a single-use secret treasure. Now that the other party had fled in defeat, the summoning ice phantoms naturally fled far away. When Xiao Chen saw the 500-meter-tall ice phantoms, he trembled in fear. He did not know how Xie Zishuan had summoned them. The other party's final saber technique was also very strange. If not for a fortuitous encounter, Xiao Chen would not have been able to increase his vital qi significantly. Even Xiao Chen's subduing dragon profound slash would not have been able to break it. At most, it would have been slightly stronger. It would not have forced the other party to retreat so decisively. When Bai and the others met up, Xiao Chen heard about what happened. Then, he stared at Qing Cheng's startling face. Xiao Chen was the one who caused the 2 troubles in the 9 layers of purgatory. Qing Cheng felt somewhat diffident from Xiao Chen's stare. She said, "Don't look at this lady. Who could have imagined that Xie Zishuan just happened to break through and even ran into him in the 9 layers of purgatory?" However, Xiao Chen did not say anything. He quickly stretched out his hand, and his fingertip landed on Qing Cheng's forehead. Before Qing Cheng could react, she felt the restriction of the cold saber qi that Xiao Chen left in her body slowly draining away. After all the cold qi was gone, Xiao Chen withdrew his hand. A crystalline ice wandering flower appeared in his palm. Qing Cheng heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she looked at Xiao Chen with a strange expression and asked, "What do you want to do?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and replied, "What do you want me to do?" Seeing Xiao Chen's expression that was not a smile, Qing Cheng blushed slightly. After a while, her expression returned to normal. She asked, "Why did you remove the restriction? Are you not afraid that I will sneak away? Let's go. We don't need you on the road to the Yellow Springs anymore." The moment Xiao Chen said that, the others could not help but find it strange. They did not know why Xiao Chen made such a decision. Even Qing Cheng felt surprised. Then she rejoiced. She smiled and said, "Since you said it, you can't go back on your word. This lady is not going back on my word." Xiao Chen said calmly, "If you still don't leave, I might change my mind. I'll lend you the cycle banner. Leave your 8 ghost palanquin to me. We can exchange it after we come out." Qing Cheng giggled and took the ice-wandering flower from Xiao Chen's hand. She said, "That suits me. I'll take care of this flower. As a reward, I'll give you a sentence. Don't look back on a road to the Yellow Springs." Melodious laughter echoed in Xiao Chen's ears. Qing Cheng's figure flashed, moving far away. In a few breaths, she disappeared from the sight of Xiao Chen and the others. "Xiao Chen, why did you let her go?" "We will definitely need her for the rest of the journey," Kong Yuan said, feeling confused. The few of them had long suspected that Xiao Chen and Qing Cheng were not friends. At this moment, they were not surprised that Xiao Chen laid his cards on the table. They only felt that it was strange that Xiao Chen let Qing Cheng go. Xiao Chen said softly, "We met with trouble twice in a row because of her. I don't know if it is a coincidence or if she played some trick. In any case, if she is not willing to go, let her be. This matter is very important. I'm not willing to gamble." Everyone thought for a while. This was indeed too much of a coincidence. If there were such coincidences along the way, it would be very troublesome. It would be fine if it was a coincidence. However, if it was not, it would be terrifying. Let's rest here for the night. We will continue on our journey tomorrow. The few of them had experienced a huge battle and were definitely somewhat fatigued. Xiao Chun had overloaded himself with 20 dragon force. His body needed time to recover as well. The Sin mirroring hell was filled with mirror-like glaciers. There was no distinction between day and night. Resting for the night was just getting used to the division of time on land. The group remained silent. Amidst the silence, Bai and the others slowly circulated their qi. Xiao Chen looked at the cracks on his skin. The wounds had not healed yet, and there were still many tiny cracks in his bones. Occasionally, he felt pain. After obtaining the Flood Dragon Scissors, Xiao Chun gained an additional 2 dragon force. However, his body did not absorb much divine materials, which could not keep up with the growth of his vital qi. Otherwise, with his 10-fold combat prowess and 30 dragon force, Xiao Chun was confident of dealing with a great Grandmaster-level martial sage of the Ghost race, catching him off guard and even severely injuring him. On the surface, the divine materials that Xiao Chun absorbed in the heavenly ruin wasteland only increased his strength by 1 dragon force. However, it was steady and steady. The divine materials had already strengthened his physical body. Otherwise, Xiao Chun would not have dared to burst out with 10 dragon force with a rank 3 sage body. That Ghost race great Grandmaster-level martial sage clearly had a peak rank 4 sage body, which was why he could casually bring out 10 dragon force. However, it was still somewhat taxing for him to bring out 15 dragon force. If the other party's physical body could keep up, given his hundreds of years of accumulations, he should be able to triple his combat prowess and bring out 30 dragon force. Unfortunately, the other party did not have the blue dragon body nourishing art. A heaven-defying cultivation technique like that was stuck at the bottleneck of his physical body. Without a fortuitous encounter, he would not be able to take another step forward. Xiao Chun thought to himself, after I go out, the auction for the longevity fruit that Ing Qiong helped organize should be over. At that time, I will use this large sum of astral coins to search for secret treasures containing dragon souls and raise my basic dragon energy to 10 dragon force. Once I enter the second layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art, my physical body will advance to a rank 4 sage body. On the other side, after Qing Chang traveled 50 kilometers, she stopped before an icy peak. She looked around expressionlessly, and her lips started to move silently. Waves of cryptic information quickly spread in all directions. In just a short moment, 2 figures quickly flew towards Qing Chang. One of them was Jiang Qingzi, who had been defeated by Xiao Chun. The other was an old man who was a bona fide great grandmaster. Congratulations on breaking free, young miss, the 2 said joyfully when they landed. Qing Cheng nodded slightly and said, how did Xiao Chen's strength improve so much in such a short time? He managed to shatter Xie Zishuan's Avicii hell with 1 punch. Did you discover anything while following behind him? Jiang Chengzi answered honestly. He seems to have cultivated a strange cultivation technique that can absorb secret treasures to increase his strength. After he absorbed the Flood Dragon Scissors, his strength increased explosively. So that's how it is. Qing Cheng toyed with the frost-lingering flower in her hand, thinking of something. Jiang Chengzi looked around and suggested, young miss, since you already broke free, should we make a move on Xiao Chen? Elder Han is still observing them from a distance. The death chi of the 9 layers of purgatory shrunk the senses of cultivators. However, the ghost race cultivators were not restricted, so they had a great advantage. The moment Qing Chang stepped into the mute desert, she used the ghost race's secret language to inform the experts of the Ghost Empress faction in the 9 layers of purgatory to follow her. Chapter 973. However, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was limited. Furthermore, Qing Cheng's movements were very secretive, so he did not discover her. Qing Cheng put away the wandering flower in her hand and said with a serious expression, you are so long-winded. Since when is it your turn to make decisions? Call Elder Han back and have him help me find a stalk of soul-returning grass in 1 month. Jiang Qingzi could not help feeling stunned after being reprimanded. However, he still obeyed the order and left. Ching Chung hesitated for a while before saying, "Marshal Uncle Feng, just continue following them. Inform me when you reach the gates of hell. I should make a trip to the Yellow Springs Road and the Bridge of Helplessness." After the old man left, Ching Chung summoned out the cycle astral banner. The entire banner pole flickered with black death chi. She muttered, "With the help of this boundless death chi, I should be able to break through my bottleneck in 1 month. Xie Zishuan, at that time, let me see if the spirit technique is weak or not." After one night, Xiao Chun and the others recovered to their peak states. Then, they started to follow the directions on the map and rushed to the 8th layer of the skin flaying hell. Along the way, they had to pass through several layers of hell. Each layer had changed during the martial epoch, but the danger had not decreased at all. Without Qing Cheng's directions, Xiao Chun and the others moved much slower. Sometimes they even took some detours, even running into some forbidden areas. However, there were benefits as well. There were no more coincidences, and they did not have to fight with other ghost race experts. After spending close to 1 month, the four finally arrived at the 8th layer of the skin flaying hell. This was a vast forest made up of black iron trees. Intact human skins hung from the treetops, looking sinister and horrifying. The group carefully walked through the forest, heading for the legendary place of certain death, the place where one breathed the last breath of life. Practically no other cultivators could be seen in the 8th layer of hell. No other sounds could be heard in the forest, either inspiring extreme pressure. In addition, there were countless intact human skins. When the wind blew, they would sway. It was as if they were alive, and it would make one's hair stand on end. However, as Xiao Qin walked in fear, nothing happened. He arrived at the shore of Last Breath Lake. Xiao Chun vaguely felt that something was wrong, and he became even more cautious. The Last Breath Lake definitely did not have an undeserved reputation. Otherwise, the phrase Last Breath Lake would not have spread so widely in the world. The four arrived at the shore of Last Breath Lake without any mishaps. Then, they stood by the lake, not moving forward. Along the way, every level of hell had different dangers, and the hell of skinning was no exception. The water of the Last Breath Lake was clear and translucent, flat like a mirror, and its surface emanated strands of cold air. Standing on the shore, Zhang Xian had to circulate his Jinqi to resist the cold. Otherwise, if the cold energy entered his body and turned into cold poison, it would be quite troublesome. What a heavy chill. Brother Xiao Chun, where is the gates of hell? How we get there? I looked at the boundless lake and asked Xiao Chun. Qing Chung said that the gates of hell were in the middle of the lake. However, all she could see was the smooth surface of the lake. She did not see any sign of the gates of hell. There was an island in the middle of the lake, but it was too far to see clearly. Xiao Chun muttered himself for a while. Then he grasped the air with his right hand, and he caught some air currents. Then he quickly formed hand seals with his left hand, executing the life bestowal spell. Soon, a figure similar to Xiao Chun landed on the ground. Right now, Xiao Chen's magic energy had increased greatly. He could execute the life bestowal spell with a casual grab. However, the vessel was not a spiritual item, so it would not have much combat prowess. Under Xiao Chen's command, the puppet leaped into the air and flew towards the surface of the Last Breath Lake. However, before it landed on the water, it was frozen into an ice sculpture. The puppet landed in the water with a splash, and Xiao Chen's spiritual sense broke. His expression could not help but turn grave. Kong Yuan frowned and said, "This cold chi is extraordinarily horrifying. I estimate that we can only bring out 60 to 70% of our strength at best. If only that Qing Chung were here, she would know what to do." Standing in such a biting cold chi, one would have to constantly exhaust law energy to protect themselves. Naturally, they would not be able to bring out their full combat prowess. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. A fierce purple flame started gathering in his right eye. With a thought, the purple thunder true fire surged out of his right eye and headed for the Last Breath Lake. A sizzling sound immediately resounded on the surface of the lake. Mist slowly rose up. The clear lake water quickly evaporated. Soon, a huge pit appeared where the purple thunder, true fire covered. However, the expected whirlpool did not appear. Silently, the lake water slowly filled up. It was extremely strange. Never mind. We will not be able to find out anything like this. I'll go over and take a look first. You all can come back after there is no danger. Since he did not find anything, Xiao Chan put away the purple flame and prepared to go over personally. Yuan Yin said sullenly, "Let's go down together. At least we can take care of each other. I believe that the gates of hell are on that island." Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. Given their strength, if they worked together, they would be able to deal with a great Grandmaster level martial sage. The gates of hell might very well be at the center of the lake. Just at this moment, Xiao Chun casually glanced around and discovered some extremely shallow footprints on the ground. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice them at all. The others noticed Xiao Chen's gaze and quickly looked over. They discovered the existence of footprints as well. Someone had been here before, and it was more than one person. Xiao Chun compared the footprints of this group of people to the footprints of his four companions. The footprints of two of these people were even shallower than those of Xiao Chen's group of four. Sometimes, the things that one accidentally left behind were the most authentic. If one did not do it on purpose, the depth of the footprints could reveal a person's strength and control of their body. From this, one could tell the strength of the owner of the footprints. I said somewhat worriedly, "The strength of these people is not simple. Two of them are suspected to be great Grandmaster level martial sages. I don't know. What are they here for? Could they be here for the gates of hell as well?" Yuan Su shook his head and said, "That should not be the case. The 9 layers of purgatory abounds in inattributed flames. This group of people should be here to hunt for inattributed flames. There are no treasures on the Yellow Springs Road. Most people would not rush there for no reason." Xiao Chen immediately thought of the group of people from the Medicine God Valley. This was going to be somewhat problematic. He could only hope that the inattributed flames that the other party sought were not on the island in the center of the lake. "Let's go." Xiao Chun took the lead and leaped forward. There was a formless pressure in the air, preventing Xiao Chun from flying. He could only walk on the water. Cold chi spread out and immediately froze Xiao Chen's feet. This is really troublesome. Xiao Chun circulated his energy and shattered the ice. Then, he continued forward. Bai and the others followed behind. As Xiao Chun walked on the lake, his law energy was constantly being drained. Otherwise, he would turn into an ice sculpture in a moment. Suddenly, Xiao Chun felt something catch his foot. At first, he thought that it was the cold chi increasing. However, a strong force pulled him down. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. It was actually a skeleton hand. However, Xiao Chun possessed great vital chi. Every move he made contained 3 dragon force. How could he get pulled down? Xiao Chun kicked upward with his right foot. Water splashed everywhere, and Xiao Chun flung out a skeleton ghost that only had a skeleton remaining. "Gaga gaga! My skin! My skin!" The skeleton opened its mouth and screamed indistinctly. Then, it spun in the air and shot toward Xiao Chun. "Kasie! Kasie!" Before Xiao Chun could make a move, Bai, who was at the side, drew the snow feather sword in his hand. A few strands of sword chi chopped the skeleton ghost into pieces. "Elder brother Xiao Chun, are you all right?" Bai asked out of concern. Xiao Chun waved his hand and said, "I'm fine." "Hey, be careful." The moment the skulls, shattered into pieces, fell into the water, they reformed and charged at Xiao Bai's back. Xiao Chun quickly rushed forward and sent out a beam of light from his fingertip, shattering the skeleton ghost into pieces again. "Quick, let's go. These monsters cannot be killed." Right after Xiao Chun spoke, skeleton ghosts continuously appeared from the water, blocking the group's path. They screamed, "My skin! My skin! My skin!" Their voices made one's hair stand on end. Bang! 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 Xiao Chun led the way. As he faced the pressing cold chi at the bottom of the lake, he had to deal with the skeleton ghosts flying at him from the front. The skeleton ghosts could not be killed. They came endlessly, increasing in number as they killed. After 4 hours, the group had traveled less than 5 kilometers. They were still a long way from the island in the center of the lake. If they ran out of stamina, they would really die before they could reach the small island. The skeleton ghosts were not strong. At best, they were equivalent to peak martial monarchs. However, they cannot be killed. There are many of them. If an inferior grade martial sage came, they would die in one exchange. Kong Yuan's voice trembled somewhat as he said, "Could it be that the skinning skeletons from the hell of skin flaying were all tossed into this lake?" Xiao Chun thought about the densely packed human skins in the cyan forest. There were at least 1 million of them. The formless pressure in the sky persisted. Xiao Chun felt like Last Breath Lake was a prison with the sky as the top and the water as the bottom. Before these unkillable ghosts, it felt like any strong martial technique was just a decoration. Yuan Su and the others had executed a heaven-ranked martial technique that covered a large area earlier. However, these ghosts came back to life in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, they had exhausted a significant portion of their law energy. Yuan Su frowned heavily and no longer dared to waste his law energy. Just as the group considered retreating, Xiao Chun suddenly remembered that he still had a reincarnation lamp in his universe ring, which specialized in killing ghosts. "Protect me. I'll chase these ghosts away." The eyes of Bai and the other two lit up. They each guarded a side, quickly surrounding Xiao Chun, not letting the other skeleton ghosts disturb him. The reincarnation lamp appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. Then, he gently tossed it into the air and flicked some essence blood onto the lamp's wick. The flickering lamp flame lit up, and rings of light appeared behind the ancient lamp. As Xiao Chun drove his magic energy, the illusory figure in the light slowly became clearer. The immortal Tao honors life, boundlessly delivering people. Once I recite the scriptures, all the great sages praise me for being benevolent. Twice I recite the scriptures, and withered bones are reborn. Thrice I recite the scriptures, and then I cross the cycle of reincarnation. Immortal Qi surrounded the illusory figure as it opened its mouth and recited the mysterious scriptures. The scriptures contained the power of the cycle ghost saber, the power to deliver all living things from suffering. The thousands of skeleton ghosts on the lake suddenly stopped moving. Then, they shattered with cracking sounds. Clumps of gentle spiritual light soared into the sky. The spiritual lights were all humanoid. Some dressed like scholars, some merchants, some chivalrous. All sorts of appearances showed the world of mortals. Chapter 974. The human skins on the iron trees also began to burn. The entire forest was engulfed in flames. The skinning hell seemed to be disappearing. If the cycle of reincarnation still existed, these spiritual lights would be able to escape the sea of bitterness and be reincarnated. But now that the 6 paths were broken, these spiritual lights could only fend for themselves. When Bai and the others saw this, they were all shocked. They didn't expect that such a troublesome ghost would disappear just like that. Xiao Chen's magic power was nearly depleted before he managed to convert all the skeletons and ghosts in the entire Last Breath Lake. Xiao Chun stood up and waved, holding the reincarnation lamp in his hand. Then he said, "Let's go. We have probably already alerted those people on the island. We need to move quickly. Do not get into a conflict with them." On the island in the middle of the lake, Mr. Wei of the Medicine God Valley, Gongsun Hualong, and the ghost race physical body Great Grandmaster Mo Yin looked at the blazing fire in the distance with shocked expressions. Behind the 3 of them, there was a group of martial artists who were also dumbfounded as they watched all of this. "What's going on? The skins on the cyan tree are all burning. Could it be that someone converted all the ghosts and spirits in the Lake of Last Breath?" Mr. Wei nodded and said, "That should be the case. This person either obtained the inheritance of a Buddhist sect martial technique or a secret treasure that is even more powerful than the soul-slaying mirror in my hand." Gongsun Hualong's eyes moved around, and his old face appeared uncertain. He guessed, it should be a secret treasure that targets ghosts and monsters. There are only a few people in this world skilled in Buddhist martial techniques. It is unlikely that they would come to this 9 layers of purgatory. After making up their minds, the 3 of them laughed in unison. Mr. Wei said. As the saying goes, it is better to come at the right time than at the right time. With this secret treasure, we will be much more confident in dealing with the golden bone demonic soul. Mr. Wei looked at Gongsun Hualong and Mo Lien beside him and said, "My two old friends, which one of you should go?" Before Gongsun Hualong could speak, Mo Lien said, "Haha, leave this person to me. None of you are allowed to snatch him from me." Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chun spoke, he kicked off with one leg, and his body shot out like an arrow. With a leap, he shot several kilometers away, disappearing from the two's sight. Gongsun Hualong and Mr. Wei were not surprised. In the Ghost Realm, the Ghost Emperor's faction and the Ghost Empress faction were like fire and water. In recent years, the Ghost Empress's faction relied on the art of refining spirits to become more and more powerful in the ghost domain, and the friction with the Ghost Emperor's faction had also gone from covert to overt, becoming more and more intense. If the cultivators of the two sects met outside, they would definitely fight to the death. Mo Yin was a core member of the Ghost Monarch's faction. When he heard that there was a secret treasure that could kill ghosts, he naturally could not wait. Gongsun Hualong said after some thought, "Mr. Wei, you are really willing to part with it. To think that you actually agreed to give the soul-slaying mirror to Mo Lien as a condition for his help. Secret treasures that target ghosts are extremely precious and rare." Mr. Wei chuckled and said, "It's fine. It's just a replica. It seems like it's worth it. Without Mo Lien's help, we would not have been able to reach the 8th layer of hell so quickly. Furthermore, we would not have been able to cross the Last Breath Lake so smoothly. What should we do now? Should we wait for Mo Lien to return and attack together? Or should we attack first? This golden bone demonic soul is not easy to deal with. Let's test it out first. When Mo Lien arrives, it will be easier to kill it." When Gongsun Hualong heard this, he did not say anything more. He turned his head and looked at a pitch-black mound 5 kilometers away. On that small, pitch-black mound, there was a snow-white flower in full bloom. A flame that looked like liquid ice danced and flickered on the core of the flower. Not far from the mound, a completely golden skeleton held a huge sickle in its hand. As it lay on the ground, it seemed to be in a deep sleep. Only the mouth of the skeleton opened and closed. Occasionally, it spat out clumps of black flames, burning the air clean and forming large patches of black clouds. The black clouds shrouded the mound all year round. Gongsun Hualong's gaze turned grave. He took out a set of blue battle armor and carefully put it on. Then, he drew out a heavy black spear. Gongsun Hualong pushed off the ground and silently flew towards the mound. Mr. Wei held the soul-slaying mirror and followed closely behind. The cultivators of the Medicine God Valley spread out in a semicircle, serving as the flanks. Everyone showed an extremely cautious expression. They no longer dared to be careless. Suddenly, 2 clumps of black flames lit up in the hollow eyes of the golden bone demonic soul. It seemed to startle awake from a deep sleep. Dang! The golden bone demonic soul stood up at lightning speed, and the sickle in its hand sent out a crescent-shaped golden light. Kung Chong! It knocked back Gongsun Hualong's unexpected spear strike. Gongsun Hualong lost in a contest of strength. He flew back 1 kilometer, his right hand, which held the spear, turning slightly numb. Without saying anything, Mr. Wei instantly attacked. The Grandmaster-level martial sages behind him also attacked at the same time. The intense battle instantly reached its climax. However, neither side would be able to take down the other within a short period of time. On the other side, after Xiao Chun and the others were safe, they rushed towards the island. Without the obstruction of the skeleton phantoms, they recovered their usual speed. After 15 minutes, they arrived at the island. However, before they could heave a sigh of relief, their expressions changed. Mo Lien, who was rushing over, was stunned at first. Then, he said joyfully, "Little friend, it looks like we are really fated. You were the one who caused the earlier commotion, right?" Xiao Chun cursed in his heart. However, he did not get overly flustered. He smiled calmly and said, "We are indeed fated. In just a month, we meet again. As for the earlier commotion, This junior was indeed the one who caused it. This old man is in a good mood today. Hand over this secret treasure that targets spirits and the other half of the flood dragon scissors. Then you can leave. Immortal was indeed in a good mood. The commotion caused by that secret treasure was comparable to that of the original soul-slaying mirror. If he could obtain it and offer it to the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, he would definitely be able to attract the Ghost Emperor's attention. Perhaps the Ghost Emperor would personally raise Xiao Qian's cultivation realm to the Blue-Robed Emperor, which Xiao Qian had no hope of achieving in this lifetime. This had happened before. Given the unfathomable strength of the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, it was definitely possible to raise someone to the Blue-Robed Emperor realm by paying a certain price. Of course, the prerequisite was whether the treasures were worth the price the Ghost Emperor paid. Xiao Qian smiled faintly and said, "However, while you are in a good mood, I am not. If you disappear from my sight now, I can pretend that I did not see you." Immortal could not help guffawing. "White-robed Xiao Qian, I heard of your name from the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Wei. Hearing about you is not as good as seeing you in person. You really are an extraordinary arrogant person. But in front of me, what right do you have to be arrogant?" Immortal smiled. Finally, he radiated killing chi. His voice was bone-chilling, devoid of any emotion. 10 dragon-shaped strands of energy swam behind Immortal, stirring up strong winds in the surroundings. A horrifying aura of an impending storm spread out from Immortal's body. 10 Dragon Force was only Immortal's most basic strength. A casual strike of his could produce 10 Dragon Force, which was 50 million kilograms of force. Today I will show you the horrifying strength of a martial sage with a physical body. If you can receive my most ordinary punch without retreating, I will not make things difficult for you anymore. But I looked worriedly at Xiao Qian. Then he sent a voice projection. "Elder brother Xiao Qian, don't listen to him. His punch contains 10 Dragon Force. Unless one is a great Grandmaster level martial sage, one cannot receive it." Xiao Qian smiled gently and sent a voice projection. "Bye, don't worry. You, Brother Yuan, and Brother Kong, move back a little and watch carefully." Die! When Immortal saw Xiao Qian take up a stance and send the other 3 back, he could not help but smile coldly in his heart. Then, he shouted a war cry and charged over at lightning speed. The dragon-shaped strands of energy behind Immortal soared into the sky in all directions. Surging dragon might spread out for 5 kilometers around. When Immortal punched, it felt like a 50-kilometer mountain range was uprooted and fell from the sky. Immortal's aura was vast and boundless. The heavy aura made the air seem solid. Xiao Qian did not panic. After he confirmed that Immortal really used only 10 Dragon Force, his lips curled up in a cold smile as well. Then he circulated the myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending. A strand of divine light entered Xiao Qian's body from the distant sky, causing his aura to soar infinitely. However, before it reached its peak, Xiao Qian stopped his aura from rising. Of the 10-fold combat prowess, Xiao Qian only brought out 70%, purposely suppressing the remaining 30%. Dragons roared, and 20 dragon-shaped strands of energy suddenly formed behind Xiao Qian. Surging Dragon might instantly suppress Immortal's 10 Dragon Force. Immortal's heart pounded wildly as he cursed in his heart. "Damn, 20 Dragon Force. This brat tricked me." His figure flashed as he tried to retreat. However, Immortal had rushed over at lightning speed earlier, arriving before Xiao Qian in an instant. Now that he changed his mind, there was no time. Xiao Qian took a step forward and easily caught up to Immortal. He punched with his right hand, and 20 dragon roars resounded in the sky, merging together and bursting out. Immortal vomited a mouthful of blood, and the vast might behind him shattered. Then he fell heavily to the ground like a sandbag. A natural crack appeared on the ground, continuously expanding. The sky shook and the ground trembled as dragon might spread out. Wounds appeared on Xiao Qian's face. Blood seeped out, making his delicate face look extremely horrifying. Tiny cracks appeared in all the bones in his body as pain spread silently. However, Xiao Qin's eyes remained as calm as clear water. His back was as straight as a pine tree, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He did not move at all. Looking at the disbelieving Mo Lien on the ground, Xiao Chun said calmly, "As the saying goes, once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. As you wish, old mister, you can scram now." Rage flashed in Mo Lien's eyes. He vomited another mouthful of blood and got up in a sorry state. Suppressing the injuries in his body, he smiled coldly and said, "Good. I misjudged you. You're also a physical body cultivator. However, you clearly used a secret technique in that punch. This old man doesn't believe that you dare to throw another punch like that." Xiao Chun smiled mockingly. "What's wrong? Old mister, are you not going to keep your promise today? If I kill you, who will know that I went back on my promise? Don't feel unconvinced. I am bullying you today. What do you do to me? You're not the only one who can burst out with 20 dragon force." Clearly, Mo Yin no longer dared to underestimate Xiao Chun. He prepared to use a secret technique to double his combat prowess. Even at the risk of injuring his physical body, he wanted to end Xiao Chun. Otherwise, if he allowed Xiao Chun to mature, he would be doomed. Chapter 975. Mo Yin's eyes were sharp. For the time being, Xiao Chun did not dare to use deities descending to bring out 20 dragon force. However, from the very start, Xiao Chun did not intend to clash head-on with the other party. He was here to bully. Xiao Chun tapped his forehead, and the Will clone that the Haotian Emperor left behind quickly woke up. A heavy aura slowly spread out from its body. Mo Yin's expression changed drastically. He muttered, "This is Emperor's might. You have a Will clone of a heavenly emperor." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "You guessed right. However, old sir, you are not bullying me today. I'm the one bullying you. Don't feel unconvinced. Indeed, you cannot do anything to me." Right after Xiao Chun spoke, his forehead opened, and the Haotian Emperor's Will clone shot out. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes, and Emperor's might gathered. Just this aura alone knocked Mo Lien into the air. All of his aura crumbled, and he fled in a sorry state, not daring to linger. Emperor Wu was divided into minor Heavenly Emperor Wu and Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. Every time the Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu underwent a tribulation, his strength would improve. After clearing 8 tribulations, he would undergo a sovereign tribulation and become a sovereign martial emperor. No matter what cultivation Emperor Wu left behind, the Will clone could kill the great Grandmaster level martial sage Mo Lien. The Haotian Emperor Ingzongtian was a greater heavenly emperor who had cleared 8 tribulations. Naturally, the Will clone that he left behind for Xiao Chun would have an easier time killing Mo Lien. Mo Lien was nearly frightened out of his wits. He lost all will to fight. The moment the Emperor's might appeared, he forgot to resist and got knocked into the air. Mo Lien vomited a mouthful of blood and startled awake. His complexion paled. Without saying anything, Mo Lien turned around and fled. Every time he pushed off the ground, countless cracks appeared in the ground, spreading out like a spiderweb. However, it was too late to flee now. The four only saw a flower of blood blossom 5 kilometers away. Without any surprise, the Haotian Emperor's Will clone smashed Mo Lien into smithereens with a single palm strike. Yuan Su said with some pity, "Xiao Chun, isn't it not worth using the Will clone of the Haotian Emperor on this person?" Putting aside Xiao Chun, Yuan Su, Bai, and the other 2 were all top geniuses of the Fiend race's younger generation. They might not have much chance of winning against a great Grandmaster-level existence alone, but if they joined forces with Xiao Chun, it wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to fight. In fact, his chances of winning weren't low, at least 60%. Xiao Chun's expression remained the same as before. The damage from executing 20 dragon force slowly healed. The wounds on his body had already healed completely. All that was left were some fine cracks on his bones that were slowly recovering. However, as long as he did not use 20 dragon force again, it would not take long for him to recover. As Xiao Chun looked in the direction that Mo Lien came from, He muttered to himself, "Whether it is worth it or not depends on the person. If I can snatch the inattributed flame that those people are targeting, it will be worth it to me." Earlier, based on the footprints at Last Breath Lake, Xiao Chen guessed that these were the people from the Medicine God Valley hunting for the inattributed flame. However, the Medicine God Valley only had one great Grandmaster level martial sage. However, the footprints showed two people suspected to be great Grandmaster level martial sages. When Xiao Chen saw Immortal, he reacted and confirmed that this was the Medicine God Valley's people. It must be someone from the Medicine God Valley sect. However, Xiao Chen did not know what was going on, but the other party was with Immortal. If the Medicine God Valley sent a great Grandmaster level martial sage to hunt for the inattributed flame, it would definitely be of a high grade. Xiao Chen's lunar true flame had not advanced for a long time already. This resulted in the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram losing its balance, preventing it from bringing out its full might. This had troubled Xiao Chen for a long time. Now, an opportunity was right before him. Naturally, Xiao Chen did not want to cause any more trouble. If Mo Lien escaped, the two great Grandmaster level martial sages would meet up again. If that happened, it would be somewhat problematic to collect the inattributed flame. After hearing Xiao Chen's analysis, the group suddenly understood. So, that was the case. I thought for a while and said, "I once saw an adoptive father study that the highest-ranked inattributed flame in the 9 layers of purgatory is called the icy snow flame. However, no one has found it yet. It is very likely that this group of people found the icy snow flame." Yuan Su nodded and said, "The icy snow flame ranks among the top 10 inattributed flames. It is indeed worth making a move on it." Kong Yuan was an impatient person. He quickly said, "What are we waiting for? Let's give chase. Otherwise, if we are too slow, the inattributed flame might be snatched away." Yuan Su smiled and said, "You blockhead. If the inattributed flame were that easy to collect, it would have been taken long ago. They are probably waiting for this ghost race great Grandmaster level martial sage to rush back to help Xiao Chen's secret treasure. There is no need to rush. The more ferocious the fight between them and the ghost guarding the inattributed flame, the better. We could just sit back and reap the benefits." Xiao Chen smiled. Clearly, he agreed with Yuan Su's point of view. He said, "Let's go. We should just walk over slowly. If we go too quickly and startle them, it would not be good." The group walked unhurriedly in the direction that Mo Lien came from. After walking for an hour, they finally heard the sounds of intense fighting. Another hour later, the scenery 5 kilometers ahead appeared before his eyes. He quickly landed on the ground and hid himself. They saw a skeleton covered in golden bones in the sky, holding a huge sickle in its hand. This skeleton quickly exchanged moves with an old man wearing battle armor and brandishing a long spear. It was clear that the old man wearing battle armor was at a disadvantage. If not for another person holding an ancient mirror that occasionally shot out a beam of light, the old man would have been at a disadvantage. If not for that person holding an ancient mirror that occasionally shot out a beam of light, this great Grandmaster level martial sage would have fled long ago. Several miserable corpses lay on the ground, all of them split in half. Xiao Chen's gaze immediately landed on the sand dune. When he saw the beautiful icy snow flame, he revealed an expression of joy. It was indeed the icy snow flame, one of the top 10 inattributed flames. If the lunar true flame consumed it, it would definitely be on par with the current purple thunder true fire. The might of the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram would be even stronger. In the future, when Xiao Chen faced a great Grandmaster level martial sage, he would be able to protect himself. Xiao Chen swept his gaze over the battlefield in the sky. Then, he came up with a countermeasure. He said, "Later, I will make a move to block that golden bone demonic soul. Bai will help me retrieve the icy snow flame." What about the two people in the sky? A bow appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Then, he took out the final star breaker arrow and said softly, "They will be dead soon. If you do as I say later, you will be able to retrieve the icy snow flame without suffering any injuries." Xiao Chen drew the bowstring back and circulated 3 dragon force. As the bowstring slowly drew back, the entire bow crackled. Xiao Chun could vaguely feel the limits of the Soul Slayer bow. The Soul Slayer bow's might would be as great as its vital chi. However, it was an ordinary item after all. There would always be a limit. However, if Xiao Chun used the Starbreaker arrow with 15,000 tons of force to deal with the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Wei, he would be able to catch him off guard. Seeing that Xiao Chun wanted to deal with these two in one go, Bai and the other two could not help but hold their breaths and focus. If this arrow really succeeded, the balance in the sky would immediately be broken. Mr. Wei and Gong Sun Hualong, who were bitterly enduring in the air, anxiously waited for Mo Lian's arrival. In the intense battle, Gong Sun Hualong did his best to push back the golden bone demonic soul. However, he could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Mr. Wei quickly activated the soul-slaying mirror. A bright light shot out, and the golden bone demonic soul burst into flames, inflicting immense pain. Although the flames caused the golden bone demonic soul to give up on chasing, they did not injure it. After the flames subsided, the golden bone demonic soul would charge over again. Mr. Wei, hold on for another 15 minutes. If Mo Lian still does not arrive, this old man will be helpless and will have to retreat. Gong Sun Hualong swallowed another Saint Tier healing pill and said anxiously, I'll be fine. Although there was a sage-grade medicinal pill, it was clear that Gong Sun Hualong had already consumed it many times. Hence, its effects were much weaker. Sweat appeared on Mr. Wei's forehead. Unexpectedly, the golden bone demonic soul was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. After 4 or 5 exchanges, the people that he brought with him all died. Only Mr. Wei and Gong Sun Hualong remained. If not for the soul-slaying mirror, they would have died several times already. Hearing Gong Sun Hualong's intention to retreat, Mr. Wei quickly said, Don't panic. We have already injured this golden bone demonic soul. Just hold on for a while longer. When Mo Lian arrives, we will succeed. Seeing the flames on the golden bone demonic soul slowly dissipate, Gong Sun Hualong snorted coldly and said, You can play by yourself. This old man does not have the life to waste with you. This old man will leave after 15 minutes. Just as Mr. Wei was wondering if he should increase the stakes, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Then, he turned his head to look. Boom! Before Mr. Wei could clearly see what it was, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Then, he discovered a bowl-sized hole in his chest. His life force was slowly fading. The inner vest that Mr. Wei had spent a lot of money to buy did not stop the golden bone demonic soul at all. This sudden change startled Gong Sun Hualong. He was flabbergasted, and his mind went blank for a moment. By the time Gong Sun Hualong recovered his wits, the flames on the golden bone demonic soul had already vanished. It brandished its scythe, and a lightning-fast strike lit up the sky. Gong Sun Hualong's expression changed drastically. He quickly blocked, and the spear in his hand broke. A golden light fell, and the battle armor on his chest split in half, falling off in an instant. Feeling the lingering aura of death lingering in his body, Gong Sun Hualong felt as though he was nearly cleaved into 2. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, he quickly fled. However, just as Gong Sun Hualong turned around, he heard 10 heaven dragon roars behind him. A storm was brewing, and the world was about to change. It was like Xiao Chun had calculated everything. When the golden bone demonic soul injured Gong Sun Hualong, Xiao Chun sent out 10 dragon force and mercilessly struck Gong Sun Hualong's chest. Kasie, Kasie. The sound of internal organs breaking rang out. Gong Sun Hualong did not even see who attacked. A bloody hole appeared in his chest, and he crashed to the ground like a cannonball. It is time for us to make a move. Kong Yuan smiled faintly, and the 12 holy peacock feathers on the light wall behind him spread out. Then, together with Yuan Su, they flew towards the severely injured and weakened Gong Sun Hualong. As for Bai, he pushed off the ground and landed on the mound beside the icy snow flame. After sending Gong Sun Hualong flying with one punch, Xiao Chun would have to face the horrifying Golden Bone demonic soul alone. Even when Gongsun Hualong and Mr. Wei worked together, they could not do anything to this Golden Bone demonic soul. Chapter 976. Although Xiao Chun had the reincarnation lamp, he did not dare to be careless. However, there was good news. Gongsun Hualong and Mr. Wei had managed to injure this Golden Bone demonic soul. It was no longer in a perfect state. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he blocked the Golden Bone demonic soul, which was preparing to charge it by. The cold Golden Bone demonic soul waved its hand, and the huge scythe turned into a beam of dim light. Fast! This was the only word in Xiao Chen's mind. He instantly moved his entire body, materializing the flawless saber Dao, using his body as a saber and his palm as a blade. Xiao Chun swung his palm horizontally, blocking the other party's scythe in the time it took for a spark to fly. The dense death chi was condensed to the extreme. The force from the scythe instantly shattered the saber intent that Xiao Chun condensed. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he quickly switched moves. He used his palm as a saber and his shoulder as a blade. Since he lacked strength, he would break it with skill. Xiao Chen placed his palm on the scythe, and his shoulder became like a blade, bright and flawless, radiating a sharp light as he charged at the Golden Bone demonic soul's chest. Bang! Several of the Golden Bone demonic soul's ribs broke, and its body was knocked back 1 kilometer. As expected, the other party's shattered ribs reconnected in the blink of an eye. Compared to such a monster, Xiao Chun felt inferior. Seeing that the other party was about to charge over again, Xiao Chun suppressed the death chi in his body. Then, he narrowed his eyes and sent out the reincarnation lamp. Xiao Chun quickly flicked out some essence blood from his fingertip and lit the lamp wick. The immortal Buddha figure in the illusory light started chanting the expiation scripture. The ancient scripture contained the power to expiate all living things, cleansing the Golden Bone demonic soul's impure soul. The Golden Bone demonic soul's body immediately turned into 2 figures of different colors, one black and one white, clearly distinguishing between good and evil. Then, they started an intense battle. One sought release, and the other sank into oblivion. Xiao Chen's face was slightly pale. This was the first time he had encountered such a ghost that was struggling so fiercely. The expiation scripture recited by the illusionary figure in the reincarnation lamp seemed to be unable to suppress this devil. Xiao Chen's heart sank, and he could not help but increase the speed at which his laws flowed. Purple rings of light slowly appeared behind him. The flickering light of the cycle lamp grew increasingly brighter. He looked down and saw that Bai was waving at him. The icy snow flame was already in his hands. Yuan Su and Kong Yuan also greeted each other. The severely injured and weakened Gongsun Hualong had already been dealt with. Based on my strength, I won't be able to refine this monster in a short time. Don't worry about it for now. Xiao Chen muttered. His gaze moved to the Golden Bone demonic soul. The battle between the black and white phantoms on the Golden Bone demonic soul's body had already reached its climax. Sometimes, kindness would gain the upper hand, and the skeleton monster would emit thousands of strands of gentle chi. Sometimes, evil thoughts would gain the upper hand. Evil energy would soar into the sky, and baleful energy would surge like the sea. After this happened several times, Xiao Chun found an opportunity. When the kindness took over the Golden Bone demonic soul, he opened his hand and put away the cycle lamp. Then, he turned and flew off. Let's go. Xiao Chun summoned out the 8 ghost palanquin. Bai and the other 2 had been waiting for a long time. Their figures flashed, and Xiao Chun controlled the 8 ghost palanquin to fly to the center of the island. After losing the cycle lamp's power to purify nature, the kindness that appeared on the Golden Bone demonic soul lasted for a while before vanishing, never to appear again. When the Golden Bone demonic soul saw the empty mound, it roared furiously and started a frenzied rampage. 2 figures landed 1 kilometer away. Qing Cheng and the azure-clad old man who had been following Xiao Chen's group silently appeared in the air. When they saw the berserk Golden Bone demonic soul, they were shocked. No wonder young Miss treats this person differently. That secret treasure in his hand landed in the hands of the Ghost Monarch's faction. It would be a disaster for us, the azure-clad old man said, flabbergasted. Ching Chung frowned and did not say anything. She had just come out of closed-door cultivation after 1 month. The moment she entered the 8th layer of purgatory, she saw the entire forest blazing with flames. In the Last Breath Lake, Xiao Chun had reformed the undying phantoms. It was like a miracle. All the strange things in the Last Breath Lake had been purified. Ching Chung was astonished. She had somewhat forgotten about the secret treasure in Xiao Chen's hand. Unexpectedly, it could erupt with such horrifying power. The azure-clad old man continued smiling. He used a will clone to kill Mo Lien and offended Xie Zishuan. He has thoroughly offended the Ghost Monarch's faction, giving us a chance to rope him in. Ching Chung nodded slightly and asked, "Did you manage to obtain the soul returning grass?" "Yes. Young Miss is in closed-door cultivation. Leave Jiang Qingzi to me for now." The old man took out a brocade box and opened it, revealing a piece of jade-green soul returning grass. Ching Chung received it and revealed a satisfied expression. She said, "You may withdraw. I intend to enter the Yellow Springs Road alone with them." "Young Miss, no one has been to the Yellow Springs Road for many years already. I do not know what dangers there will be. Let this old man accompany you," the azure-clad old man said worriedly. However, Ching Chung did not care. "We already crossed the Last Breath Lake. What dangers can there be on the Yellow Springs Road? Just don't turn back. I have long wanted to see if the cycle of reincarnation still exists on the other side of the bridge of helplessness." Seeing Ching Chung insist, the azure-clad old man did not say anything more. He took his leave. Inside the 8 ghost palanquin, Bai felt extremely excited. Xiao Chun had killed a great Grandmaster-level martial sage without suffering any injuries. This was something that he would not have dared to imagine normally. Xiao Chen's heart pounded slightly. Things went much more smoothly than expected. The only flaw was that he had to use the Haotian Emperor's will clone. However, Xiao Chun did not feel that it was a pity. When facing a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, the will clone had the strength to kill them. However, it paled in comparison to an expert like the blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, it could only be used once. If Xiao Chun could bring out the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram further, he would be able to protect himself when facing a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Although the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was not as tyrannical as the will clone, which could explode a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, Xiao Chun could use it an unlimited number of times. Xiao Chun felt that using the will clone for the icy snow flame was completely worth it. Furthermore, he had earned a lot from it. At the very least, the medicinal pills that Mr. Wei had on him benefited them greatly. Elder brother Xiao Chun, the icy snow flame. Xiao Bai giggled. On her white, jade-like palm, there was a ball of liquid like ice crystal flame that blossomed beautifully. "Be careful. This flame has a very heavy cold qi. Elder brother Xiao Chun, don't get injured." Xiao Chun smiled faintly. There was an even colder flame in his left eye. His heart skipped a beat. With a thought, the lunar true flame in his left eye spun and formed a whirlpool. Then, it sucked in the icy snow flame in Bai's hand. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and removed his shoes and socks. Then, he sat cross-legged on the large bed in the palanquin and started to let the lunar true flame slowly swallow up the icy snow flame. Kong Yuan and Yuan Su, who were counting the treasures in Mr. Wei's, Gong Sun Hualong's, and Mo Lian's spatial rings, revealed shock when they saw this. The icy snow flame dares to swallow. So roughly? What kind of flame is that white flame in his left eye? Kong Yuan asked, feeling confused. Yuan Su revealed a grave expression and said, "If I did not see wrong, it is the lunar true flame. Furthermore, it even condensed an origin flame." Lunar true flame. Bai and Kong Yuan were both startled. The lunar true flame and the solar true flame were the 2 strongest flames in the world. If one could obtain even a clump of these 2 flames, one would be very lucky. However, Xiao Chun hid so many flames in his left eye and even condensed an origin flame. This was truly unbelievable. Kong Yuan sighed and said, I have been shocked enough over the past few days. I'm already numb to it. If it were in the past, who told me that I could easily snatch treasures from a great grandmaster-level martial sage? I would not have believed it, even if you beat me to death. However, it really happened today. I have no choice but to believe it. Yuan Su smiled faintly, not denying anything on his charming face. He could understand Kong Yuan's disappointment. They were both outstanding talents, but the difference between them was too great. However, Bai smiled warmly. He thought to himself, I still have to work harder. The distance between me and Xiao Chun widened again. Half a day later, Xiao Chun opened his eyes. He had finished swallowing the icy snow flame. He wanted to find a place to test its might, to see if he could balance yin and yang and execute the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram again. However, there were more important things to do. He could only put this thought aside, as they had arrived at the gates of hell. After putting away the 8 ghost palanquin, Xiao Chun and the other 3 slowly descended and sized up the gates of hell before them. There was a black gate plate made of 10,000-year-old ancient wood. The plaque in the middle had 3 large scarlet words, Gates of Hell. The strokes were very vigorous. With every stroke, one could feel death chi. A black light screen covered the sect, preventing one from seeing the world behind the gates. Rumor had it that when one stepped through these gates, one would be separated from the living and the dead, walking on the path of no return. There was no one near the gates of hell. There was a strange, suppressive aura that made one uncomfortable. Let's go in. Xiao Chun took the lead, preparing to enter the gates of hell in a flash. A bladesman naturally had nothing to fear. There was no need to think too much, fearing wolves in front and tigers behind. Since they had to enter sooner or later and could not figure it out, they could just walk in openly. However, just as Xiao Chun was about to step in, he frowned and stopped in front of the gates of hell. Feeling suspicious, Bai asked, Elder brother Xiao Chun, what's wrong? Xiao Chun turned his head back and said calmly, Someone is rushing over. Hee. Young Master Xiao is really courageous. Let me accompany you on the path to the Yellow Springs. A bell-like laughter rang out. Ching Cheng's red dress drifted down. The eyes of the group lit up. Unexpectedly, Ching Cheng appeared again, arriving at the Yellow Springs road that she was unwilling to take. Whoosh! After Ching Cheng landed, she tossed out a brocade box. Xiao Chun caught it and opened it. It was one of the 3 items he was looking for, the soul returning grass. What is the meaning of this? Xiao Chun looked at Ching Cheng suspiciously, not knowing what she was planning. Ching Cheng giggled and said, What's wrong? You don't need it? With your brain, I'm sure you've already guessed that whether it was Mo Lien or Xiezi Xuan, I did it on purpose. You have thoroughly offended the ghost